The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
Hello everyone and welcome to the kickoff of the 2025 Grand Chess Tour here in Warsaw, Poland. Well, I'm excited to be back with the tour and it promises to be an extremely exciting affair. We have some veterans, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Levon, Aronian, as well as one Veselin Topalov who's back in the mix. We also have some young players. The Indians will be vying for the title as well. Praggnanandhaa and Aravindh are showing their stuff. And of course, there's the reigning champ, Alireza Firouzja. Well, let's get it all started in the studio with Yasser, Nazi, and Peter.
Some of the world's best chess players have returned for the 10th edition of the Grand Chess Tour. From Warsaw to St. Louis, the action promises to be exciting. Today we start in Poland for Rapid and Blitz, and it all starts right now. Hello and welcome everyone. I'm your host Nazi Paikidze and I'm here with two legendary grandmasters, Yasser Seirawan and Peter Svidler.
Legendary.
Very good to be here.
Peter, wonderful to be in studio with you. Great. Hello everyone, 10th edition. Can you believe it? Where does time fly? I'm telling you. Well, boy, do we have a great edition for you. Coming back, defending his title, Alireza Firouzja, and what a storyline he had last year. He's great. Show our viewers what he did. His performance last year was amazing.
Right, Alireza is coming back as the 2024 Grand Chess Tour champion. He won Grand Chess Tour with 43 points, and look at the prize money. He made more than $300,000. Can he repeat it again this year?
I'm sure he's hoping to answer that with an affirmative yes. Who are his challengers for this event?
By URS rating, Alireza is the top seed in this event. In second, we have the local player, top Polish player, Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Then the only American player in this event is Levon Aronian. Then we have France's number 2, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the Indian star Prague, Slovenia's number 1, Vladimir Fedoseev, another rising star from India, Aravindh, and then two top Romanian players, Bogdan-Daniel, Gavrilescu, and of course the former world champion, Veselin Topalov.
Welcome. 5 tour players, 5 wild cards. Promises to be interesting. Tell us about the format for these 2 events.
In Rapid, the time control will be 25 minutes with 10-second increment. In Blitz, it'll be 5+2. The players are not allowed to offer any draws. In Rapid, it's going to be single round-robin event, and the scoring system is 2 points for a win, 1 for a draw, and 0 for a loss. In Blitz, it's going to be double round-robin with regular scoring system, 1 for a win and half for a draw.
Got it. And tell us about the schedule.
Today we start with the Rapid, and we'll have 3 days of Rapid chess. After that, we'll have 2 days of Blitz and maybe playoffs at the end if necessary.
All right, looking forward to it. And Peter, 5 wildcard players. That's good. Promises to make life interesting.
Absolutely, but before we talk about the wildcards, just briefly the format of the full tour. There are 9 full tour participants and 5 events, which means that everybody plays both classical events, but you play only 2 out of 3 Rapid and Blitz events. And since this is a Rapid and Blitz, some very notable players are missing. I guess the 2 household names, the people who have won the tour previously, are Fabiano Caruana and Wesley So, but some other full tour players, Gukesh is missing and some others. But now time to talk about the 5 wild cards. And we begin with Aravindh, who at 25 years of age is actually an elder statesman in Indian chess these days.
Wow.
World number 11, had a stellar year, culminating in winning the Prague Masters in 2025. Following him is Vladimir Fedoseev, now representing Slovenia. He is 30. He's had a rise in the rankings as well. He is world number 17 right now, and a very strong player in shorter time controls, winning the European in 2024. After him, we have the man, the legend, Veselin Topalov, the former world champion, of course. He is now 50. He doesn't play as much as he used to, but still a feared opponent for anybody on the day. And then the two Romanians. The more established player, Bogdan-Daniel Deac, he's 23. It's his fourth wildcard appearance on the tour. He's had some very good results as a wildcard, both in Rapid and Blitz and in Classical, and a very welcome return for him. And David Gavrilescu, the current, we believe, Romanian national champion. He's also had a tryout as a wildcard in 2022, and he's now returning for the second time. So this is our lineup. And now we hand it over to our Warsaw studio with our good friends Maurice Ashley and Anastasiya Karlovich.
Well, thank you so much, Peter. We are excited to see the show get underway. You talk about those wild cards, and certainly they're going to be fighting for the title, no question about it. Of course, you've got the favorite, the big dog in the event, in Alireza Firouzja. But there are some veterans. We did talk about Veselin Topalov, the wild card. He said, you know, they needed somebody over 50. But you know what? I know this fighting spirit in him, and he doesn't want to go down to the young guys. And of course, you also have a couple of other veterans, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who would love to finally get off the schneid and win one of these Grand Chess Tour titles. And finally, of course, there is Levon Aronian. When I spoke to Levon before the event, he said, I'm out for blood. His words, blood is on the table for him. Very exciting event. Your thoughts, Anastasia?
Yeah, Maurice, first of all, I'm so happy to be standing here next to you. Welcome back to GCT. Everybody, I'm sure, is very excited about even this fact, you know, that you are here with us. My regards and hello to the colleagues in St. Louis. It's really early there. I know you're making big effort. And of course, it's really a pleasure to start this event. The 10th anniversary of Grand Chess Tour will start with Superbet Rapid and Blitz. It's my fourth event here, and Poland has a very special place in my heart because it's a country which really loves chess, and I spent all my youth playing chess tournaments here, and you know, it was such a pleasure to see so many chess fans who came here to greet their players, favorite players, including of course the local here, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, you know, who managed to win this tournament before, who will definitely fight for the first place in this event. So I'm looking forward for really nice days ahead of us.
Indeed, the Polish fans are out in force. There will be a minute of silence for the recently passed Pope. And otherwise, we'll get underway with Fighting Chess. Back to you in St. Louis.
Thank you both for the views from Poland. And Nasi, do the honors. Tell our viewers the pairings for round one.
Let's take a look. We start with Vladimir Fedoseev playing Alireza Firouzja.
Nice.
David Gavrilescu playing Veselin Topalov. Jan-Krzysztof Duda playing Levon Aronian. MVL against Prague. And Aravindh playing Deac.
They're going to be fighting very hard, Nasi, over the next 5 days. What are the players fighting for?
Well, they're fighting for Grand Chess Tour points and a lot of money. Total prize fund here is $175,000. First place winner gets $40,000, second place $30,000, third place $25,000. This prize is all the way down to the 10th place.
And those numbers on the right that you see, those are the Grand Chess Tour. If you win first prize, you get a bonus of an extra point. You get 13 Grand Chess Tour points. That's what it's all about. There's a pool of money at the end of the tour for the top 3 prize getters. As we see the Museum of the History of Polish Jews, players and audience members taking their seats. So they're getting ready.
I'm sure there are a lot of fans there for the local player Duda.
Absolutely. He is a very big name in Polish chess.
I think the players are arriving now.
Yeah.
Are we going to have any ceremonial first move?
I don't know about that. I do believe we're going to have a minute of silence for the passing of the Pope. That usually takes place before the start. For me, Peter, the return of Veselin Topalov. It's always nice when these legends of the past kind of make an appearance.
It's going to be interesting to see him play. As I mentioned, he doesn't really play all that much. And I think what normally happens when you don't play all that much, the thing that gets to you the most is time management.
Right.
I'm not expecting him to play poorly. He's always a very strong player, but he might take some time adjusting to the speed of play. We might see him be in time troubles more than he would like. I don't know what his, how current he is in Blitz. For instance, once we get to Blitz, this is not Blitz yet.
Right.
But once we get to the 2 days of 5+2 Blitz, it's a...
And here comes our moment of silence. And just to finish your thought, Peter.
Yeah. Will be interesting to see how he does in that respect. But he obviously is a legend, and we expect him to play well. It's just that rustiness does come into play when you play maybe only a couple of events each year.
I think of myself, and it feels like at times I sputter. I can play a whole series of really good moves, and then suddenly, ka-chink, there goes a mistake, and then another sputter, and
I think
we're
know
going
exactly
to
what you mean,
start with Alireza, our returning champion. I always like to pay our respects. Alireza up with the black pieces against Vladimir.
Fedoseev, and actually
Fedoseev.
it's a tough opponent for Alireza because, as we know, Fedoseev shines in Rapid and Blitz especially. He is the 2024 European Rapid Champion. And he starts with the white pieces. We have cattle on board.
Bishop e7. I remember a time when Bishop b4 check was the rage, and then going back. Ooh, Knight c3. Okay, that's an invitation to tango.
Take the pawn?
Take the pawn. Knight c3.
Yeah, this is, we can talk about this a little bit. Obviously, the main move in this position would be to castle, and then black generally takes on c4, and we have a lot of theory here, queen c2, queen a4, a4, all kinds of moves are possible.
Right.
The idea of
Knight c3.
playing knight c3 is, if black takes on c4, we're going to play knight e5, which of course exists in the other line as well, but generally black used to almost automatically play knight c6 in this position. And it turned out that in these lines, which are also, they absolutely exist with white castling and keeping the knight on b1, the big difference is in positions like this one, I think I even had this maybe against Hikaru once in a Grand Prix event, you sometimes castle queenside. You have more flexibility to do things which you would not have been able to do when the king is on g1. And black often actually launches a very serious counterplay against the king on g1 because the bishop on g2 is missing. So it gives you a bit more flexibility if you do this. But also, of course, it allows black other options as well. Instead of knight c6, Vladimir Kramnik played this very quirky move, queen d6, in this position against me and won a very nice game. And I did this a little bit with white. Weirdly, I'm not really a 1d4 player, but in this particular position, I have some experiences, generally not positive ones, but some experiences. And queen d6 with the idea of knight takes c4, queen a6, and then you want to play rook d8, and you want to play against the pawn on d4 as quickly as possible. It's an interesting move, and then, in fact, I think knight takes c4 might not even be the way to go. You might want to do something else, but it's too early. It's too early really to speak about this. I think we can let this brew for.
Yeah, we actually have some moves on the board, and I think they chose some very rare line. If you can. Let me
just switch to a slightly different view.
Knight d7 was
queen d3.
Yeah, and then queen to d3. Yeah, now see that that
perked
you up.
Rare,
Very rare. b7, b6. Okay, that's a tricky little move. You might want to threaten to play bishop a6, pinning. So you take, castles, bishop b7, rook d1, and usually, I'm used to seeing the queen on c2, not necessarily on d3. c7, c5, and of course, Veselin is looking to take advantage of the queen on d3, take on d4, knight c5.
Yeah, I was going to say there's not many games in the database, but these players are playing fast, so they're still in their prep. Yeah. They've seen this position. Are we expecting e4 from
Yeah, I think
Fedoseev?
e4 is the only really real way to try for
Challenge.
something. Yeah, you want to play e4, knight takes e3, b takes e3, and play this structure, which is it looks like a Petrosian Nimzo-Indian, right?
Yeah.
To my eyes,
Right.
The thing it looks the most like is the Petrosian Nimzo-Indian,
Right.
with a slightly quirky queen on d3, but it's not really that outlandish.
And what is long-term White's plans here, Peter or Yasser? Does White play in the center mostly, or
Center and
keep an
king
eye-
side, yeah.
kingside,
Center
yes.
and king side.
I've definitely seen h2, h4, but definitely launching the pawn forward, d4, d5. And that's based on the move e4. Now, Peter, we took instantly on c3.
We're not obliged to, but we
Just because
knight
the
before
queen-
yeah. Actually,
because queen
actually,
has
where
a-
does it go?
Right.
E2
Maybe it
maybe?
actually goes to b1, but he played knight takes d5. This is the other somewhat sensible option, but
Yeah.
it makes the position a lot drier. I am
Ooh,
kind of saddened to see this. I think the game would have had
more
potentially
bite.
more life in it, more bite in it if
So
had
now
he played
that
e4.
there is no e4 anymore, what does White play for here? b3, bishop b2, or
Yeah, maybe you take on c5 and you ask the question, do you want to play with a nice Solani or do you want to play with the hanging pawns? But it looks like a very healthy hanging pawns position for black.
Yeah.
I think pieces are exactly where they're supposed to be. I don't really see this being a problem.
because Black
Right.
Knight can go back to f6.
Queen b6, knight f6, knight e4, rook c8, rook d8. You have pretty natural ways to develop from here. Let's take a look at some other positions. We don't really have to.
Sure.
Hang on. What else do we have here?
Let's go with Duda and Levon.
Let me find them.
That would be the
Because they're not
round
playing each
two.
other, so
third game on
yeah.
their
Hang on.
list.
Yeah. Okay. Whoa. Okay.
I like
I
that.
know a little bit about this. I can tell you. Oh, hang on a second. Let me just.
Yeah, please tell us about this line.
Yeah, this is. It looks like Black is trying to play the open. This is, of course, the Ruy Lopez, where Black plays a6, bishop a4, knight f6, castles, knight takes e4, d4. Looks like we're going to get the main lines of the open. But there's also this option of playing bishop e7, which has become a lot more fashionable recently because players have realized the engines don't dislike it as much as they perhaps used to in times gone by, with the idea of meeting rook e1 with now playing b5. And of course, now playing bishop b3, d5, d takes e5, bishop b6 locks you into playing rook e1 against the open, which is by far not the main line. Which is why after b5, White tends to play rook takes e4, d7, d5, a very interesting way to fight for the center here. Knight takes e5. A lot of pieces are hanging, but you shouldn't be that alarmed. White is currently a piece up, so he can afford to keep some of them on pre for a bit. Queen e2. This is a reasonably well-known position with a lot of top-level games. I mean, Magnus played this with Black, Fabi played this with Black, Prague played it with Black, lots of people. Queen e2, I believe, is currently the main move in this position, trying to keep the king in the center, trying to use the pin along the e-file to keep the king stuck. Bishop b6, f4 in the same spirit. g6 is a move here, and this really strange-looking move, king f8, is, I think, currently the main line, trying to sidestep the pin and to then play either bishop f6 or bishop d6, knight c3, bishop d6, knight takes a4. Another quite striking idea saying that I don't really mind you picking up this exchange because if you take, I will have a fantastic square for the knight on c5. The king on f8 is obviously not an oil painting. And even in material terms, we have a pawn for the exchange. Very nice pieces, much safer king. And notably, Black doesn't even take immediately. It's useful to play queen f6 first because arguably the best square for this queen on the board is the square on g6. So if you take on e5 after f takes e5, this path would have been blocked off.
Right.
So we do it in kind of, we front run the capture on e5. I'm assuming we will still have to take on e5 eventually with as Black, but we want to be able to get to g6 first. Want to be able to do that.
I think we do have that on the board. Just a couple more moves have happened.
Bishop b3 takes, queen g6, and White is now thinking. For Black, the king stays on f8. You aren't really trying to castle here artificially by playing king g8, let's say h6, king h7. What you're trying to do is to get the pawn to, let's say, h4, if allowed, and then play rook h5, f5. Bishop b3, we're being told, is a novelty, but
Looks very reasonable.
It may never have been played in proper practice, but people know about it.
Yeah.
This position is not really new, and the engine, I'm sure, suggests bishop 3 is one of the top options.
Well, we've come to that stage of our broadcast where we start to make our predictions. And before you make the predictions, let's just ask what, statistically speaking, what our AI thinks the chances are, pre-tournament chances.
On one hand, it's not surprising that Firouzja,
who dominated the tour last year,
is a predicted winner, but 50% chance, that's extremely high.
Wow, you don't get
that's one of those
courage points.
That's one of those famous AI hallucinations.
In second, we have Aronian at 17%, Duda at 16%, and then kind of a big drop, MBL 11%, and then Prague 3%, and the rest of the players basically don't even have a chance.
I'm looking at the very bottom there. It's 0.1%. I don't know. That's a remarkable.
Honestly, if I were to pick two things which I would feel are just straight up a mistake, it would be assigning Alireza. I mean, Alireza is a favorite. Sure. I don't think he's that much of a favorite, and also Aravindh. I think AI
be that much of an
AI
underdog.
hasn't caught up to what he's done in the last year.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Only time will tell. By the way, H5, as you predicted, from Levon, and you know, the more I'm thinking about Black's move H5 and Rook H5 in particular, H4 is not necessarily the move that I'm very enthusiastic about, but I might play H4 just to stop.
It's
H5.
definitely one of the top options here, because you do want to keep the rook on H8 locked in.
Exactly.
Because once it enters the game, you start actually feeling that Black has two rooks and you only have one. Whereas currently Black's rooks are not that
You
threatening.
have one, and he
So
has
now
one.
that rook's not coming to H5, he has to go King G8, King H7, right?
Exactly.
And connect the rooks.
Okay, we nicely segued away from our predictions. Ladies first.
I'm going to go with the defending champ.
You can't go wrong. I'm going to go with the local hero, Duda. I mean, I remember one Grand Chess Tour event where he was going back and forth with Magnus. It was just...
The play.
Yeah, it was just absolutely excellent to watch. Duda's my pick. Over to you.
You've taken away the two obvious answers.
Well, I think Levon was actually statistically second, according to the AI.
Let me take Prague.
Prague.
Yeah, let me take
Okay. I mean, yes, you've worked with Prague. You know his.
I think it's about time he started winning faster time control tournaments.
And Varuzian, here in production, he's going to take Levon Aronian. I think we've just about cleared the favorites. We'll get Maurice and Anastasiya to join us in their predictions. Where other games, Peter?
Absolutely.
Over to you.
Let's take a look at some other positions. So in the game between Gavrilescu and Topalov, this is another blast from the past. This is a very, very classical way to play the Scotch. I played this line a bunch as a kid, and I think you're supposed to play King H1 here.
Yeah.
At least that's what I thought when I even won some nice games like this 30 years ago, which is kind of scary to think about. The point being, Black actually badly wants to play bishop h3 here, not because it wins any material, but let's say we play knight d2 and Black plays bishop h3. You have to make this really ugly move bishop f3, which stops you from doing what you actually want to do, which is to play f4 eventually.
Right.
And then Black is instantly comfortable. And the main move used to be f4, but I believe eventually they realized that in this position, queen takes f4 is not that great because of knight b5, but the position after bishop takes d4, c takes d4, and I believe the knight goes to g6 normally. I think when I last looked at this, and that is ages ago, I want to restate just how aged of a person I am. This is decades ago. Right. This was supposed to be okay for Black. And the idea of playing king h1, which I think is what happened in the game, there we have it. It's just happening a lot slower than I expected, considering that this is move 10 and this is still very well-known territory. We stopped bishop h3. Now we do want to play f4, and we've also given ourselves the g1 square to drop back. And if queen takes e4, knight g2, queen h4, knight f3 is a move, and if queen g6, you can go knight b5, you can go bishop h5 is an immediate draw. which I'm sure is not the intention here.
Right.
But after knight b5, you get playable positions.
Why doesn't white try f4 there?
Where?
After queen g6 in the last position.
Well, without the pawn on e4, you're not really threatening very much,
No,
because
f5.
it has to be connected with playing f5 later. We take on d4, we drop back to c6, and your attack kind of sputters, and there's no way really to attack this queen on g6. This is very topical in the mid-90s. I'm slightly surprised to see it now. If we talk about the fashion in chess, this is one of the oldest openings in existence.
Right.
And bishop e3 used to be absolutely the default move here.
Right.
Then there was a period where everybody played knight takes c6, queen f6, and here either queen d2 or even queen f3. This used to be very popular. But these days, first of all, bishop c5 is quite rare. I think most people play knight f6 now. And secondly, as a reply to bishop c5, pretty much everybody I thought switched to knight b3, which used to be kind of a joke move in my childhood. Like if you saw knight b3, you thought, okay, this is a person who doesn't know theory. But these days, it's absolutely mainline theory, and it's actually quite sharp and quite promising if black doesn't know exactly what they're doing. So I'm a bit surprised to see all of this appear on the board, and both of them seem to be, struggling to remember exactly what the file says.
Nice. Thank you for that, Peter. And it does feel like a blast from the past for me as well, because I remember Lubomir Leboyevich playing knight b3 against me, and I'm thinking to myself, the one move I haven't prepared for, can it be good?
It really wasn't considered to be a serious option at all, and now it's absolutely front and center as a reply to bishop c5.
Exactly.
Elsewhere in the tournament, we have actually a very sharp position in the game between MVL and Prague. This began its life as this kind of a quirky attempt not to play mainline Sicilians. MVL began by playing e4, c5, knight c3, knight c6, bishop b5, knight d4, and only now knight f3, which is an interesting move order which you sometimes see these days. Knight f6 transposes to some main lines, but instead Prague played e6, a6.
Now comes the excitement.
Yeah, and then you go back. Yeah, you don't actually allow knight takes d4 or take on f3 yourself. And look at this.
That was the excitement. I mean, not knight c6 retreat, but knight d5.
Yeah, and
okay.
And
pause.
Yeah, e5 is quite obviously very dangerous. But the interesting thing is, Prague played g6, which is a very solid normal move. But I'm just enjoying what my screen is telling me. This is 2025 properly, you try to sacrifice me a piece. No. I'm going to go for a direct pawn attack with none of my pieces developed, and this is like proper stuff. But Prague played a much more restrained move, g7, g6. The knight did retreat because eventually you will have to. You might not need to do it immediately, but eventually you will have to. And then we got this symmetrical-ish looking structure.
But this knight on e3 for white is not a great piece, right?
It's peculiar.
It's in a way. It's not a bad square, but it kind of restricts your own pieces a little bit. You would very much like to play maybe bishop g5 or bishop f4. Bishop f4 in particular, try to fight for the e5 square. On the other hand, it stops bishop g4. So it does some sort of a job. And here Prague, after the move b2, b3, which is attempting to solve actually the problem I outlined, we have to find a job for the bishop on c1. And Prague kind of went in. f5, h3, f4. This is why you played h3, to give yourself a square on g4 for the knight. Knight f5, bishop b2, and now knight h4. And this is the current position. Considering where we began, it's a very sharp position by move 17 with very interesting double chances. Black is trying to remove the knight on f3 to put some pressure on the pawn on d4, but you can of course play knight g5, or if you want to play more carefully, you can play knight gh2, trying to replace it with your other knight. Very fun position to think about. The engine says white is maybe a little bit better, but in practical terms, I think with an incredibly unclear position with double chances.
The knight's been traveling a lot, and it's going to keep going.
Yeah.
Bouncing all over.
1, 2, 3, 4 moves already, and not done yet.
And finally, we did see, by the way, knight e5. And the last game that we haven't seen
Aravindh against Deac.
And that
They're on move
looks...
10, so both players are taking their time in this opening.
It's a Petrov, a Russian defense, with bishop d3. Not one of those variations that I really felt put any pressure on black, because the bishop on d3, frankly, needs to move in order to play the move d2, d4. In the meanwhile, we'll have 4 versus 4. But on the other hand, this pawn on d4, white's got a little bit more space.
Right?
Yeah, just kind of...
It's not much, but it's a way not to play the absolute main lines. It's a way to avoid having to show something against the rock-solid options black has in the main lines.
Exactly. If you don't mind, I'm going to go back to the game...
Key matchup?
Yeah, of our key matchup, because we did have... when we left it, it was the hanging pawns that Alireza had. Queen b3.
Offering the queen trade.
Yeah.
I think if black takes, opening up a file is definitely in white's favor. So Firouzja chose to play
Queen a6, I assume?
He actually just looked to route as knight
We're
to
still
e4.
getting to the position I'm talking about.
Yeah, sorry. Knight e5, rook e8, bishop f3. Eventually, this pawn on e2 might be...
I like
whoa,
this
whoa,
move.
whoa, whoa.
Knight c4.
Okay, and you mentioned that we probably don't want to trade, so I'm with
Queen
Peter
a6.
on this
No,
one.
we absolutely don't. We want to play Queen a6. I'm assuming the plan is to play Knight e3, but then after rook a d8, the pawn on d5 can be taken, but black will recapture on e2, and black appears to be quite
Bishop
comfortable.
g5 first to pin the knight.
Like it.
But then maybe c4, queen c3, though. Yeah, this is quite
This is
interesting.
a little uncomfy. This isn't exactly what we... in this case, we do have rook b8, so it's okay. So bishop back, if you're interested in capturing. At some moment, I'm going to play rook to b8.
It doesn't really...
Nice.
You have to play incredibly precisely. What you're doing is not that bad, but it's not as strong as the immediate rook b8, which might be a difficult move to see. The best move in this position is doing everything at once. We're unpinning ourselves, we're protecting the bishop on b7 so that we're capable of taking on f6 with the queen.
Precisely.
And we want to play d5, d4 as well, because we've protected the bishop on b7 sufficiently.
Exactly.
And then I guess mass simplifications will happen. But finding rook b8 might be a difficult task.
Especially right after playing rook d8, you don't want to move back.
And shall we go down the most obvious primrose path? How would
Gets
we...
traded and we take on e2.
Yeah. If we want...
Should we take now, queen e2?
Queen takes e2.
Queen takes e2, or maybe rook takes d5 and rook takes e2 as well, although leaving ourselves somewhat vulnerable in the back rank.
That's
there.
what I was wondering. That was what my whole question was about. If we take, and I just pay you a visit, just to say, okay, I mean, you know what I'm going to do. I'm going to play rook to d1 and try to play bishop to d6. Can I get some initiative? I don't know.
I think we're pretty much always taking on e2 with the queen,
Okay.
leaving the
avoid
back
the-
rank, leaving the back rank protected with the rook.
Yes.
And I mean, optically it looks like something for white, but actually maybe the black pieces are active enough to not have to worry too much.
And that pawn is hanging.
Yeah, because if you imagine in this position, if we talk about this position for a second,
Sure.
switching to this board, if you imagine white, let's say, playing b3,
Okay.
and then black just does something incredibly obliging, something like this, yeah? We go rook c1, black goes f6, we go bishop b3.
This is my goal.
This is the absolute dream scenario. I wouldn't call it immediately winning, but it's kind of borderline winning for white because of just how weak these two are and how different in quality the bishops are. But obviously nobody's going to do any of that after b3, unfortunately for white.
Even queen.
Yeah, the back rank is protected sufficiently enough that we can actually go pawn grabbing, which I think will appeal to Yasser a great deal. We can actually go after the somewhat vulnerable queen side. And yeah, there's just no way to transition from here to there without black committing some grievous injustices to their position.
Right.
Looks like it's just fine, to be honest. looks like it's just fine for black.
Yeah, it looks
Thank
like
you.
a lot of pieces will get traded and fizzle out in some drawish position. Should we
Absolutely.
go back to Duda Aronian? Because we do have a material imbalance in that game.
Yeah, when we left it, we saw the move H2, H4, and it felt like one of those games where the players were playing on opposite boards. You know, there's Levon with his light squared bishop, and he's got the light squares, you know, really all under his
Completely
possession.
controlled. Yeah.
And then from Duda's perspective, you know, he's got this knight on c5 sitting very, very pretty. This bishop is going to go to g5. The rook is going to go to f1, and it's all about how do you get that rook on h8 into the game. Rook to b8.
In this game, would you rather be white or black?
You know, long term black, short term white. You know, because it's so
right
much
answer.
easier
Yeah.
to play the white side, and we've now caught up with the players. So it's clear that Levon wants to play king h7 and develop his
I
rook.
think he has to start doing that because I think Duda can start b4, b5, creating a pass pawn on the queen side.
Exactly. That's definitely
So white's kind of playing on both sides at the moment.
exactly. Jump in on this one, Peter.
Yeah,
How do you feel?
I think, well, we'll get to the composition, but I just want to show you how we got here because it's interesting that the path that Levon chose, starting specifically from here, is not at all what the computer suggests, and also it involves a plan which I think is very much, how do I equalize this? How do I make sure I'm in no particular trouble? Instead of which, like the engine says, why not play rook f8, protect the pawn on f7, we might want to play king h7, and also we might actually in some positions want to play f6. We do after all have two rooks against one, so
Right.
opening files should be very much what we're aiming to do. Obviously you have to watch out for white playing e5, e6 in response to f6, but
So
it should be-
bishop g5, for example.
Bishop g5, we might actually, we're not that unhappy about this.
Okay,
Because the king will go to h7 and it will be quite safe there. But we did open the e file for our rooks, for instance. But instead of that, Levon underwent this really kind of a strange maneuver, getting the rook to c6, where it does kind of nothing at all. And honestly, I think it's being done in preparation of returning the exchange on c5, a full exchange.
Right.
Getting us to a position where white will be a pawn up, but the opposite color bishops and the slightly disjointed structure for white will probably prevent white from having a massive advantage. So it's a somewhat kind of unfamiliar territory for me because Levon is generally an incredibly ambitious player,
Right.
and he generally treats unclear positions with material disbalance
Very
as,
ambitious.
as a chance to play for the maximum. But here, this whole idea of playing rook b8, b6, c6, to me, feels like I am very happy trying to equalize here and not really dreaming of anything else. I think he's kind of fine, but it's still a bit of a surprise when Levon specifically does things like this, because I think he generally plays differently. And this is the current position where, playing before b5, it still needs to be prepared, because once you do this, you've actually created a target black can play against. This is kind of ill-advised.
Okay.
But if you play something quiet, black doesn't really have very many moves. So
F6 is not something you're...
Now that you put your pieces where you put them, you're not really pushing to play f6 anywhere. But also for white, b5 is not really a threat. You can play a5 and lock it in completely, and then like if this rook was ever to actually do anything apart from sacrifice itself for this knight, black would need to move the bishop away, then move the queen away, and maybe swing it over to g6. But yeah, it feels to me that Levon is just going to play king g8.
Yes.
And then wait for an opportune moment to return the exchange and transfer over to those types of positions.
But you did mention a nice idea, Peter. So if I go king g8, and if you go, for example, a5, and bishop g4, now I'm ready for f6. Rook e2, f6.
Yeah,
rook e2.
if white is completely asleep, asleep on the
play
job, like if I make some really poor moves,
Right.
this might start happening. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, this is what rook e2 starts to be exciting.
I'm more predicting that both players will just shuffle pieces here.
Right.
Because
At least for a while,
Yeah.
because it's difficult to find a break. It's we can't really attack the pawn on a6. We don't particularly want to play b5 because honestly, it's not
Right.
really a passer that worries black very much. There's still a backstop on c7.
Right.
And it's a target. It really is a target once it appears there.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't think Levon is in any kind of trouble. I'm just surprised he went for such a conservative kind of defensive setup instead of more ambitious options.
Thank you, Peter. Yesterday, the 10th edition of the Grand Chess Tour was underway. They had an opening ceremony in Warsaw, and we have some video of that opening ceremony.
Let's take.
Hello, chess fans, and welcome to the Superbet Rapid and Blitz tournament here in Warsaw in POLIN Museum. It's time for the exciting opening ceremony, so let's go there and follow the action.
Welcome to the opening of the 2025 Grand Chess Tour season. It's hard to imagine 10 years of most amazing chess competitions that included all the best players in the world. And of course, my heartfelt thanks to Superbet Foundation. Thanks to their support and their vision, chess got a new life in Eastern Europe. Again, thank you very much, Superbet. Good luck for all players. And I envy chess fans that will be watching live this great event.
We had an amazing opening ceremony. We had drawing of lots, we had small concert, and also head and brain game between Alireza, Firouzja, and Jan-Krzysztof, Duda, and guests. And now it's time to go back to the games.
I'm used to when you're drawing for colors, you know, you get a tie or something that you could put in your suitcase. Did you see something that was not something you take home with you?
No.
Peter, you know, it's a trip down memory lane.
Absolutely. And knight g4, you see the screen is
no.
Unhappy about this. And there's a very specific reason why it's unhappy. And David Gavrilescu, who is it's his choice to play bishop e3 against the Scotch. So
right.
I'm a bit surprised he is not on top of this. The point this is bad is, shockingly, the bishop can just go all the way back. And now, not even f3, even though in some positions even f3 is good, f4 is
F5.
a massive threat.
Yes.
And black is just not doing particularly well in this position at all. You can try playing knight f6, but then after knight b5, you find yourself really struggling to protect it. This is another very, very important topic in all of these positions. The pawn c7 is very vulnerable. And if you play something like castles, you do get hit by f2, f4, and your choices become very, very strange. Like you can try playing f5, ef, knight takes f5, bishop takes g4, and now knight g3 check. It's a full piece sacrifice. It does lead to kind of a strange looking position where, you know, the king on h1 might look a bit iffy, but the bishop on c5 is currently blocked by the knight on d4. And yes, we have this whole bunch of pieces here which are completely undeveloped, but we can finally start bringing them into the game. And you have to prove you have something. It's a full piece. There's not even a pawn for it.
Right.
And this might actually be the best choice after castles f4, because I mean the other choices include like f5, h5, f5, queen h7, and
this is
I'd much rather try to give mate instead of doing this to myself, you know.
Right.
But none of this happened because instead of all this, Gavrilescu played bishop f4, allowing black to play queen takes e4. And now after bishop g3 and queen g6 back, yes, you can play knight b5, but well. Knight f5 is coming.
By the way, Peter, did black have to give up that c7 pawn?
Thank you.
I read your mind there.
I was tasered by bishop b6, you know.
Yeah, bishop b6, apparently you can play bishop takes d6.
Wow, talking about piece sacrifices.
Because it's a temporary one, because we do have knight takes c8 in the end. And the big important detail...
g4
yeah, the important detail here is that you cannot actually do this. You would like to, but you can't.
You can't.
So you end up having to return this knight on g4. Actually, it's still playable, the machine says. I don't know if anybody ever does this from both sides, to be honest. Like, if knight b5 and bishop b6 has already been played, I think.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and now actually it's David might have to.
Because he's done it. Bishop takes d6.
Yeah, because if you don't play bishop takes 6, you're kind of lost.
Down.
Yeah, you're kind of lost.
Knight f5, castles, you lose.
So well done for the young Romanian finding this, and it's a fun game to watch suddenly.
My
Now,
goodness.
on the screen, I think we're seeing
Duda's versus Levon Aronian. Who else would wear a shirt like that except Levon? I mean, whoa, Bishop takes it. Well, what does the Silicon Warrior think of Bishop takes C6?
I mean,
double exclam. I mean,
the agent says you can play c6 and you're fine, but I'm pretty sure, Veselin being Veselin,
of course.
I'm expecting him to try and make this work for black.
Right.
Because once again, we get here, and white does have this bunch of completely undeveloped pieces. So I is drawn a little bit to the move h5. My first instinct was, why can't we just play rook d8 and try to play on the fact that the pieces are slightly disjointed, but they aren't that discoordinated. And Queen e2, we don't really have any kind of an immediate follow-up. The knight wants to get to c4, bishop f3, rook a1, and we do have a king on f8.
And it's a pawn, too.
Yeah, so I think if you want to do that, you do want to follow it up with the move h5. Now, if knight takes e7, king takes e7, f2 is actually in a lot of trouble.
Sensitive.
So you take on b6, queen takes b6, and now both f2 and b2, which I suspect might be important, both of them are hanging, and we get some really sharp positions. The main line of the engine here is this move queen d4.
Wow.
Allowing black to take on b2, I'm assuming with the intention of playing knight d2. And black doesn't even take. Black plays queen c7.
Threatening mate.
Reminding white that there's also this kind of stuff going on, and actually intending to meet g3 with knight takes h2 and h4. I mean, Veselin, if he actually gets anywhere near here, he will go for it for sure. Knowing Veselin as a player, he will be so excited about this being his first round position.
It's just he did accept the sacrifice,
as you expected him to. See, and nobody plays c6. I mean, come on, that is crazy.
And now there's a choice. And I think once again, I think he plays h5 because I think he realizes rook takes e8, bishop takes g4 is not all that fun.
No.
So I think you just land on h5 by that very. He's gone knight f2. I mean, he's not going to blunder mate in one. He wants to play, I guess, rook takes e8, but there's bishop h5.
Oh, he may have missed that.
Or maybe he thinks this is not that bad, but it's not great. It's just not great move by move. Black is just sort of one tempo short of playing knight f5, knight g3 mate there.
Right.
That's an unexpected decision by Veselin, because bishop h5 is not really such a difficult move to see.
Sorry,
somewhat shockingly to me, even something like rook f3, the engine says white is better. That is completely
rook f3.
Yeah, machine says rook f3 with the idea of bishop d3 and then just develop. And once again, it says the king on f8 is on f8. So your rooks
bishop h5 was the only move to fight for advantage.
Well, but bishop h5 is a massive advantage.
But is it? If you don't mind.
Sure.
Bishop, take on f2, take on g6, take on g6, queen f3. I go back with my bishop. And
how far?
All the way.
All the way. Okay.
Keep the pieces protected.
Rook's coming to f1.
Yeah, rook f1, knight e4, even knight f1 if I want to be really, really safe.
So knight f5 and...
But there's still no real threat.
Bishop c7.
Yeah, like, I mean, the way the engines win these types of positions is a bit inhuman. But even if, let's say, if I play rook d1 here, and if you play bishop c7, I will, admit that I have to make some defensive moves.
But what if black fixes the king situation, goes to h7 here in this position? King g8, king h7, and then move the rook.
I was hoping to use the h-file and just...
Yeah, but it's just not that much fun.
Oh, knight's coming to g5. That's not fun.
It's just not that much fun.
No.
So bishop h5, big moment here. And
hasn't been played yet. I'm assuming, but he will be played now. Yeah.
Okay, and Veselin, I mean, he's sacrificing his queen. He's not going to...
Yeah, giving up f7 with check is just not an option.
Right.
Yeah, those positions just look ugly.
I think he missed it.
Okay, so queen e4, knight d2, I'm guessing, is queen e4, rook f7.
Yeah,
it's like I don't have
really
a good...
No.
Yeah,
I mean, queen e6 maybe, but even bishop takes f7.
That was what I was worried about, was bishop takes f7.
And then rook somewhere, and the bishop drops back to b3.
So we're definitely...
No, you have to play bishop f2.
Bishop takes f2, and, I've had so many of these games where the rook on the open, half-open h-file with knight f5 and knight g3. It's really a shame that this rook isn't...
Well, you can play rook d8. But I'm guessing I just go knight a3, and you're not gaining as much as you maybe would like to.
Well, and yeah, because you're also going to play rook d1.
Yeah, and I will, obviously I'm very much
happy to play
favor
that.
of trading stuff.
So a moment ago we went here, 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 and you went just rook to d1.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will once again say that by far the best move in this position is g4 instead of rook d1, which appears to be kind of winning on the spot. Mm-hmm. Or even on the previous move, maybe here as well, but yeah.
And we do have the queen sacrifice.
Yeah, I mean, there was no other choice.
Oops, sorry. Yeah, bishop takes f2.
HG already played.
HG.
Queen f3 is, I'm sure it's not the only move, but it is the move he will make. Because
exactly.
Like you just feel,
yeah,
this is where it belongs. Yeah.
Get closer to the king.
I think we should switch really quickly to Alireza's game because I see 2 question marks on his last move. So they followed the line Peter was showing us, and then Black here played c4 instead of, we looked at rook d8.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think I know what happened here, sort of.
Sorry to interrupt you, but let's just throw it over to our colleagues in Warsaw. Over to you, Maurice.
Thanks, Yasser. Well, watching these games, it's clear that players are out for blood, as Levon put it earlier, and it's good to see some exciting games afoot. One game in particular that's caught my attention is the one between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and the young Indian superstar Praggnanandhaa. This game, we saw that move, that sexy move, knight to d5, happen with White early on, and White seemed to have some energy, but Black defended very well, got a good position, and now it seems like his attitude is, you could play aggressively, well, I'm going to play aggressively as well. Is it going to work out? I don't really know, because you look at this position here. It seems quite fine for Black. He could play a solid developing move. I think a lot of people would play the move bishop to e6, for example, and think that, what's the problem? I'm just developing my pieces, putting it on a decent square, and continue the game. Instead, Pragg decided to jump ahead with the move f5, hyper-aggressive, going forward here. The engine is a little suspicious, and again, he could play the move bishop e6. Let me just be calm about it. He said, no, can't do. I still want to continue with this aggressive posture. MVL had no choice but to move the knight. And then, after the move knight to f5, White continued to develop while Black continued with this move, knight to h4. And what I'd like to show in just a couple of moves, giving up the dark square bishop, and as you move ahead, you take a look at this next move, rook to g7. You give up your fianchetto bishop to fianchetto your rook. He's putting it on the same line, maybe to attack the king, getting ready with this idea of maybe trading and maybe playing for g5, pushing the pawn, g5, g4. Again, hyper-aggressive play, but cool, calm on the part of the Frenchman. He played bishop to e2 here, being very solid and saying, I don't know about your rook on g7, you better prove something. A couple of trades and the d pawn comes under fire, and now this blockading move, again, the dark squares are extremely weak thanks to that earlier trade, and queen over and bishop to b6. Black is now still with a fairly solid position, you might say, but those dark squares are so weak. White has that pass pawn that is currently blockaded, but that attack, that aggressive posture that Praggnanandhaa had taken, was looking for, seems not to have quite worked out in his favor, as he's still looking for opportunities. The engine actually hates his position right now, given a certain lack of coordination and the pluses that White has. And it's going to remains to be seen whether or not he can prove that this kind of va-banque, let's go for it affair is going to work out. Well, we'll see. And back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Maurice. A sharp game going on there, but we think over in the game of Alireza that Alireza basically miscalculated. He played the move c5, c4, Peter.
Yeah,
Vladimir said, thank you for the donation.
Yeah, it's the best explanation I have.
Yes.
Is because you don't really blunder knight takes c4 here. It just came from there.
Right.
It's not like the idea that it can be on that square because of the pin on the pawn on d5 is a novel for Alireza.
Right.
I think he did think bishop c6 works because you put the bishop on a square where it's protected, now threatening d takes, and if let's say knight e5, you do have the skewer from bishop a4, but queen d3, which is not really such a difficult move, just solves all of these problems instantly.
Yeah. He actually chose knight to e3 in the game.
Yeah, knight e3 was played, which is stronger because it also puts a lot of pressure on the d5 pawn. And here as well, the absolute same tactic once again works, bishop b5. And after the very simple queen d2, the position kind of collapses.
Good pawn.
Yeah, it's a very healthy, very important pawn. You can play d5, d4, but then after queen takes d4, your rook on a8 is hanging, and you would maybe like to continue chasing the queen around, but I can just take.
Thank you.
Yeah, the chase ends there. He played rook a d8, but now, I mean, the move that really wins the game is the move a4, but it's also extremely natural. If you don't play a4, you're only just better, you're not winning.
Okay.
Because black has the idea of d5, d4, black has the idea of knight f6, e4. But once you play a4, you realize all of these things are just going to be completely defanged. Because the bishop has to go to some really awkward squares, and now I can reposition my queen on the central blocking square. I have now very, very strong thoughts of playing b4 and b5 and just completely steamrolling the black position. Bishop g5 is a massive threat.
Right.
And
The engine says plus 2.5. Yeah, it's 1 pawn down, but plus 2.5.
a4 on the board, Peter.
Can Alireza play bishop c4? Because after bishop c6, it looks too depressing.
Yeah,
in that
but
position.
this also doesn't really look like it's
Two bishops.
any kind of fun.
Because black can never get d4 in. If he can manage that, then he would have compensation.
Yeah, if you gave black a couple of moves here to get some jumps in, maybe, but no, it's just bad. It's just bad.
a4 on the board. Another thing that I see on your monitor, Peter, 10 minutes versus 2. Alireza getting off to a very, very bad start in this
That's
round
a
one.
very strange blunder from a player who is as tactically aware as Alireza always is.
And again, just as you were saying it, Peter, the knight was on c4 a moment ago. I mean, thanks to the pin on this long diagonal. So when you see the move knight e3, you are aware that the move c4 shouldn't.
I mean, maybe he didn't like rook a d8, bishop g5, but no matter how much you dislike that position, it's still going to be better than the one he got. So
Exactly.
I'm not sure what happened there.
Yeah, that looks like a real key blunder. Nasi, where would you like to take us?
I just want to update in the game against Topalov. This young player, David Gavrilescu, he played the top engine move, very non-human move, g4. He is playing for a win. He's not afraid of the weaknesses on the king side.
Right. Boy, I seriously, I would have, that would have taken me some heartache to play a move like g4, because I would be convincing myself I'm winning this game without g4.
Exactly. Yeah.
I could be losing the game with g4.
But kicking the knight away from a5 while also giving your king on h1 some squares. Actually, you can arrive at this decision by purely human reasoning, I think.
Okay, so
bishop c7 just loses to g takes f5. Unfortunately, hasn't been played.
Yeah, bishop c7.
It has been played. Yeah, g5 wins, but that might actually be a bit challenging. g5, rook h2, king g1, rook takes g2, fg6, bishop b6 check, king h1, and the checks run out.
So bishop g6, king h1, and again, this is one of those. Even if I had calculated this far, this is where I scare myself, and I say to myself, look, Yasser, he's going to play rook f2 and rook h8 checkmate. Yeah. Why did I play g4?
He hasn't actually played that. He played in a much more... Now, finally, we see very human decisions. GF winning the fastest, but knight f1 is what you actually do. Yes. Because you don't want the rook roaming
on the second. Yes.
Yeah, knight d6, rook e1, and this is still very, very comfortable for white, because now without the knight on f5, you really don't look like you're attacking anything here with black. I can spend a couple of tempi here to play king g2 and h3 to beautify my, to garden a little bit on the king side, to make it look a bit more safe. And then the knight from f1 will start going to e3, d5, and those types of squares, and it's bad.
Well, the real problem is the knight on d6 has no life. Put the knight on e5, put the knight on f4, put a pawn on g5, put a knight on f4. Presuming that you don't lose b7. Looks bad for our former world champion.
Should we go to MVL's game against Prague?
Yes.
Things are heating up in that game as well.
That was the one that Maurice was really identifying as problem. Peter, jump in on
Maurice
this.
left it on a very important moment, because
Yes.
I'm pretty sure he saw exactly the same line I'm seeing on my screen here, which is the engine suggests the strongest way to approach this position is just to give this exchange and then play either queen c1 or queen c2, it doesn't really matter which, and then just go in.
Munch.
Yeah, because once you start making progress on the queen side and in the center, all dreams of attacking on the king side completely disappear and the position starts kind of falling apart. But bishop c5, which is the choice MVL preferred, is also very natural, just getting it over to d6 and attacking the pawn d5 that way. Black played d5, d4, Pragg feeling that he can't really hold this position carefully, he needs to start generating some actual counterplay, and then bishop takes h3. This isn't good, but the reason it isn't good is not what MVL has just played. The top engine move was bishop takes e6, b takes e6, and queen f3, which might be a difficult decision to make because you kind of like having the bishop on f3 protecting your entire king side. And I think another very strong move here was the move bishop d6 a3, which is also something you just don't consider. The point being, I want to play e5 e6.
So he goes back with his bishop?
Yeah, if you go back to e6, now we can take on c6 twice. And once again, you cannot allow rook c8 check because this is basically mate.
That's mate.
That is basically mate.
I was going to play bishop to d5.
Yeah, like you would very much like to do this, but you kind of get mated here.
Right. Or
it's a very picturesque final diagram.
Right.
But the thing is, you need to just... The problem with assessing bishop a3 is considering bishop a3. Yeah. If the move occurs to you, you probably make it because you realize more or less instantaneously that it just kind of crashes through in the center.
Right.
But your mind probably doesn't consider it as an option. And MVL played rook takes e6, and now, after b takes e6, I assume bishop takes e6, and just dropping the bishop back, bishop d7, rook d7, let's say queen takes d4, and we can just start playing h5, h4, h3. This is the best position Pragg has had in quite some time, actually. He is a pawn down, but he kind of, as is often the case, and I keep on giving this speech whenever I have the opportunity, the moment you get rid of some of the dead wood in your position, it kind of breathes easier, right?
Right.
We no longer have this really stupid rook on g7, which wasn't really doing very much. It's on a good square. We don't have to worry about protecting the d-pawn. It's no longer there.
Right.
We actually managed to trade the bishop pair away. And we have a very clear-cut source of counterplay here on the king side.
Now White actually has to worry about all the f3 and h3
In practical terms, I don't think which side I pick,
Right. Nice.
Big turnaround
thank you for
there.
Definitely.
Should we go back to our key matchup? Because
sure.
Alireza is really down on the clock. He has his last 1 minute.
And it was that very nice move that really defined everything for White. A2, A4, an extra pawn up, but now just saying to Alireza, where are you going to put your bishop? Your whole idea had been to put pressure against E2. After bishop D, well, that's just two bishops, extra pawn.
And Fedoseev's now offering a queen trade because extra pawn, two bishops, comfortable endgame.
Yeah, queen d3 maybe wasn't the cleanest, but it's not bad at all. Yeah, what he's doing is
not bad.
Very efficient. Yeah.
Queen d4, just I want to trade queens. I'm very hopeful that you will take my queen, and I would recapture with the rook. He played queen d3.
Queen d3, queen b4, queen b5 is also perfectly perfect because this actually does force the queen trade. Nobody plays queen e7, which is the only way to avoid the queen trade. And once the queens come off, it's only really a question of how long it will take you to convert this.
Exactly.
You're a pawn up with bishop with the bishop pair against the bishop and knight, and a very weak pawn on d5, and no real source of counterplay now or ever, really.
Right. Queen takes, bishop takes, just maybe ganging up against...
Just play rook ac1 or rook d3, rook a1. I don't really know which one I like best. Yeah.
Ganging up against this guy. This looks very good.
Start it will be for Fedoseev if he converts this, defeating defending champion and the top seed in the tournament. That would be an amazing start for him.
For sure. My pick, let's just jump into the game of Duda versus Levon. When we left it, Peter intimated quite some time ago that Levon had put his rook on c6 almost with a singular purpose, which is to give back the exchange when you felt it was obliged, which in fact occurred. Bishops of opposite color, and Levon is saying, I've got a very solid position. Peter?
Yeah, it was going quite calmly, but there was a moment specifically here, just a move ago, where there was the option of playing bishop f6. which does not in fact win, but it would have changed the course of the game very, very significantly. I think he maybe thought that after Bishop G4 it doesn't do anything, but now you might actually be in trouble.
Whoa.
Because we are kind of coming in. It still barely hangs on after King H7, which is strictly the only move not to resign.
Wow.
But it gets very dangerous. What you have to do is to actually kind of grin and bear it, go for this, Queen E2, let's say King F8, and well, not King G7.
Here
King
I would
F8
be afraid.
and run. But it looks very scary for black.
Definitely.
So this is a bit of a miss for Jan-Krzysztof, and also there was no need to allow it. You could play Bishop G4, you could play other moves here, which would have been less inviting for this idea. But Rook G3 is just not where it's like. I don't think we should ever depart from the F file. The engine says Bishop G4 is okay, and also Bishop F5. Just trying to get to, like, Bishop F6, Bishop G6 is no longer a problem, and also E4 is just such a beautiful square. So Rook G3 isn't great. Bishop G4 chosen by Levon.
Very, very understandable. You're just blocking the rook.
Yeah, and interestingly, the engine starts suggesting it's maybe time to shed some material. E6 is one of the top choices of the engine in this.
We have C4 on the board, and a couple of trades happened.
Yeah, I was... Takes...
And Queen B5 played very quickly. I would have been...
Maybe Rook B2?
Curious about Rook B2 or Rook B5 maybe, but we're very clear that Levon doesn't want to allow D4, D5 for nothing, so he's gone with a more conservative option here. Levon is still completely fine, I think, but...
Is he, if you don't mind? Queen takes B5. Bishop to D8?
I think we're okay playing C6. I don't think we care. I mean, I just want to put this on E6. The moment my...
Yeah. I was trying to get in D5, of course, yes.
Yeah, but you're not actually...
that was the problem.
You're not actually queening any of these guys. It's very well controlled by this bishop on G4.
Wow. Okay, Queen B5. And let's just switch over to the game between MBL and Prague, because that game has been going back and forth for quite some time.
I don't know what happened, but I can see the evaluation. Okay, so Prague said, I don't actually need to return the exchange immediately. He played Rook D8. Now Bishop D5 check was strong, but MVL started with Queen D3. And the difference, of course, is Prague immediately occupies this very important square for the bishop. Queen takes A6, H5. The position now is incredibly sharp and maybe even good for black. Queen D3 isn't great. H5, H4 would have been the best move in this position, but Prague instead plays Rook C8, which is not the best, but Queen E4 is once again a mistake, among other reasons because of the move of 3, which is Prague's choice. The point being that if you take Rook F7, you actually lose control over your
bishop.
Or you can do this, pinning yourself completely, and then your position starts collapsing after Rook G4.
That looks grim.
So D3 is coming?
Yeah, this is a massive, massive turnaround considering where we were, let's say, 10 moves ago, or even 5 moves ago, honestly.
Yeah, that Rook on G7 that had not threatened anybody. No. Suddenly, after the move F3, Queen F3, Rook F7 on the board.
I think he played
D5.
Yeah, he played Bishop D5 here, which is a very cute, very MVL type solution.
2 bishops for the queen?
Yeah, well, considering how ugly the other option was, I sort of understand why. But the problem for him is, in this position with Queen D2, Rook C1 coming, and the D-pawn just running really, really quickly, I think it's going to be well-nigh impossible to save. I don't really expect this to hold. Obviously, if you give white time to play E6, E7, you will be quite happy, but it's just not going to happen.
Okay, Bishop A6, if you don't mind, just D3, E6.
I mean, the simplest I think, is just to go Rook C1.
That's simple.
And then,
very
eventually something better will happen.
Yeah.
Like if you take, you play King H2, I can play something like Queen E1. You're never playing E6. Like
it was a dream.
Yeah, it's just not happening.
Yeah. We do have Rook F3 on the board. We're expecting Bishop E6.
All the players are now in time trouble, so we're seeing a lot of
maybe we can stick with this one because Prague has a minute and...
Bishop takes
I played
E6.
King H7. There's no real reason not to play King G7, to be honest, to be slightly closer to the E pawn. I think they are both
equally good,
equally winning.
And yet, I would go King H7 just to avoid the dark squared bishop, just on the terrible off chance that E6 gets. I mean...
And rook c3 is a very natural move here as well.
Exactly.
Because, yeah.
Rook c3, rook c1.
The one valid source of counterplay here for white is to push the e-pawn, and getting rid of that rook by just trading it off the board is...
Definitely.
Very good.
When I had material,
Trade.
I mean, it's been working for 1,000 years. Rook c3 on the board. Clock time's a factor in this one?
Definitely Prague's down to 1 minute.
Yeah.
MVL does have more than 3 minutes.
Right. I like bishop a6 because I was looking mainly at d3, e6 lines with, I was thinking I was going to put my rook on
You wouldn't trade right away with rook c1 here?
Yeah, but that was the problem, was that
D3
actually
was
that Peter said, I'm not playing d3, I'm playing rook c1, so that in case of a trade in king h2, he played a really good move. That just took,
Queen e1 is good, yeah.
Yeah, it took all of the wind out of my sails. I mean, not only do you stop e6, but you're hitting f2, just d3.
Rook c1 is maybe not even the fastest. I think queen d2, in terms of objectively winning as quickly as possible, might be stronger. But I think everybody plays rook c1, as we can see on a screen here.
Exactly. Well, I have to say, very impressive the last, let's say, half dozen moves by Prague. Given a chance to seize the initiative, he's made a lot of quality moves.
And by the way,
quickly.
The defending champ is still struggling. We're not switching. Let's stay with this because I have a feeling it's ending. But Alireza, while still, of course, being in trouble, is currently, I think it's the best position he's had in quite some time.
I see.
Yeah, he's fighting back a little bit. I will also update you that in Topalov's game, looks like Gavrilescu's put in the final touches.
Yeah, that seems winning. Has seemed winning for a while, but continues seeming completely winning, yeah.
And by the way, rook f1.
Rook f1 chosen by MVL. We can take and play queen c1 and then d3, d2. That's one way of doing things. And if e6, e7, I have a feeling with the bishop completely tied on the back rank, we can actually just play king g7, e7, king f7.
Just to make sure.
Yeah. I think there's plenty of leeway there. This is the one line where we would have preferred to have the king on g7 already, but yeah, it doesn't really matter.
I have a question here. If black didn't have the pawn on d4, would it still be easy to win?
No.
If
then the two bishops. Yeah, no, then the two
in particular, if you give white time to play g3, king g2.
Exactly.
Might actually be a draw.
Yeah.
So what Peter was saying is that after the move e6, king
g8 maybe to avoid bishop b5 check. Yeah, because
yes.
Our d-pawn is important. We don't want to be blunt with the d-pawn.
Yeah, king to g8, and now because this bishop is terribly pinned, you're never getting a chance to play bishop c4 and or bishop b5 check. So
and also, if we can show a long line, if in this position white goes f3, we go g3, king f2. We can actually go d2 because after bishop c4 check we have queen takes c4.
Nice.
Yeah.
And then we get a new one.
And by the way, bishop c can't go bishop b5. There is a threat of checkmate in one as well.
No, it's relevant.
Yeah.
It might be the only thing that wins, but it wins very comfortably.
Exactly. And he has played king g8, by the way, on the board. When we left it, I thought that MVL was down like 2 minutes on this clock.
Oh, no, now MVL has 2 minutes against 30 seconds.
Sorry, 30 seconds. Ooh.
But play is very straightforward for Prague now.
Easy to make moves when you have an extra queen on the board.
Exactly. Easy. Sorry, I do expect that Prague is going to win this game, but I would like to see what's going on in the Topalov because I think he's running down to just seconds on his clock now.
This actually is kind of an improvement. It's still bad, but I don't like knight c4.
Knight
I really
c4
don't like
by
knight c4.
Black is kind of a fortress now with the rook and the pawn structure. How does white win? Because he can create a pass pawn on the queen side, but that might not be enough. Because at the right moment, black can sacrifice the bishop.
Right.
Well, the structure on the king side is not ideal for that.
Yeah, you would want.
It's still probably objectively lost, and also Veselin is playing on increment.
Yeah.
So you do make mistakes eventually, but yeah.
So you would want your rook on e5, your pawn on f6.
Yeah, actually, if you go for this setup. This is very solid, right? We play f6 and then although if you play f6, you have to start worrying about losing the
queen
g6.
G8
some queen g8 somewhere.
Okay, but clock times, if you don't mind.
Both
Nancy?
under 40 seconds.
40 seconds. Okay, king. Ooh, king back.
And I do like also in our king matchup how Fedoseev's playing this endgame with the extra pawn, because Alireza's been setting up good resistance.
Yes.
But
Yeah, looks like he might steal the end. There we have it.
MVL resigned. Prague.
first
wins.
result, Prague wins, defeats MVL with the black pieces.
Welcome to the Grand Chess Tour, Prague.
I think they will play for a while because Topalov has a fortress.
Where would you like
let's
to
go.
So you can play A5
Firouzja's
now,
game.
actually. And I think A5 is, yeah, there we have it. And Veselin will have to give up this bishop. You can't really allow it to get to A6 because you might not get this option of giving the bishop
Firouzja has
back.
7 seconds, so maybe we should jump there.
Okay, I'm going to go to the game between Vladimir and Alireza. Okay, so, well,
Well, it becomes
Hold
quite
on.
tactical because you do have to give up on F2, but you win the A7 pawn. And as is well known, such passers on the
Ace.
A and H files are very, very strong with the support of the bishop. So King C3,
we're expecting
Rook
King
F2 and
C3.
Rook A8 or Rook C7. I don't know if there's a difference.
Well, one's a tempo.
Yeah.
95.
Okay.
He will play it because everything else looks less attractive. Yeah, 95. And after 95, you can even play Bishop D5. You can still wait for a tempo.
And
then
we do
takes
have
on
Rook
take on
F2.
A7.
We are expecting Rook C7,
Yeah,
95. Oh, pardon me, we do have a result also in the game between Duda and Levon.
There's an
Was that a draw?
expected draw. Yes.
Wait,
Yeah.
wait.
And by the way,
was it a
very,
draw?
very quickly, Bishop to D5. And the clock times, if you don't mind?
15 seconds for Alireza.
15 seconds.
1 minute for Fedoseev.
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
So
whoa,
can you
whoa.
Yeah,
Rook
and
E6.
actually now you can tell why the engine was going Rook 8 instead of Rook C7. A6 exists here, Rook A7, Rook
And I
F6.
can defend it a little bit with Rook F6,
Yeah,
right?
I don't know if he likes this. He has played A6 actually. Yeah, A6, Rook E7.
Rook E7 got a question mark,
Yeah.
but it does look
Rook
like a good
F5,
move.
Rook F5 strictly the only move, but the engine might hold it from there, judging by the variations on my
And he's
screen.
going
He is
for it.
reaching for it. Yeah.
Rook
No, this
F5.
is,
I think his rook's going to go to H5.
Yes,
yeah.
exactly.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
While still preserving the. I mean,
What a defense.
Incredible.
yeah. Everybody goes Rook C7. Nobody goes Rook A8. But Rook 8 was much cleaner.
It's to just stop this
Yeah, just to
potential
make sure you
defense.
pick up that pawn on A7 as quickly as possible. Yeah, E4, Rook H5.
E4, you're just forcing him to put his rook on the H5 square, which
And
is
by
where
the
you
way,
like to
it
go.
seems like by playing E4 you make your position sturdier.
Rook G5.
Rook
That's strange.
G5.
Yeah. That is very strange.
Okay, he's probably wanting to have rook to G6 as a
Yeah,
defense.
but now King D4, King C5, King B6 is very strong.
King D4,
D4, Knight F3, just giving up the H2
Yeah,
pawn.
hasn't played it.
rook.
Simple.
I'm sure he played rook G5 in order to play rook to G6 in this position.
But now King D4, and you can't move the knight
Yeah, Rook
anymore.
G6. Whoa,
He's
Bishop,
done it.
Bishop B7.
Rook G6, Bishop B7.
We can't
Hard
guess
to-
any moves anymore.
No,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah,
Our ability of guessing is
yeah.
gone.
Vladimir has gone for a very brute force approach of just like getting the A6 pawn off the board and then going from there, which is hard to criticize. And now King B4, I guess.
Yeah, I think the not going Rook H5 was the strange
Yeah, that was
decision.
very, very strange.
decision.
Yeah, and I had this whole speech prepared about having provoked E3, E4. Our counterplay potentially with H5, H4, G takes H4, G3 has become much stronger
Because
the
the
bishop on
e-pawn.
D5 no longer controls any of those squares. But it doesn't
Nice.
seem like it's going to be relevant because White is just so much faster. Rook D2, I guess we go.
Okay, we're threatening rook B2 check. Hello.
Yeah, Rook B6, I guess.
Bishop
yeah.
D5.
Bishop D5.
Bishop D5 is good, yeah.
And
Bishop
he's done
D5,
it.
yeah, we snap on H2 and we go Rook D6 maybe?
Not Rook A7.
Or Rook A7. I just want to get rid of, so get out of the way of my passer.
Exactly. Well, especially with A2 square protected
Mm-hmm.
by the bishop, you just want A6, A7, and rook D6 makes sense. Rook B6 makes sense.
Yeah.
No, clock has changed now. Alireza has more time.
Oh my goodness.
Not by much though. It's a matter of seconds. Yeah, Rook D6 played. Both of them are playing more or less.
Is
on
H5,
increment.
H4 as you suggest? I like this move. Just to make sure that we do get a chance to play rook to A1.
So A6.
Yeah,
done it.
a6,
Rook
and there is
A1.
a very strong plan of bishop b3, a4, which he finds immediately, which is quite.
But computer doesn't like it. After bishop e3, it says it's equal now after h5.
Then that counterplay I was talking about is
Yes.
suddenly back on the menu. What was stronger?
Bishop b7.
Bishop b7?
Yeah.
What
With
does
the
that
inter-
threaten?
Rook d5, a5, maybe.
Rook d5, rook
And that's
a5.
faster.
Maybe that was faster, yeah.
Wow. Okay, bishop b7 looks like a wasted move, but wow.
Yeah, h5 is fine, and weirdly, even f6 might not be losing.
h5's on the board.
h5 on the board.
Yeah, no, you
He's
have to-
invited bishop a4.
Before rook b1 check, and then we start giving checks, yeah?
Playing this position with 20 seconds when you don't know if you're lost or if it's equal.
It's hard.
Yeah, rook
b1 check. What else?
So he wants to go back to b8. That's the idea.
Well,
Yeah.
for the first,
Knight-
he's just
yes.
asking you where do you
Play
want.
king a5, yes.
I can't
come
go
on.
to
Yeah.
mate in one.
Play king a5.
Yeah, king a5, knight c4 would be.
I think it's the one golden rule of chess commentary I learned over the years. If there is a line which ends with mate, we have to show it.
Show it.
Show it on the board, yeah.
The golden rules.
You can show it, yes, sir.
Okay,
For
here
our
we go.
viewers,
I
king
wasn't
A5.
kidding. No, Yasser is,
King
Yasser is
a5,
refusing to
knight c4.
oblige. Yeah.
King to c5.
H5 holds here. Sorry,
And
H5, H4, yeah. Because
h4 holds.
Wait, A7?
A7, H takes, A8, G2 is maybe
No.
winning for black.
No one's going to play that.
He hasn't, yeah, he's played rook B8, which is...
Okay, he's invited
losing again.
a7.
And now he's losing again.
Why
Oh,
didn't
this
he
is
play?
so harsh. This is so hard because this is the most natural thing in the world. But H4 was making a draw on the spot,
Amazing.
and this really isn't. Rook
King f6, a7, I am assuming.
Yeah, A7 and King B6 now.
Yeah, a7, rook moves away, king goes to b6,
He hasn't played it though.
bishop
C6.
c6.
He has a
H4
chance
is
to
a draw
play
again.
H4 again.
H4 is a draw again. Rook C8 is also a draw, by the
Wow.
way.
What?
Bishop C6 just doesn't feel right. Yeah, he's
Rook
played,
c8,
He's played Rook C8.
pinning and rook takes,
So rook d6
No, Rook
check.
E5 you might lose because
Yes.
G-pawn will
Oh.
queen. Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, Rook D6,
He has
King,
to play
King E7. I think King G5 was the...
A7?
Yeah, A7. King G5 was much stronger. Yeah, King G5 was a draw, and this is now lost for black again after A7. This is so difficult to play.
With no time on the clock. He's
Yeah.
reaching for his h-pawn. He wants to
Yeah.
play h4.
But now it's not as good with king on
Yeah,
d7.
which is the best option, but it's no longer fast enough after A8.
So 1 second, he made a move.
He made a move with 1 second.
And
of-
Gavrilescu did beat Topalov, as we can see on our screen. We'll get to that in a moment.
Congratulations.
yeah.
That it looked like Veselin might have been able to make a fortress. h4 on the board.
The queen on the board. And yeah, the Fedoseev's up a full rook.
Okay, but the rook is coming back.
Yeah,
this
HTG Rook
is-
D2, and unfortunately for you, the knight is just like Rook G2 is so fast.
So that's why our king should
Yeah,
be on
it should have
g5.
been on G5 already, and now he has to spend 3 tempi getting it there. Yeah.
Rook to g2.
King G5. Even that, in practical terms, you're not certain you're winning there with.
Not at all, no.
I think maybe the point is Rook G2, King G5, Rook takes G3, King F4. I can play King D4. I think this might be important.
It's hard to imagine white not winning in many different ways here.
A
That's
rook, it's a rook, but
That's really sad.
Vladimir
because Alireza was
is
so
actually
close to
yeah.
saving this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, that fateful move, King E7 instead of King G5.
And even instead of rook c8, if you just push the h4 first,
Yes.
would have been easier. for him.
Rook G2 on the board. Here comes King G5.
Yeah, you have to play King G4.
Rook takes G3.
Yeah.
King
you
F4.
Take, I assume you go King F4. Yeah, I think King D4 wins here.
What?
Would the rook move not win? Rook g1?
King D4 wins?
I thought so. I didn't check. This is me. I'm trying to do it. Nope.
No, there's knight F3 check, right?
I thought I win there after takes E5, but apparently not. But King D5 is winning. The idea was correct. It's just that
The right square.
Yeah.
Okay, he's played bishop.
Rook G1, G3, and now the only move that wins is King D6. Yeah,
But
Bishop
knight-
D5 throws it away. Yeah.
But what about
It's a draw now again.
knight
Knight
F3?
yeah.
What?
No, this is what I was talking about. This is not a
not-
simple
no.
rook up position. No, this is just a draw now. Yeah.
Knight F3.
An incredible endgame, wow.
Oh dear.
Both of these players
Rook G2, Knight H4, and you can't actually keep the rook. It's just a draw.
playing great chess,
Wow.
but when you have 10 seconds on the clock in this position,
Yep.
And it is a genuinely difficult ending.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, who would have thought with an extra rook, you still have to fight to
Exactly.
win this?
So yeah, rook takes g3, king g3. You'll always get to play bishop f7, knight e.
That is insane, right? The pawn on the second rank is stronger than the rook, but it's not on the second rank. It hasn't reached there yet.
No.
Crazy.
It's, wow, incredible. It's because the bishop's cut off. The pawn.
Yes.
Yeah. If he
My
I think
long prepared speech actually comes in handy here. Yeah. Without the e-pawn, I think this position would have been much easier to win.
Oh, easy, easy. The bishop is so powerful.
So earlier when he played e4, which was a mistake,
Yes.
he's paying the price for it now still.
Yes.
That's a steep price. Rook.
C1, but now just G3,
G2.
G2, and
Yes.
Should be an easy draw now, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Do we lose the f pawn or no? We don't even lose the f pawn. But even
Well,
if we
sort
did,
of.
E5, queen, E5, and
we have another
this
draw.
game
Yeah.
was a draw.
Deac actually came. He was pushing a little bit, but it never really left the drawing margins. Yeah, and after takes king d6, you can actually go knight f3, which helps.
D6.
Yeah, because the pawn ending is a draw. King e7, king
yeah.
e4.
Needs to be calculated, but yeah, he has enough time to see that. And we're gonna see a handshake very quickly.
And there we
Not
go.
happy.
And
Not
there we
happy.
go.
No, he is not.
Wow, a big save. That was a terrible position for Alireza. He's a
Yeah.
pawn down, two bishops, weak pawns. Terrible. And we're going to
Great save.
toss it to our colleagues in Warsaw as round one comes to an end. Over to you, Maurice.
Well, that was indeed a thrilling game. Difficult ending, to be sure. Back and forth. The reigning champ shows why he is such a slippery figure to beat, especially at these time controls. And we saw exciting games as well. We saw Praggnanandhaa take down MVL. One thing to note, however, is happening in the playing hall is Deac is actually sick, or something's going on, because he was coughing quite a bit during the games. Apparently loud enough that people from outside could hear the cough. Players were a bit concerned. I heard that they've ordered some medication for him to settle that cough. Aronian has even asked to have ordered earplugs so that he doesn't have to listen to it. So this is a potential storyline we will keep following, as crazy things already happening in round one. Back to you.
Maurice. Wow, a thrilling round. As we get our bearings, we're going to just take a quick break. And before we go on break, we always get to check in with our friends at Q Boutique and see what's going on. Well, embrace the thrill of the changing seasons with the St. Louis Chess Club puffy vest, emblazoned with the iconic logo over the left breast pocket, made of, get it, 100% polyester, and available for both men and women. Everything's available at qboutiquestl.com for all your shopping needs. And we've got a new little twist, Stump the Commentators.
have a
Question
look.
for ourselves.
The question is, who has had the most stalemates in the Grand Chess Tour? The options are Wesley So, MVL, or Anish Giri. We will think about this during the break, and the audience can also take some
We
time.
should probably immediately answer, so that after when the solution is announced.
I'll go with the longevity. I mean, come on. I mean, Wesley's played so many games over the Grand Chess Tour. How could it not be stalemates?
I think they're trying to bait us into saying it's Giri.
Anish Giri.
I'm going to take MVL just on this, But
As we go to break, Anastasiya caught up with former world champion Veselin Topalov, so take a listen.
Veselin, first of all, I'm very happy to see you back to Grand Chess Tour. It's been a while, yes. And how do you feel? And how do you feel about the fact that you're returning this year to Warsaw?
It's very nice memories. First of all, Poland for me is a bit special because when I was a kid, I was 10, and that was the first country I visited in 1985. And then I've always played well here. Last time I played in the European Team Championship. It was quite a while ago, but we did well. And then, of course, the Grand Chess Tour, you know, it's already 10 years. And I played the first edition, and memories are really great because I was close not to win it, maybe, to be maybe the top 3. But finally, my last result in London was a complete disaster. But in overall, very good memories.
Yeah, but before this tournament, I checked your Instagram account and you published the list of players, but also asked people to wish you luck. So, and you said you really need it.
Yeah, because, well, obviously, I believe most of the guys prepare, but I just went for Easter holidays with my family for a week. And honestly, it didn't look, just briefly looked at some games, my preparation is close to zero.
At the same time, do you feel support of your fans every time you try to play chess and decide to come back?
No, I do feel it, but it's not enough simply.
I know what you mean, but still, I mean, maybe how much are you involved in the chess world? How much do you follow the games? And do you play some, games with your friends from time to time?
Well, online I don't. Well, some specific events, honestly. But then, if the invitation is good, I accept. And recently, for example, I accepted to try to improve the Italian team, but it will not be. I'm only one of the coaches, and from time to time I do have some simultaneous exhibitions. And I do follow, but honestly, for example, there are so many events now that I kind of concentrate only on the normal ones. And for example, freestyle, I only follow the results, but not the games.
Yeah, and speaking about the chess world, I mean, I'm really curious to know what you think about the current situation that we have a new world champion since the last year, and like in general, what do you think? Like, because we didn't hear from you for a long time.
Well, I think that the progress is coming from private companies like Chess.com, from the Grand Chess Tour, and FIDE is not doing enough. I mean, they've completely lost whole continents, and they missed the digital revolution. And for example, all the changes with freestyle, it will be one more modality, one more kind of chess like rapid or blitz or blindfold, no? So in my opinion, the more events there are, the better it is. So it is good that there's some kind of alternative thing to FIDE, because I remember in the 90s when Kasparov started PCA and then it transformed to another organization. The very fact there is some kind of a competition, it's very good for players, whatever they say that it's a chaos. But the more events there are, the better it is. So for me, it's a very good idea.
Yeah, and coming back to Superbet Rapid and Blitz, I'm sure you saw the field, the players, and what do you think about young generation, and against whom are you looking forward to play in this event?
It's nice because some of the guys I've never played in my life. You know, for Duda, never in my life. And it's also funny that tomorrow I'm the oldest one, and I'm playing the youngest one tomorrow. So it's a coincidence, and but also. I think it is not only Duda, Fedoseev, I think I've never played maybe. So, and obviously Gavrilescu tomorrow. And so it's good for me to play new faces. I mean, I remember the top events in the 90s, or they're almost the same guys from one place to another. So now it's nice that maybe the openings may be the same, but the face is different, so it makes... It feels different.
So you're looking forward to play against youngsters and those you haven't played before. What about Indian players, Indian school? I mean, so many bright talents these days.
Oh yeah, no, there's so many. But yeah, India is grown so quickly that obviously now that we have to admit that the important continent for chess is Asia. So it's not only India, it's Uzbekistan, it's now Russia also, they changed, China. So the strong continent now, the strong competition in continental championship is Asia, but India is obviously something, the incredible boom going on. And that saves, I think, the popularity of chess overall. Because, as I said, South America, I think, is going down. Europe, it depends on the countries, but mostly going down, I think. And for example, in Russia, I think they just use it for propaganda, so.
And I mean, speaking also about like your plans, because now you reached like an interesting destination. You had your birthday 1 month ago, like late Congress. And so, what do you think about your future and like how do you plan to spend next 10 years of your life?
No, 50. It's not that much, you know. Actually, it's that I believe that it's one of the reasons I got invited, because they just needed someone on this age difference over 50, like so. No, I prefer to play or to do some quick events, like maximum a week. But obviously, I'm refusing to fight for all these world championship cycles. So for me, the perfect events are the ones like Superbet Poland.
I think it's the right time to finish this interview. I wish you all the best of luck in this tournament, yes, and see you here in the studio many times. Thank you.
Thanks.
Welcome back, everyone. We just finished round 1, and while players are getting ready for round 2, we have an answer to our question.
Were we right with Wesley as being the most experienced player to make stalemates? Or was it MVL or Anish? Anish is the bait. I went with Wesley.
I was thinking Anish.
Okay. I took MVL, yeah.
We were all three of
Drum roll.
Drum roll.
MVL, next year.
You see, you have to know how these are structured.
Tell us about the standings.
That was unexpected.
I was surprised.
Well, 2 players who won in round 1 are Pragg and Gavrilescu, so they are standing now with 2 points. There are a lot of draws: Firouzja, Aronian, Duda, Deac, Aravindh, and Fedoseev with 50%, and MVL Topalov at the bottom of the list for now.
Exactly. Tell us about the pairings coming up for round 2.
Let's have a look. We have Topalov playing Duda, Levon against MVL, Firouzja playing Deac, Fedoseev against Gavrilescu, and Pragg playing Aravindh.
And for me, Alireza making a draw, that just feels like a huge victory for Alireza. That was, wow. He must be feeling very good about his chances going into this round 2.
Although he will be aware that he hasn't played the middle part of the game particularly well.
What was surprising was how it was a hot potato even at the end. There was wins and draws and wins and draws. And
but that was a very tricky endgame to play on increment.
Yeah, on increment. So we get ready here for round 2. What stood out for you?
Feels like you just won when you save a game like that.
I know. it feels like a victory.
I think that was a big standout, and also Gavrilescu defeating Topalov.
Yes.
It's a great start for him.
Yes.
That was a opening. Game, yeah, that was a strange game because
some real failures going there.
To begin with, they spent 10 minutes each to get to a theoretical position by move 12,
right.
And then Veselin had a decent position, and then made a very strange miscalculation because the refutation really is
Bishop
like you capture something that needs to be captured, then you attack the queen, and you win that queen.
Right.
So hard to see what he could have not really understood in there, since he did have other options which were significantly better than what he has done.
Exactly. As we get ready here again for round 2, we understood that at the board, Duda was having a real coughing fit, so much so that it did impact the players. Is there a doctor in the house, as they say, to deal with this? And
yeah, we'll hear more about that. I'm
even
sure
Maurice complained that he was having a cough as well. So. Okay, something to keep our eye on. Round 2 coming up. 3 rapid chess games today, 3 tomorrow, and 3 on
There's
Sunday.
a chance we'll have someone with the perfect score at the end of the day. There's a full schedule on the screen. Today, players play the first 3 rounds, then 2 more days of rapid. And starting Tuesday, it's Blitz, baby.
Exactly. Double round robin of Blitz, 9 games of Blitz, 9 games of Blitz on Wednesday as well, and playoffs if necessary. Peter, jump in. What caught your eye this? Your
Well, there
pick,
were two very impressive, very interesting games. I thought the game between Prague and MVL was a very non-standard structure, and I think both of them kind of went for it from very early on. I think it was a very uncompromising fight. But of course, despite it not being a decisive game, I'm pretty sure the game of the round was that game between Fedoseev and Firouzja, which began as a blowout.
Right.
It looked for all the money in the world that it's just going to be a very facile victory for Vladimir Fedoseev, and then Firouzja put up a great fight, came very, very close to saving it, only to go down, not to go down.
Right.
Even in my mind, it ended with white winning because it looked like it should have ended with white winning, but it hasn't.
No.
And yeah, Alireza, people like Alireza set very, very high standards for themselves. He will be very upset about C5, C4.
Right.
But it is a gift of a full point.
Yes.
Which does make you feel a lot better about life. When you not starting with a loss is important. And as we know, rapid games count double.
Right.
So it's a massive difference.
Absolutely. And again, you do feel like you get this marvelous reprieve, You were just...
and also, it's only the
so
first
busted.
game. Until players get in shape and in form, there's going to be a lot of blunders. So maybe Alireza got his blunder out of his system.
Right.
Recovered very nicely.
And I think for Veselin Topalov, the start is so critical for him. And, the fact that he lost the first game, that's just, you want to get off to a very good start. It looks like we have a first mover here. This is Alexander, help me, Michalski. He's a young chess player. He was invited to the tournament by Banabanko, who is a partner with Superbet. And there you see.
Seems very excited to me.
I know.
Yeah.
He wanted to make a move on Duda's board.
Yeah. They should let him make the first move for black.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I think.
Exactly.
Yes.
I think
he
they
will.
are.
No, E2, E4.
I mean, good move. But
It is a good move.
That's very sweet.
Very nice. And that, of course, is
I think he wants to continue.
Veselin. Yeah,
Well.
Can he make a move for Duda as well?
And we're off.
And he's going to play E2, E4. He's going to leave it on the board.
Six with E4.
Okay, very, very nice. And again, we're going to go to the game between Levon and MVL.
They have not made any moves yet.
Oh, of course, the ones who haven't made the moves because Levon is missing. I just wanted to say that the history between these two, I mean, you could almost write a trilogy, not just of their games, but their encounters have been so critical for World Cups.
And they're also very good friends.
Yeah, that makes it all the more. Ooh, look at
F3.
this. I was going to say a King's Indian Samish, but it may be transposing very quickly. Whoa. King F2. And even MVL rocked back and said, King F2? What are we doing?
In the database of this move?
No.
Novelty?
No.
Hello.
King F2. I mean, MVL just recoiled. I mean, he just like, what?
Yeah, not shockingly, the engine says, don't do that. I'm not horribly surprised it's not approved of, at least initially.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out what the point would be.
Well, hold on, don't go there. So, Nasi, you see the move King F2. You have an audience in front of you. Explain to the audience why this move is good. Just give us the good news.
Give me the hardest job.
Yes, exactly. What the heck is King F2?
I think his point is just to surprise him, just to stump him and make him think, to gain some time advantage. I don't see any other explanation for it.
King F2.
It's not a terrible move. I mean,
Has he maybe touched the king and we're trying to explain something that...
So
maybe he forgot to say
conventional,
adjust.
right? It was one of those horrifying touch move. He was reaching for the e pawn and he grabbed his king instead. Is the king going to
he's
G?
playing confidently, really fast. G3 now. I'm guessing king's going to G2.
Well, now yes, but...
Yeah.
And so E4, bishop develops, and knight goes to E2.
Or H3, F2.
Yeah.
I think H3, F2 is more likely. I think generally this knight doesn't really have much of a future on E2.
But look at what he's
about
done.
H5.
He's provoked
Yeah.
the move H5.
And
So
the machine now says white is better again.
yeah, because
I
H4.
refuse to, cohabitate with this universe.
H5, H4 looks so good for black, right?
But
We go G4
But
here.
long term,
We go
if-
G4 here, we go E4, bishop G5.
well, I was thinking that in this position after the move H5, I'm so happy that I provoked H5. I'm thinking in my mind's eye, I can use the G5 square. I can go knight H3 to G5, knight H3 to F2. I get to use the
And now black
G5.
is better again.
H4.
Oh, white played H4.
I
really, obviously nobody expected this to happen, so we probably don't have footage right now, but can we leave a task for our video managers? Can you actually kind of find the footage of him playing King F2 and see if it was a touch move? Because
nobody believes that he would do
like,
it voluntarily.
had he actually looked at this, he would not be playing H4 here, is my point.
Right.
He's doing this quite quickly, but H4 is a mistake, and also he is a good enough King's Indian player to know H4 is a mistake. So I'm very confused. The point, of course, being that once you've included H5 and H4, this knight on E5 is on E5 forever, because
You never want to play.
yeah, if 4 knight EG4 is going. Oops, sorry. This is going to be even worse. So after H5, what you're supposed to do in these types of positions is to play King G2. If H4, you play G4, then you play 2E4. And then eventually, first of all, the pawn on H4, once black castles in particular, the pawn on H4 is very much a target. And secondly, you retain hopes of one day in the future of playing F3, F4 without giving up the control of the G4 square. Whereas what we got in the game here, it's not like black is winning or anything, but it's immediately very, very comfortable for black. For any kind of a semi-competent Benoni player, this is instantly recognizable as a very comfortable version of all kinds of things you want to get out of a Benoni / King's Indian type games. So I am very confused by this. I do not know what's going on.
Well, when I chose this as our marquee game that we would just start with, I had no idea. No, I had no idea whatsoever that we were going to be horrified by King F2.
Yeah, I wanted to say we have a knight of 3 d5 b3 game in this round, and it is far and away not the weirdest game of the round.
King.
This is just so much stranger.
You know, when I was a kid, seriously, when I was a kid, we called this the Fred. We would play F3.
First move.
Yeah, and we'd go King F2, and I don't know where Fred came from, and King G2, but we always thought it was the greatest joke of all times, and that like this was handicapping ourselves with the Fred.
And I think we have the footage, so it will be settled once and for all if we can.
Was it a touch move? Was it a touch move? Was he reaching for his e pawn?
No.
No.
No, there was
Confidently
never a
went.
question, not a doubt. He
that was very
really wanted, and then the shock reaction. It's like who
Yeah, kind of
who was my
rocking
partner?
back there, yeah.
He was like, wait a minute, what? You were about to show us the other
Although,
crazy.
in fairness, this is quite weird as well. I will say,
too.
knight of 3, g5, b3 in itself is
okay.
quite okay, but c5, e3. Now, the reason they don't play bishop b2 here and play e3 first, of course, is that if you play bishop b2, you are allowing black to play f6, and then e7, e5. So you want to be able to play g4 and recapture with the pawn. So e3, a6. This is all very normal stuff. You can, we can have our, you know where I'm going with this, right?
Yeah, with Petrosian reverse.
No. Yeah, let's make the early appearance of our discussion of the best book of all time.
Oh no!
This is all, of course, mentioned in the my system.
Right.
So playing a6 to prevent white from getting rid of that bishop easily by playing bishop b5 is all well known. And then suddenly white goes for this double fianchetto, to which black has a number of very comfortable replies. d5, d4 is very ambitious, by the way, by
very ambitious
Bogdan-Daniel. And then this really weird move queen e2, which I don't know what prompted it. My best guess is after bishop g2, he
E5?
did not like. Yeah,
E5.
I guess he's trying to stop e5. Yeah, but you don't really you're not really all that worried about it. I don't unless these days people do things like this, as we know. But this is maybe not the position to do it in, because the center will get opened very quickly.
Right.
So queen e2 clearly is aimed at stopping e7, e5, because after
Right.
he takes d4, you will win material. But black can play g6 and be quite comfortable.
Cool. Well, we'll just hand it over to Maurice, because he's got the answers to everything. Maurice, what the heck? What's going on in this round?
I don't know what to tell you. I don't have a crystal ball, and I'm not the Oracle of Delphi, so I'm just a commentator. But I do have a tidbit that is quite hilarious. Last night, I saw Levon, and we all know he's a cheeky player, cheeky character even, and he said to me, Maurice, I have something to tell you I bet you don't know the answer to. And I said, what? He said, this position, take a look, and I'm going to go back to the very initial position of the game, so if you may follow me a little bit. He said, take a look. This is a bit of history I bet you don't know. This in the King's Gambit, this variation after queen to h4 check, this position here, white to play. And I said, yeah, well, Steinitz did this back in the day in a world championship and would play king e2 here. And he said, wait, no. The move g3 is possible. And I said, okay. And he said, it's this position. And back in the day, castling was not allowed. It was not a rule. So what was the best move here for white? What he didn't know, that I had been researching the castling rules for a chess box that I'm doing as an accompaniment to my book, The Life-Changing Magic of Chess, which is a book about my life and gave some inspirational stories, but also some of the rules of chess. Well, now I'm going to be publishing a chess box of cards. And so I wanted to tell the little kids reading about castling. And there was a rule called the King's Leap. And this is a precursor to castling. The idea that the king could leap from where it is now on e1 to the square g2. Well, I can't play it on the board right now because it's no such rule in chess. But if you could just imagine the king going in front of that black pawn and playing king to g2, and this was a good position for white to play. Of course, he was shocked that I knew it. I'd only known it for the last 2 months because I didn't know it before. I said, when did you find out? He said, yeah, just a couple of months ago when I was researching the history of the King's Gambit. Who knew that he was going to actually try a kind of bogus variation of the King's Leap, or a hybrid, in his own game by playing in this position the move king to f2 and eventually playing out this line as we saw in the game after h5, h4, and now king to g2. I'm very curious to talk to Levon about this. He's so excited by this rule, the King's Leap, finding out about it, that he actually plays a version of it in his own game. Well, it's Levon Aronian. With him, you never know what's going to happen. Guys, back to you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Maurice. I was aware that the king could move like a knight before.
Really?
Yeah, that they experimented. Sorry, you were
Well,
about
Levon
to
was
say.
clearly inspired by the research he did.
Right.
He got to play it in his game.
Now I'm really confused too, Peter, because I don't understand the efficacy of the knight on f4. If the knight had been on f2, then white would, with the knight on f2, white would be dreaming of f3, f4. What is the knight doing on f4?
I don't quite know. To be honest, I'm not the world's best Benoni player. I tried to educate myself. In particular, I think because exactly of this variation. If we talk about the, my development as a chess player, I am kind of somewhat famously a Grunfeld player.
Yes.
But both f2, f3, and weirdly these days also the move h2, h4. give you a wide variety of choices of how to respond, one of which is to transpose to a King's Indian type structure, which in both cases might actually be the way to go, which kind of forced me into a somewhat unfamiliar for me situation of needing to get my head around these types of King's Indian structures.
Right.
So I'm not as clueless as I used to be, but still fairly clueless. But yeah, I don't know why the knight is on f4. It doesn't feel to me like it is the square. For black, I guess what it does is it maybe disincentivizes f7, f5.
Right. Which is what knight h7 was a precursor for.
One thing I will say about this position is that pushing f5, which is absolutely something that you would generally want to do, with both the pawn on g6 being slightly tender, and of course the jump to e6 is a very relevant thing.
Right.
So both sides are a bit stuck, right? Because of h5, h4, because of this set structure on the king side. White isn't really progressing, but black also is finding it kind of difficult to find things to do on the king side. It's interesting that the pawn a6 appears to be hanging, but nobody is even mentioning it, and even the engine isn't all that excited about picking up that pawn, because black can cut off the bishop on a6. Now something like queen b6 is a massive threat, and if you play bishop b5, nothing dramatically bad is happening to white. But you do get, I think, a very kind of comfortable type Volga, Benko in this country.
Benko.
My apologies, yeah. A very comfortable
Volga
counterplay on the queen side with a knight on e5, once again, completely unchallengeable and having to worry about knight e3 at all times. So machine goes queen c2 or rook e2, and we get some kind of a slow game where I'm not quite sure who wants what, to be honest.
Right. Is it crazy from Levon's point of view in the current position to be playing the move g3, g4?
Yes.
Yes.
I mean,
because
we're not really.
The rook is on h1.
We're not really giving mate, and we are breaking our own position apart to such a degree that we're probably not going to enjoy it.
Maybe with enough prep, we can play g4 later.
Yeah, I think it's way too early.
Enough. My queen's on d1, my bishop's on e2.
Just to illustrate how much the engine disagrees with it.
Let's go.
First line is this: minus 1.5. It just says, your position is in such ruins now, I can start doing really outlandish stuff like this.
And that is outlandish.
Yeah, just to be able to play f5 later, and then
Wow.
Yeah, things started blowing apart.
Here I was trying to blow up Black's king's position. He did it for me, and then the king on g2.
And actually, rook a6 has been played, which is a bit surprising to me because Lev is not as much of a pawn grabber as some of
We actually have c4 on the board.
Yes.
All of this, yeah.
All of this.
All of this, I think, has appeared.
By the way, I was leaving my office the other day, this week, and a bunch of kids were going to the chess class. And they come in off the elevator. I walk in the elevator, and one of the kids says, "Hi, pawn grabber."
They know you.
I'm like, where's my attorney? I mean, the assault that I suffer. C5, C4. I'm a pawn grabber, but I like Black's position.
Yeah, this is comfortable for Black. White isn't in any particular trouble because, as I mentioned, knight d3 would be a very strong idea. But now the knight on f4 actually does something.
It's defensive-minded, but knight f2.
To be fair, it would have been doing the exact same job on f2,
right? While
not being in the way of f3, f4.
Okay, but how do I deal with this? Because queen b6 is coming.
Well, I'm assuming bishop b5.
That was so we were looking at
bishop b5.
Bishop b5. Okay, we'll leave this one on tap. Where would you like to take us next?
Let's check Prag's game. He won the first round, so he's one of the leaders coming into round 2.
Okay, and he is up against his countryman, Aravindh. And let's see, this is a, for me, it was the Armenian school of chess that was playing bishop e7. I always associated this as the Armenian variation, the Queen's Gambit declined, with knight e2. Okay, that's a little bit off the beaten track for me. Knight f5. Pragg wins the 2 bishops. And
looks
queen
comfortable.
b6. Without the inclusion of queen b3 and queen b6, castles, queen c2 would have been more or less standard. Queen b3, queen b6. I don't know exactly why we have to include this move up here.
I think the point is just provoking queen b6 and maybe play queen c2 here, because the queen on b6 isn't really where it's supposed to be, unless black has immediate play with c6, c5. It might
Exactly.
It might be
So
the
the queen's
issue.
just not great on b6, so we provoked it, and now.
Okay. We're going to pause and throw it over to Maurice in Warsaw.
Yes, we had mentioned quite briefly, guys, this problem that Deac was going through in terms of his coughing, obviously a little bit under the weather trying to play the game. And it may be affecting things going on in round 2 as well, where he's playing against the defending champion, Alireza Firouzja. And if you take a look at this position, you might say, well, what's the big deal, Maurice? I mean, they're playing, Alireza playing what he would normally play in bullet with his b3 line, and going now for a double fianchetto and the move queen e2, bishop f5 played, and then d3. And this is where I had jumped in before he finally now has played the move queen d7. All right, interesting position. White's doing fine. Black seems to be trying to mix things up a little bit. That's not the problem. Take a look at the clock times. Alireza has 24 minutes and 15 seconds on move right now, while Deac has only 9 minutes and 54 seconds. That's a 15-minute disparity, and the game just started. So whatever he was doing, thinking in this position, he currently isn't even at the board, though it looks like his chair is swiveling on camera. And Alireza just cool, calm, making moves quickly, and there it is. He's just come back to the board. Some kind of disturbance, I think, with the young man, and probably feels a little bit self-conscious for his own cough. Now trying to speed up a little bit, but Alireza Firouzja is the last guy you want to have a clock deficit when you're playing against him. So things looking good for the defending champion.
Thank you, Maurice. And just to apologize, because I heard Duda instead of Deac. It's Daniel Deac with the cough. The board, f7, f6. Well, a normal idea in a Benoni, but it just feels like white has too many tempi here for white, for black to be playing moves like f6 and a6 and bishop f5 and queen d7. This feels like this should be a refutation to...
Well, the refutation maybe is a bit strong, but kind of more relevantly, there was really no need to do any of this fancy stuff. You could just play g6, bishop g7 here. With the queen on e2, d4, d3 would have become a problem, so you probably have to play d3.
Right.
And then it's just a comfortable type of kind of reverse something. Go knight f6. You don't actually need to start inventing the wheel here. Bishop f5 is not a bad move as such, but I'm not sure what it achieves.
Right.
You're sort of giving white potential tempi in the future, like the bishop might get hit by 3-4 or knight f3, h4 somewhere. Queen d7 feels very artificial. Knight bg2, f6. It's not bad. He's not in any kind of desperate trouble yet. But yeah, I don't like what he's doing, and I'm particularly, Maurice is absolutely on point. I don't like that he's doing it this slowly. So it does feel that maybe he is not quite right physically. He's battling some kind of an ailment, and it's impacting his play because, it's move 8. You really should not be down to 9.5
15 minutes on deficit on the clock.
He is a player who's always in time trouble.
Yeah, I was about to say, I remember the classic.
That is true.
f6, queen d7, it feels like you want to have some refutation, but I'm guessing after bishop g2, e5, castles, how you supposed to play knight h6, or you're supposed to play
Maybe
bishop d6?
Knight d7.
Well, bishop d6 is kind of inviting.
It's not intuitive how black should develop here.
Right, yeah. Jump in on this.
And for the second round in a row, Vladimir Fedoseev is having great winning chances sort of straight out of the opening. This is the position.
Oh my.
Well, this is quite far in the game. Yet another
Catalan.
Yet another Catalan here. Well, Catalan adjacent, yeah, actually a pure Catalan. And c5 knight c6, which is what Gavrilescu chose as one of the most central lines of the whole opening. But then in this position where most people automatically play c4, c3, and there's a lot of theories.
Wesley,
C4,
so.
C3 yeah.
100 games.
Gavrilescu quite quickly played b5, which is a move that the engine, at least initially, really dislikes for the most obvious reason possible. Knight e5 does win the exchange. And yes, you can sort of see where some kind of a positional compensation can come from. You have this like nice central pieces, and you do have a pawn for the exchange, and your structure on the queen side is quite attractive, but it is a rook. Instead, Fedoseev played knight g5, which is not a bad move, but a second best move, at least once again. This is, I haven't left it to think for half an hour.
Right.
Both bishop b7 and knight g5 appear to be playable. Gavrilescu chose bishop b7, a4, a6, knight d4. And in this position, he made a mistake which is kind of hard to explain, because the refutation is exactly what you would think. After bishop b7, black's position appears to be quite playable. Frankly, instead he played bishop b4. And the difference is, this exists now.
Rook d7 check.
Because rook d7 is now a check, which it wouldn't have been.
With the bishop on e7.
With the bishop on e7, it would have been a move, not a check.
Right.
And now after king g6, rook b7, and knight d4 as well appears to be
question mark.
Not the best move. Machine says play knight a5. I'm pretty sure he didn't do it because of a takes b5, but the machine says a very concrete idea of playing rook a d8 here first, creating this very important threat of rook d1 check, appears to give black decent saving chances. Now, he's played knight d4, which is honestly quite natural, but the problem is this very strong move, bishop b3. You would like to play knight c2, but then bishop b4 takes c2 would be a problem.
Oh, ouch.
So you have to play knight b3, and now after rook f1, you start seeing why this is a problem. Yeah, things are hanging.
Why rook f1, not rook d1?
Thank you.
I think we don't want to give black any trades. I think if you play rook d1, you allow black to play rook a d8, and this actually gives black a better fighting chance, because if you take everything and play a takes b5, I guess we go rook d1 check, we go a takes b, and after rook takes b5, bishop d2, you start seeing why your pieces aren't really where they're supposed to be.
Just after we play rook f1, we do give black the d file, so they can play rook
But
d8.
there's nothing there, and b5 is hanging, and also we do have to worry that, let's say bishop e4 check currently because of f6, f5 is not a huge threat, but if I throw in g3, g4, then the ideas of h4, h5 mate or bishop e4 check might become very, very threatening. So the engine suggests playing something like rook a b8, rook a7, and trying to bail with knight d2.
This looks horrible.
Yeah, which, I mean, we can actually take on d2 and take on a6. It's pretty unpleasant, but we can also hold on for a second and play rook c1 or rook somewhere. Yeah, this is not fun for the young Romanian player.
Bishop e3 on the board, and it's almost like Vladimir starting with two whites, by the way. It's always nice to have the number one card. Looks like he has a huge advantage out of the opening, just as he had against Alireza. I want to see.
And there's one last game we haven't spoken about at all.
Veselin's game.
But it's very, very level for now, so perhaps it's understandable.
And here we see bishop e2.
Yeah, bishop e2 on move 3. This used to be kind of specifically Bador Jabava's domain. He used to do that quite a bit. He used that move to beat me in a club competition once. I was distraught. You really aren't supposed to do that and then play really well and beat people. But Bador is obviously a very, very strong player. And for him, he just wanted to get a position to play against me because he knew he was going to do well, and this is exactly what transpired.
I see. The current position, I like white. It's not much, but...
Yeah, queen b5 is a bit annoying, but I guess in particular the move rook e8, which Jan-Krzysztof just played, indicates that he just wants to play b6 and say, do your worst. I don't really care.
So, yeah, you're welcome to establish your queen on b5, b6. This knight would rather be on d5. So,
it's a long way there, but I think you should try to get it there, right?
To try to get it there, either through g2 and e3 or f5 and e3.
But my next move is knight e7,
Almost for sure.
Yeah, which kind of takes much of a sting. of that really long-winded plan, which you still have to realize.
Yeah, it's you're right.
I don't think it's
long.
much. I don't think it's much.
Okay. We'll keep an eye on this one. I wanted to go back to the Fred.
Okay.
Levon, because
He's safe on G2.
because the bishop, we were a little bit worried after the move c5, c4 that the bishop on a6 could find itself in wayward.
Might be trapped if you don't act fast, but.
And we're catching up with the players. Again, Levon has just snacked on a pawn.
Seems like a good Benoni though. Black got the c4, pawn push, knights on e5. There is no weaknesses.
Yeah, well, considering black is a pawn down, I'm still going to insist on calling this the Benko, but I very much agree it's a good Benko.
Yeah, okay.
Because despite white being a pawn up, it's really not felt at all. White doesn't really have a single, I think, offensive plan in the position. You're never playing g4 now.
I agree in the sense my offensive plan in the position is trading pieces.
But how?
I don't know. I'll put my bishop on d4. I'm looking to trade.
The knight on
however
f4
I do it.
needs to find a better square, right? But
Then I don't want to worry about knight d3. Okay, so my goal would be something to play like knight to d1, and bishop to d4, knight to e3. To take and somehow, anything that could trade pieces.
Interesting kind of a little moment here in the game, because this is a bit of a draw for the move queen a7, because rook b7, I have a feeling he'll... But there is this move queen c8, which I think is an indication that MVL thinks he might be a bit better.
Wow.
Because I think rook b7 is more or less...
An invitation for a draw.
Just a question, do you want to put it back on a8 or not?
Right.
Queen c8 now creates obviously a threat of rook a8 just capturing the queen, so the queen has to go back. Let's say we play queen a4.
Okay.
And one thing, knight takes f3 briefly flashed on my screen, and I wonder if this is...
Wow.
95, queen g4.
This is very MVL-ish, right?
Wow.
This is like very... And now, in particular, this move, it's not the best move, but it's actually completely playable. It says zeros.
Just perpetual?
It says zeros.
Well, E3.
Not a perpetual. We have enough for a rook, because of like this queen on a4 is not really. The only way to not lose a game for white here is rook f2. It's not a difficult move, but still, like just to indicate, everything else loses. And now it's a perpetual after knight d3.
What we learned today is that extra rook means nothing. In round one,
that's not what we should be teaching our generation of viewers.
I don't know if he will actually do it if queen a4 comes on the board, but he might, because MVL is...
I think once he played queen c8, he's eyeing this, right?
A little bit, yeah. A little bit. And he will enjoy the geometry of it all.
Let's do that again, because that is just a remarkable variation. Queen a3. I mean, it feels like
queen a3 maybe we don't do it. Actually, I think it's specifically against queen a4.
Okay,
because with the queen on a3, this will work worse. But after queen a3, knight d3 might be strong.
Okay.
Because now, if you take, my knight e5, c4 idea has gained a very important tempo, because it will be attacking the queen on a3.
Okay, so I just kind of wanted to put this in a perspective for a moment. So here you look at the position and you say, well, white's got a safe king. I mean, there's a good pawn shield. You've got a rook on e2, a bishop on e3, a knight f4 defending. Black's attacking with nothing. You know, and then suddenly out of the blue comes knight takes f3.
And also, black is attacking by trading pieces, right? Like bishop takes c3.
Bishop takes c3. That in particular.
Quite a striking attacking move. Yeah.
Exactly.
I think you have to. Yeah.
And then after king g2, queen g4. Well, everybody can see that queen f3 is on tap, so we defend.
And here, apart from rook b2, the engine also goes g5 and says g5 is also playable, by the way.
g5.
And then if we take h4.
And then h4, yeah. Just getting at clawing at the structure, trying to get to the g3 pawn.
My mind just
it's all because white queen on a4 seems useless in defense.
Wow.
It's not even a bad queen by itself, but it's just so far
it's just
from
not participating, not participating in the game,
Wow.
We'll let them, I think both of them have plenty of time still, so let's just briefly show the game between Pragg and Aravindh.
Of course.
Two people who know each other really, really well.
But you were also saying that Aravindh, he's on the outside of the age bubble. So he's kind of come before Prague. But then you also mentioned in your opening statements that he has really come out of nowhere. Like he was behind the top three.
You have to say that it is because the top three are just so high up. It's not like he was nowhere. He was obviously a very strong player for quite some time. But
exactly.
But the top three are all like 2750 players for the past 2 years, and he's only
including the world champion Gukesh.
Of course. But he is rapidly catching up. I think his current FIDE rating is about 2750, and URS above 2700, which is a very, very high rating. But he is in a bit of trouble now because his last two moves after h4, the engine was suggesting, and this is a very typical thing about in these positions, where the engine says, you actually, fighting for the e4 square is a lot more important than keeping any of your bishops alive. And it goes like this, and it kind of disincentivizes what's happening in the game. Where rook a d8, long castles, and c5 seem like very nice kind of autopilot-y type moves, but now your center is under severe pressure. We'll switch over to Maurice for now, though.
Sorry to interrupt, Peter, but there is, as we mentioned, this developing news, unfolding news. This game, as we know, Deac not doing very well in terms of his physical health, and somehow he's getting into time pressure, we know, but this kind of time pressure, take a look at the clock. And if you look at it, it's only move 10. Alireza has 18 minutes and 41 seconds, and I would like to zoom in. His opponent, Deac, has 1 minute and 18 seconds left. It's 10 moves in. May I remind you, 10 moves. There's nothing major special going on the board. White might be slightly better, whatever that means. How do you focus when your opponent has spent all this time and you have this much of a lead? Competitively, this is an absolute catastrophe. But it is what is unfolding at the moment. And Deac's not even sitting at the board with 1:18 left on his clock. He's overlooking at, you see him there looking at his game. Now looking at Aronian's game, it looked like he's walking around, looking up at other boards. How? You got 1 minute and 18 seconds on the clock. Simply insane. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. Oh, by the way, we do have a result. Vladimir won.
He converted second Catalan. He almost converted the first one too. He would have been at a perfect score, but nice win in round two.
Well, I mean, it just came literally out of the opening. When we left it, we had seen the move bishop e3. We thought, okay, this is really a good position for white. But after e5,
AB, and I think Black just resigned because here he realized after a takes b5, we can just briefly switch to my board, I guess. AB5, rook a8, rook takes a8, and bishop b4 check.
E4 check.
And then you suddenly realize you would, not bishop f3, of course, bishop b4 check. You would like to play f5, but that drops a full rook to rook b6 check. And,
whoops.
Yeah. Well, would have been if he had. We're being told a 2-0 start.
It was a draw. Alireza clawed back and made a draw in the first round against.
So Gavrilescu is having a bit of a roller coaster. He won a very nice game against Topalov in round one, but then this is a bit of an opening disaster. In particular, I think a very strange decision to play bishop b4 here. If you choose between bishop b4 and bishop b7, which you are kind of choosing between those two options here, I think you pretty much always go bishop b7.
But also because the bishop on b4 is just like in the way. In some lines you might have with your bishop on e7.
Maybe he was looking at something like takes knight e4, and he wanted to go king e7 here. Would be one explanation. But knight f7
is. It's one of those things. Of course, he knows bishop b7, but he overthought it. He's like, maybe this is a little bit better.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair description of it. So yeah, this game is now over, and some games are Prague.
Sorry, if you don't mind, go back to the Prague game because you were about to tell us why the inclusions of rook d8 and c5. You were saying they're very on autopilot.
Yeah, well, you're taught to respond to an attack on the side by creating counterplay in the center. But the thing is, this type of a c5 counterplay with the knight on d7, they don't really work nearly as well. The same
when
type
the
of
knight's
positions.
on c6.
Yeah, you play c5 and then you play knight c6. Those are very, very good because the white center is actually under tremendous amounts of pressure. But here, after cd4, e takes d4, bishop b4 is good for white, but maybe not that good. But rook takes d4 is just extremely strong because your position is just under tremendous amounts of pressure. And after bishop c5, knight takes d5 is playable, but even stronger is to simply play rook d1, and now g4, g5 is a massive threat. And if d4, we can just take, and now finally having completely untied our hands, we can finally play g4, g5 and
That's just
start
winning, right?
start crashing in. Yeah. So this is now kind of panic stations for black. It's really difficult to play this position because even additionally h7 is kind of hanging.
Right.
Top machine line is currently queen c6, but it is just giving up h7 with check.
It's not human. Can he play g6 instead, so at least he doesn't have to give up?
The problem
I think the point is g5.
Oh, still
yeah.
g5.
I think the problem is g5. G takes, G
even
takes.
g5.
Yeah.
And d5 is hanging.
And everything is hanging.
Yeah.
D5 is hanging, F5 is hanging. I've opened the G file for nothing. It's extremely ugly.
And he's down to 5 minutes,
Yeah.
Arvind.
Talking about time management, yeah, 11 and a half against 5, and the position which I think is not a mistake to describe as bad.
Yeah,
So-
just really bad, actually. g4. Ooh.
So Prague is looking like he's going for 2-0.
2-0.
Yeah, he might
defeating
be in the lead, yeah.
defeating MVL in a
And if he does
really
win, he
sharp
will
game.
definitely be leading the tournament outright because his co-lead has just lost to Fedoseev.
exactly.
Where would
G2,
you like to
G4.
go?
Oh, now it's
Let's go back to the king of
finally.
2 game, I guess. Yeah.
Which one?
Aravindh has just captured on d4, and this is where you
Yeah, this is an important turning
suggested
point.
rook takes d4.
Yeah, because I think
And I love this move, by the way.
I think by hand you pretty much always take with the pawn because you want to keep the knight on d7 caged. But
in
allowing
this-
bishop b4 is a problem.
Yeah, but in this case, rook takes d4 is very uncompromising.
Yes.
You really want to play g5 and knight takes d5. Chase that guy away, and then when bishop comes to c5, just as we were discussing, d4.
Even knight d5 seems very tempting instead of rook d1.
Exactly, but once you visualize this position in your mind,
I mean,
these
all white
bishops-
pieces are well placed. I would like to have king on b1.
yes,
That's the
right,
only thing,
like
but black's just too passive to actually have an attack on the queen
exactly,
side.
exactly. So this looks like a very, very nice position. Rook takes d4. By the way, the clock times were very much in favor of Prague, right?
Yes, almost double the time. He has 11 minutes and Arvind 5. More than double, yeah.
And a quick question for you, Peter. Rook takes d4, bishop c5. Is knight a4 ridiculous?
No.
No.
Honestly, I thought this might be the solution as well, but
Right.
I guess you play queen c6 maybe, and the point is, yeah, he's taken with the rook.
Rook,
I think
as expected.
his next move will be very important because I think bishop c5 will come, and then choosing between, I think there are 3 good options. Knight a4 is a good option. Knight takes d5, as I mentioned, is completely playable.
Also. All right, we'll keep this game on taps as we send it to Warsaw.
Thanks, Yasser. Once again, paying attention to that story of time management or mismanagement, if you will, in the game between Firouzja and Deac. Well, the last time we looked, Deac had only 118 left. Firouzja had a pregnant 19 minutes plus. Usually when your opponent is in time pressure, people speed up a little bit to try to keep that pressure going, to try to make sure your opponent doesn't have that much time to think. Usually that's a bit of a mistake. You do want to stop and calculate some lines, maybe give them a real problem, set them some real issue that they won't be able to just respond to instantly. But it looks as though Firouzja took that a little bit far. He finally did move, but look at his clock time, 11:31. He used over 8 minutes on playing the move knight to c4. After all that deep thought, he spent that time to play knight c4 over 8 minutes, and Deac now with only 118 having left. Of course, we see there that he is getting that 10-second increment, but still, if Firouzja if this had been one of those, okay, we play a normal opening and we make 10, 12 moves, Firouzja would have moved a long time ago. I can guarantee you he wouldn't have spent 8 minutes on knight c4. But now that time has become a factor, that comes in and factors into the strategy as they play on. We'll keep a close eye on this because now his opponent is under a minute, and this is obviously beyond danger territory. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. Yeah, very strange. When I hear Maurice talking, why did he spend 10 minutes? I have to think that what Alireza was considering was the move b4.
Oh.
Let's just what Black has done is so strange. A6, F6, knight H6. We want to refute it. Now, obviously, b4 CB plays right into my hands. I'm very happy with this position. So the question, though, Peter, if you jump in, the computer probably takes a look at b4 and says that's not the approach. But I'm sure it was what Alireza was calculating for 8 minutes.
One of the things, I'm sure, yeah. B4 is completely fine. It does throw away much of the advantage, but it's very playable and not bad at all. D4, D3, F3, and something like CB4 appears to be playable. But yeah, this is quite attractive, actually, and quite understandable as well. We have such a massive lead in development that I think this is what your mind is drawn to.
Exactly.
And another thing I thought why, and Maurice actually touched on it a little bit in his little snippet there.
Yeah.
You want to make a move that your opponent doesn't expect.
Right.
And weirdly,
Take advantage
I want to say that, like, it might surprise people to see the move knight c4 described as such. But the point is, I'm pretty sure, is that it looks like a very strange move to play because you can play b5. And does it want to go back? Like, what's the point?
Why did we
And I'm
play
pretty
that?
sure the idea was to play knight b6 and then maybe knight d5 and the fork with the 3e4. And Alireza, I think, settled on knight c4 because, honestly, if you're sitting there in Deac's shoes, you probably consider b4 more than you consider the move knight c4. So as a kind of a surprise, as a shock, knight c4 might be a better option. And another thing to say, as someone who these days is not in time troubles all that much, but I have some experience, it actually, Alireza has so much time against a minute for Deac, and that's a minute for the rest of the game. This is
right.
He's not getting any more time in this game.
Right.
Actually, letting him stew for about 10 minutes sometimes is not a bad idea at all, because you just let him accumulate all that nervous energy trying to figure out why the move isn't coming. And like, I want to continue developing my pieces. Just give me something to react to.
Right.
Mind tricks.
So yeah,
Yes.
these all little bits of I don't even want to call it gamesmanship, but it's actually quite uncomfortable to just sit there calculating things on a loop and not knowing what's coming. So I really don't mind Alireza taking 8 minutes there. Knight c4, e5, and now he's played ed4, cd4, and knight d2.
If you don't mind me interrupting
kind of telegraphing.
He went down to 3 seconds.
Yeah.
After all of that.
And actually...
we're going to just stay... and
I just want to say what Alireza is doing is objectively just not good at all. The engine says Black is very comfortable now.
Really?
After f5, after f4.
Well, not anymore, but for a moment there. E takes f4, the engine doesn't like at all. E takes f4 is a mistake. Okay. But instead of that, if Black castled instead, the engine was saying Black is doing
give up
very
the pawn on e5?
Because well, no, he wants to play b5, yeah?
Or even fe5, fe5, and then in the end, knight g4, knight e3.
We're talking instead of castle for Black. Oh, never mind.
No, with castle.
With castle.
Yeah, and then the idea was that
I can come in
I sacrificed a pawn, but the knight is huge.
Yeah, but then
that's a good knight.
I mean, coming from h6. Yeah.
Yes.
But after f4, e4, I wonder if even rook e1 seems very interesting, right?
Oh, to keep the king in the center.
Just keep the king in the center, yeah. Bishop a3 now becomes a threat. Lots of things become a threat. e4 just doesn't seem right. Yeah.
Bishop a3. Yeah. EF4, and I'm sure Alireza is sensing that that's the
So we're
opportunity for him.
Probably
Yeah.
going to see King F8 or something.
The Fred, King F7?
I've been seeing it all day, so
Right.
I'm expecting it now.
Sadly for me, I did consult the Oracle, and the Oracle regrettably says the most natural move in the position is the strongest one. Rook takes F4 is very strong as well.
Take the pawn.
Just taking the pawn.
Yeah, Rook F4 castles Knight B6, and then get that knight over to D5.
Castles, that's a nice move.
Knight B6.
And knight.
And the position starts collapsing because knight comes over to D5. If you play Queen C7, you have to worry about Rook F5, Queen E6 check on every single move as well. It's just not great anymore.
What about Queen E6?
Maybe not immediately, but
Trying
and
to
Queen
trade
E6, the endgames are just bad, I think.
For
Takes,
black.
takes Rook E1.
Instead of Queen
this-
C7.
Yeah.
I was thinking Queen E6.
Queen E6.
It's
Yeah.
probably the best move. It's just that the opposition has now become very unattractive. Just takes Rook E1. There's so much pressure everywhere.
Yeah.
By the way,
Pawn on
this pawn
D4,
on
knight on
D4 is in-
H6. The
On the-
E-file.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
the knight can come to C4, the other knight can come to D5. Very, very easy to handle.
Yeah, and you're
white
also on
position.
22 seconds.
Now, Rook takes F4. I think everybody likes to play that, but you kind of had me convinced that Rook on
Rook
E1.
E1. Yeah, the engine says you can castle anyway, which is
you
which
can
kind
castle.
of
The
Bishop
piece
C6.
not hanging?
I'm guessing Queen takes and then Bishop H3, and we get
Rook
some.
F2. Oh, and then Rook E8 at
There's
the
Rook
end.
E8 as well. In the,
It's tricky.
Well,
maybe
wait
start
a
with
minute.
Rook E8 actually.
Yeah, because I was about to say.
Yeah,
I
maybe
can-
start with Rook F E8. I don't want to allow Queen D6.
Okay, that made sense. Not to
Queen
play
runs away somewhere before, I guess.
Yeah.
And now I go Bishop H3.
And
This is a mess. You don't want this with white.
Yeah.
This suddenly becomes like a 3-result game, which feels very unfair.
Knight E4.
He's
Knight-
he
knight
played
E4,
Rook
F5.
E1.
E1 and instantly Bishop G4. He did
Yeah.
not go for. And look
Bishop-
at how
Bishop G4
Queen
is-
E4. They're playing really fast now.
Yeah, these are.
So after takes on F4, Rook E1,
Yeah.
Bishop G4.
Second
Queen
best move, not a bad move, but not
E4,
the best move. Queen E4, and now I think he's looking to castle.
which he has done.
Yeah, and Knight B6 is still quite strong. Knight B6 is the only move here that gives white anything, but it's findable. I think it's a theme that we've seen over and over again.
But I think Deac's Bishop G4 to prevent Bishop C6 was understandable. Tossing it over to you, Maurice.
Well, time pressure makes fools of us all, and especially when you've got a suspect position. And there's this game right now between the two Indian stars, and we see Praggnanandhaa pressuring his countryman Aravindh in this game. And Peter pointed out that this is a very difficult position for black with the move C takes D4 being responded to by Rook takes D4, which indeed did happen. And the response, Bishop to B4 on the board. Not a very good-looking move. That bishop is hanging potentially on B4. If you start chasing the queen, and winning on the spot is actually the move. Knight to A4, according to the Silicon, all-knowing Silicon giant, your queen is in trouble, because if you now play the move queen to A5, well, guess what? There's a Bishop C7 siding in the position, and you lose that material. The exchange just simply drops. There's no place you can actually put the queen. Queen to B5 is hit by Bishop to D3, and again, this Bishop B4 move is a problem. He hasn't quite moved yet. If we could get back to the board position, he's been spending a long time. Has Praggnanandhaa. I don't doubt that he saw Bishop to B4. It looks like the moves have been played, and that is not what he did in the game. He had went a completely different line, and it may be good for him still, but this line of his looks like he missed winning at least an exchange, guys. Time pressure, again, you could be in time pressure and you play bad moves, but sometimes your being in prime pressure causes your opponents to play bad moves. This one has been definitely a tale of two time pressure cities, as we see the players are struggling with this rapid time control. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. Knight E4. That looked like a very straightforward line that Maurice just showed. Knight to A4. He did play G5. That looks like an error, a missed
That
opportunity.
gave Black time to trade the bishop on c3, and it's not hanging anymore.
Yeah,
exactly,
as
whereas
mentioned,
knight a4.
Getting something to e4, and also removing the knight on c3,
very
which would have been playing knight takes d5 here.
Yeah.
White is still doing quite well, but this is now a much trickier position to navigate. Something like this, rook hd1, the engine says takes, takes. Something like queen a6. Whoops, I don't know why the board doesn't want to let me take on d5. There we go. F1, A3.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you give white time a little bit of time to consolidate, like if I could play f2, f3 here without really risking any material, would have been, I mean, it might still be the best move, but it does involve giving up some of our extra material. We're still better though, I like this.
Bishops, yeah.
I think it's a very good practical solution actually. We're no longer getting mated. We do have our two bishops. If you imagine us playing like e4, bishop e3, it will be quite pleasant.
Then it's nice, yeah.
Yeah.
I agree, f2, f3.
But Maurice, of course, is absolutely right. Knight a4 appears to just be collecting material kind of move by move, and not in a very difficult fashion either. If you start with queen b5, I can throw in bishop d3, force you after all to play queen a5, and then just go in, take on d8, play king b1 in the end, and say I have more rooks. You know, like, hello, but I have more rooks.
Well, if you're going to put it like that, I have more rooks. I want to go back to the game of Alireza for a moment against Daniel Deac. He did play bishop g4, queen e4, castles, and knight b6, just as we prescribed. The idea here is we're going to reroute this knight to d5, which is looking very handsome. Yeah. Queen f5
Deac
on the
played
board.
queen a5. And by the way, the clocks are almost equal, not equal, but it's now less than 3 against increment.
Doesn't Alireza have h3 now?
Best move.
Winning material, right?
Best move. But black does get something for it. Knight takes g3, knight takes f1. White is better, but it's not completely
It's
lost.
still material, no?
H3 looks like a very, very good move.
My initial reaction was, why isn't rook f4 winning? But there is bishop b4.
There's what?
Bishop b4.
Bishop b4.
Bishop b4.
Yeah, and white is still better, but not by much.
Wow.
It's an annoying move.
Yeah.
I was only looking at knight e3. I mean, oh my gosh, bishop b4, did not see
This
that
is very, very missable, but suddenly things start looking a lot rosier.
Crazy.
He did take on f4, didn't play h3.
And that gets I see an orange bubble.
Bishop b4 is strictly the only thing here that is not just outright bad, but findable, I think.
13 seconds for Deac.
And he's going to be playing on increments for the... And he's reaching for his bishop.
I think so.
Amazing.
Yes, wow. Great play and with
And
no
stylish.
time.
Stylish.
Very stylish with it.
Right, bishop e4.
Very stylish.
And that was, I think, Alireza, like me, was surprised by that move. I think he was really focused elsewhere. Takes on g4, quickly played by Alireza, and takes on d2.
Yeah.
Now black can put some piece
bishop
on
e3 check, and then maybe you even spend the tempo on playing something like knight f7 to stop knight d5 from happening. It's not, strictly speaking, necessary.
Bishop e3 check.
King somewhere.
Yeah.
H1, I guess, yeah.
Okay, so you're saying knight d5.
Knight e5, actually, you can go after this rook.
And he's reaching for his
He's reaching
knight.
for it, and he is also... I wanted to say he has accumulated some time, but he hasn't really. He's playing really well. Rook e4, knight d6. If you go rook h4, I assume we play g5.
He's played knight to d6. Now here we pause because we can take on e3. No, what am I saying? b7 is not,
It's not hanging.
munchable.
Yeah. The best move is bishop a3, but white is actually struggling to equalize. He's gone rook h4. Now after g5, he is just legitimately worse.
This is actually a signature of players who are always in time trouble. They play extremely well in time trouble.
I know. The worst was Walter Brown. Walter Brown got habitually, he had to make 18 moves in 2 minutes. And in those 2 minutes, he produced some of his best chess. But it was just sick. Rook h4, g5. Look
g5, and if you go rook h5, I just go after it. I go after it sort of
With the
physically. Yeah, king g7, king g6.
No, King
Yeah, 95,
G7.
95, King G6, Rook H3, G4.
This is crazy.
We're
King
just
G7.
chasing it down.
You're hunting me with
Yeah, we're
your
chasing
king.
it down. Yeah, Rook H3, G4, Rook
Is
H4,
it
and Bishop
trapped?
G5.
It is trapped. Wow.
It is trapped. Yeah, we have just enough control to actually win it here.
And how did you win it after Rook H4? You played
Bishop G5.
Bishop G5. And I couldn't have included knight take. No, you would take my.
I would.
My rook.
This is maybe not that bad. Bishop
Crazy.
takes G4, though, yeah.
We're going to pause our analysis. Maurice, what do you have?
Talk about turnarounds. That one is absolutely insane. Do you remember when he had 118 on his clock? His opponent had over 19 minutes, and now he's winning. That's astonishing. But we also remember the game where it was all Praggnanandhaa and his opponent was in trouble. Well, another massive turnaround there. We're talking maybe he was going to be 2-0, and the lead, Alireza might have felt like he was going to be doing some good stuff too. Well, no can do here, because after knight takes on c3, looking to play the move rook to c8 if you take back, then the move bishop takes on d7, saying, okay, I'm going to get the piece on c3, but guess what? There's a check you had to look at. Well, what's the deal? Your knight is hanging. I see you want to take my rook. I'm going to take your knight, but indeed I'm going to sack my queen and take your rook, and this just changed the whole position. Suddenly, although white has two bishops, the bishop is hanging, it had to move, and then boom, rook takes on a2. Black has two pawns for the bishop and for the two bishops. And now after this move, talk about a turnaround, now a trade, and black has two connected passers. He's in some pressure. He should have been starting to push his pawns on the queen side, but he didn't. Now just trying to keep up with the clock. White's two bishops, of course, are a force to be dealt with, but it is two connected passers that black has. A crazy position and a crazy turnaround. We'll see if the players can handle their nerves as the clock ticks down.
Thank you, Maurice. What a turnaround. Somehow those two pawns on the queen side, though, Peter, they're not scary.
Yet.
Not yet, but
Not yet.
the last three moves, yeah, he's only now playing
A5.
a5. He could have done it much faster, which I think was stronger. Now we can, I guess, play bishop d7 and try to,
block,
get them under control manually.
Do we?
Well, giving up d5 feels very, very risky, right? So probably rook e7. But after rook e7, bishop b5, they really aren't going anywhere. Bishop a4. I also probably want to put the h-pawn on h6 if allowed. So I'm playing h5 as black, I guess.
Yes.
I think this is probably around equal, but it's a very sharp endgame. I don't know, but he could have started on this whole a5, a4 plan
maybe
a bit faster,
earlier,
a bit faster. Yeah.
So we've got two crazy games going on. This one and Alireza versus Daniel Deac, because that position has just changed.
Again, has a little bit of a time advantage. Alireza has 40 seconds against 10 seconds, and I see there's a big blunder right now. Alireza's winning again.
And Alireza is not going to miss that.
G4, F5,
Rook E3.
Yeah.
Rook E3, and he's done it instantly, by the way. And it's so obvious, like, oh my gosh, the rook on E3,
and the knight on E5 actually falls immediately. You can't even defend it in any way.
There's
King
no
F6 check, 95.
King F6, 95 check, yeah.
Yeah.
King H6.
But now bishop takes E5 and bishop G7 check next move, right? It's just over.
The time pressure actually got to Deac at that moment. He played F5. Until then, he was playing the best moves.
Yeah.
But that was a howler of a mistake. That really destroys it. Bishop takes, I love. Rook takes.
I guess bishop takes, he doesn't like knight e4. I'm pretty sure this is the reason bishop takes e5 hasn't been played yet.
He's played.
And in fact, he's taken with the rook, but yeah.
Yeah, two pieces for
just winning for white.
Easily.
No real counterplay, massive material advantage.
Right, and by the way, the majority on the center.
4 against 2.
That's huge.
And Alireza continuing to live a bit of a charmed life, frankly, because he could have very easily been on 0 out of 2 here.
Easy.
Yeah.
Wow. And I was going to say for Deac, I mean, this cough that has afflicted him seems to, well, caused him to mess up his
it's really not
time trouble.
Him, yeah. I mean, playing with no time is difficult enough, but also when you're sick and you're facing Alireza.
No, it's not really good. Knight d4. Bishop e4 check, followed by knight d6. Oh, he's put his king on. Whoa. Start to wondering. Yeah, you
some
start
kind
to
of mating net feels.
Yes,
But yeah, just take on d4, take on d7. Yeah, just play simple chess. You don't
Pick up all the pawns.
Yeah.
And there we have it.
Resigns. Congratulations to Alireza. As we go to Veselin Topalov, let's just check in on our former world champion up against Duda. We've kind of lost track.
Duda has been playing this endgame with an extra pawn for a long time now. And I think...
Well, it's actually two.
Two extra pawns.
Yeah, and Veselin played very, very ambitiously at some point there. If he wanted to play a quiet game, he had all the choices, but he decided to go kind of sharply for a win, and is now looking likely to be paying for it with a loss, because the a pawn has now been safely blockaded, and Duda is choosing how to convert cleaner from
King
here.
f7.
D8.
Knight d8, we go king e8, right?
Yeah.
Knight c6, rook a6, and we had 2 up for not very much.
That's too many.
I guess maybe if king e8, he'll go back to e6, though. I think that's the plan.
Sorry, say that again. King.
If we go king e8, the knight goes back to e6.
E6. I was about to say king g6. I guess.
Yeah, maybe just go king g6, exactly. Yeah. King g6 is the cleanest.
Yeah.
Yeah, Duda's looking for his first win.
And king g6.
King g6.
On the board. Knight takes c6, rook takes a6. That's two
very healthy pawns.
Yeah, 4 versus 2 on the king side.
So
no arguments there.
Not a very good start to the tournament for Veselin.
No, I'm going to go to Levon versus MVL. Whoa.
That should be a draw.
Everything got hoovered off. When we left it, Levon was a pawn up, but his queen was offsides. And somehow
there were a lot of
things.
A lot of things happened in this game, and it should now end in a reasonably quiet draw.
First impressions were that this knight versus bishop was nice for Levon, but this looks like it's
king is cut off, so it's going to be a draw.
Okay.
So
well, you still have to pay some attention, right? But
two games that are still playing, and let's check with Prague.
Okay.
We know Duda is winning. Whoa, pawns on f3.
Whoa. There's no majority on the queen side anymore. They got eaten up, but there's suddenly a passed f pawn.
He created a new pass pawn on the f file. It's a little bit unexpected, but it seems to be working for black.
Yeah, this is now a lot of trouble for Prague. Simply rook takes h5 and then put it back on h2 and start pushing both of them. And the white king is just not where it should be. If it was somewhere on the f2 square, we would be completely fine. But it's very difficult to get it over there because your bishops are kind of in the way. Yeah, rook h2 now, I guess, and then just push.
Why didn't he go bishop d1?
Rook h... No, okay, rook h3.
King d2.
Maybe even king f5, king g4. I don't know.
King f5.
By the way, speaking of king f5, that looks like a really good move to bring the king to g4. Then you can just escort the pawn up the board. This should be winning for Aravindh.
Whoa! Just made a move with 1 second on the clock.
I noticed that he did speed up his hand movement there, and there was a good reason for
you have
that.
to play bishop f2, I guess, but even king h3, king g2 might be very strong. Just get it on a very kind of solid square, and then once the rook manages to give a check from somewhere, it's the game over.
And he's done it. He's just escorting this f-pawn right up the board. King h3, king g2, and as you say, once we got a rook check on the e-file, there's no stopping the f-pawn.
Yeah, it seems pretty straightforward.
Bishop b8, rook, frankly, kind of anywhere. Rook h6 is good, I guess. Yeah. Bishop f7. Because we can switch it over to a6 then. King g2 and then rook a6, I'm pretty sure is what he's planning. And that kind of ends the game, I guess. Yeah.
King g2. King e3.
And then rook anywhere on the queen side. a6, c6. And a6, I think, is cleanest, yeah.
And check's coming.
Check's coming.
20 seconds for Aravindh to
And
play rook
one thing I
a6.
want to say about this is what I think we often fail to appreciate from outside is these guys have played so many training games that we're completely unaware of. So many.
Oh, what did he do?
There's no
Rook. He
victory
went
anymore.
rook to a6.
Whoa.
He went rook to a6 with the idea of rook a3 check. He stopped himself, put his rook on b6, and suddenly bishop takes d5.
It's overthinking again.
Yeah, and b3 was. Now, wait a
Is it
minute.
draw now?
Well, suddenly there's a pass d pawn for
Yeah,
white.
bishop e4 and yeah.
I mean, the bishop is coming to h4. h4.
Rook e6 though. And the queen ending is drawn, I guess.
Rook. Okay, well.
Wait, a little update. Duda did win his game against Topalov.
Yes, he was 2 pawns up when we left it. But what a fail. That was just a
Rook
blunder.
a6, game over. And
Yes.
he plays rook b6 instead.
Yes. d5?
Pragg back in the game.
Well, there's coming back into the game and making a draw, but suddenly does he have winning aspirations?
Yeah, I think he might end up winning this because
This
of just
is-
like how much of a shock, body shock is to suddenly find yourself
Black?
in this spot. Yeah.
Ooh, h5, how much? He didn't have much time when he played h5.
1 second.
1 second.
Yeah, d6 rook d8 is a draw, which is relevant because bishop f3 king h2, and you cannot actually keep the d pawn alive. So I suspect it's still a draw.
But the bishop h4 is an indication that Pragg is thinking,
Yeah.
I can win this game. King h3,
Bishop b7.
So easy to make
F2.
mistakes.
f2. Hang on, I can't play bishop b7. Bishop b1.
King g2 back.
he's reaching for his king.
Yeah, but now we have bishop b4 in the end. Now we can play d6 now
He's done it.
because rook
My
d8 no
goodness.
longer
Bishop
wins
b4,
the
yeah.
The d-pawn.
Yeah.
Rook to d8. I can take this pawn with a check and then defend the pawn on d6 with bishop
Yeah.
b4.
As my poker friends would say,
Ooh, he's alone.
if Pragg ends up winning this game, you can sort of claim the best hand won, right? If you consider what the position was after 20 moves, you can
I
sort
think
of.
he is winning.
Yeah.
He's winning. Bishop takes f3. Oh, those
Yeah.
two bishops.
Bishop c3 even for style points, yeah.
Oh, actually,
Nah, he doesn't.
he
Unnecessary.
sees bishop
Well,
c3.
Yeah, he's considering
He's
it, yeah.
thinking about it, but he doesn't have that much time to. Whoa! Talk about style
style.
Yeah,
points.
this is good style points. Yeah.
This is maybe great.
This is good style points.
Actually, that just wins.
Yeah,
That's just formidably.
that just
Has to
ends
live the d file.
ends the game. Yeah.
Rook takes d6, bishop
Bishop
c7.
c7. Yeah.
just
Rook 8, king
ends
f2 simply, and then d7, d8.
By the way,
Wow.
king f2 simply. You're setting up checkmates.
Yeah,
as
we're
well.
also setting check. Yeah, Aravindh is not going to be happy about this.
No, you can say he is devastated.
d7, bishop g2, bishop c7, checkmate.
I think he's going to resign and wow.
Wow. That was huge. That was a huge turnaround, and it was time trouble that did it. What games are remaining?
Only one left is Levon Aronian against MVL, and they're playing that draw rook endgame.
Yeah, this is
So
not
Levon
going
is testing MVL
this
for
is
a
not
little
going to
bit.
go
but
very far. Yeah, the king cannot even cross the d file, so I don't know. I don't know what is there even to discuss.
Oh, I'm still in shock.
Right?
What did we just watch?
Yeah,
That was huge. That was.
yeah, that was a very strange kind of a self-correction there, changing from rook a6 to rook b6. When your first instinct always is to put it as far away from everything as possible, and it's pretty much always correct.
And
it
we
was
go.
correct in that spot.
And there's the handshake. This game ends in a draw.
Yeah.
Only draw in this round. The others were all decisive.
So we had 2 decisive games in round 1, 4 decisive games in. And let's toss it to Warsaw. Dramatic round 2, Maurice.
That was indeed dramatic, and you should hear me hollering and screaming in this hall watching some of the turnarounds that are going on in these games. It should be pointed out, by the way, that today there is a special birthday. The birthday boy, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, the local favorite. It is his 27th birthday today. How time flies. I remember when he was a fresh-faced 22-year-old coming in and showing his stuff. And now a nice birthday gift that Topalov gave him. Said, hey, you know, somebody's got to give you points. Usually we don't like playing on our birthdays because if you lose, then it just sours everything for the day. But in this case, he did make a draw in round one and now a win in round two. Will that give him some birthday momentum? We'll see as the rounds continue. The final round of the day continues.
Thank you, Maurice. And as we get prepared for a break, we have another quiz. We're going to be stumped. We had the stalemate quiz and this one.
The question is, who is the only non-grandmaster to compete in a GCT event? Wow, I didn't even think that happened. Answers Deac, Hans Niemann, or Gavrilescu.
When David played the first time,
I was in 22, but I think he was
he a
already
grandmaster?
I think once again they're trying to
trick us
a little bit.
Well, we'll have the answer after the break.
What are the audience going to get?
As we go to break, Anastasiya catches up with Indian star Grandmaster Praggnanandhaa. So take a listen and we'll be right back.
Prague, welcome back to Grand Chess Tour. Here we are again in Warsaw. It's your second season in Grand Chess Tour. So how does it feel to come back with more experience this time?
Yeah, it feels really good to be back in Grand Chess Tour as a full tour player. Yeah, I'm quite excited for this season and it was a very good experience last year for me. And I remember this tournament very well. It feels like I just played it a few months back and it's already here, so the days are going very fast. Yeah, I'm quite excited. I remember I was doing quite well before I went to St. Louis, but then I had a very bad tournament in St. Louis Rapid Blitz, and that spoiled my chances. So it shows that every tournament is very important in the tour, and I want to give my best and see how it goes.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, now that you have this experience, do you have kind of different approach? You mentioned a little bit about it, but let's say, did you try to change your mindset before you come?
Yeah, I think from previous year, I think the experience has changed me. Like I think I've played a lot nowadays at the top level, so I'm like trying to fight for the top spot now, and like I can't really explain how it changes, but like something is just about feeling like some games you feel like this game you have to try and push hard and so on. So these kind of things. And also last year, the Rapid and Blitz in St. Louis, I had like 7 good positions which I spoiled, and I finished like last. Even if I had finished in the mid table, I could have like tried to finish in top 3 of Grand Chess Tour. So that was disappointing end for me. So I'm very motivated for this season.
Yeah, I always feel that you are like always motivated. And you also play really interesting chess. So what did you prepare this year for your chess fans in Warsaw?
Thanks, but I'm not sure after my last year GCT events. I made 17 draws in classical out of 18 games. Only Anish was helping me to win that 1 point. I mean, I had very good positions against a lot of people, which I spoiled. I remember I was winning against 2 games. I was winning against Gukesh, 1 against Veselin in Incr field. So I had like many good positions which I spoiled. So, but also this huge save against Alireza in Romania, making it like 4-way tie for the first. So yeah, a lot of memories from previous year GCT. So looking forward to this year GCT to create more memories.
Yeah, but you know, everything is recorded, and we have one of your trainers, Peter Svidler, this year also he's commentating during the tournament. So did it ever cross your mind that Peter is watching your games and could say, and do you think somehow like, I better don't spoil this position, I better remember the move order because now he can actually see it? And have it ever crossed your mind and affected your play?
I think everyone is watching the game, so I don't think that should affect my play. I do watch the commentary just to see what Peter was saying, and I remember doing it last year. Not during the tournament, but like after the event, just to see what he's saying and what are his initial thoughts. Not just Peter, like if anyone like very good like commentates on the game, very strong players, then I try to watch it after the event just to see if they have any thoughts on the game.
Oh, this is really nice. I mean, so who's your favorite commentator then?
Yeah, Peter is good. Peter Liko is also good. I mean, there are many commentators like who are doing, who are really good at it, and I think these two are like the main people. If they commentate, I watch it after the event is done sometimes.
So, like, speaking about something else, like off the board, what's something you love to do that fans might not expect from the chess player? What are your hobbies and other activities?
Okay, maybe video of me cooking probably was not expected. So, if I have to choose one, that is the one thing. But it's not like I'm cooking every day. Yeah, it's not and I should admit I don't know about anything about cooking. It was just a very easy thing to do. So.
You already achieved so much in your young age, and how do you stay grounded with all the attention and pressure, let's say, when you come to India? And like, how do you try to focus on your game with all the attention?
At this point, we're all used to it. Like, we have a lot of fans coming in every tournament, a lot of Indian fans coming in to follow the event, to see us play and so on. So it's very nice to see growth in popularity for chess, and I think we should all appreciate the fans for taking their time to come here watch. I remember last year there were so many fans here in Poland, and to follow the event, they give us all their support and love, and I think the best we can do is like meet them and give few autographs and pictures. So, like when I'm on the board, it's about focusing there, and when I'm like meeting some fans, I try to give my best. So, I think the ultimate thing is to give your best at whatever you're doing.
Absolutely, yes.
And I must admit, I'm not giving my best here.
Yeah, you still have 5 days to go, and all the best of luck for you, Pragg, in the tournament. Yes, we're ready to enjoy the games.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
"10 years, one legacy." The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest, then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
Just had our grand opening of Paws and Pawns Exploring Animal Chess Sets. This show contains over 50 chess sets, sculptures, photographs, and other artwork exploring the connection between chess and the natural world. We have sets and boards that date from the late 19th century all the way up to the present. You get to see a little bit of how artists have reinterpreted familiar chess pieces using the imagery of the animal world. The World Chess Hall of Fame's collection has over 800 chess sets, and as we were going through this collection, I noticed so many different ways that people integrated animals into these artistic chess sets, and it just seemed a natural fit to make a whole show of it. We reached out to some really wonderful lenders, including from Chess Collectors International and some great artists, and we even reached out to local artist Justin King to create a giant T-Rex especially for this exhibit. at the opening, people really enjoyed seeing their favorite animal in the show, whether it was something in the cats versus dogs chess set section or the set that we have from the local artist Sophie Bender. And that is a woodburn chess set that has different animals engraved on each square. We also have really wonderful, elaborate chess sets from the artist Laura Sturtz. One has kind of creepy, crawly creatures, chess bugs. And then we have another one that looks at the beauty of sea life, and so there are manatees, walruses, and other things. If you'd like to learn more about this exhibition, you can go to the World Chess Hall of Fame's website at worldchesshof.org or check out our social media channels.
Ladies, are you looking for something fun to do? Do you want to make new friends and broaden your horizons? Ladies' Night is the premier all-female chess event in St. Louis. Every Wednesday night, you can meet and play with new people while learning one of the world's most popular games from a certified woman grandmaster. Plus, St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
If you love playing chess and want to put your skills to the test, the St. Louis Chess Club welcomes you to our monthly open tournaments. This is your chance to compete in a 5-round Swiss system tournament with 2 sections, Open, which is FIDE rated, and Under 1800. Feel the thrill of competition as you contend for a share of $4,200 in prizes every month. To learn more and to register, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
Welcome back, everyone. Players are getting ready to start round 3, but before they do...
Quiz. Who was the non-GM? I'm going to go with C.
I'm going with A. Peter?
Well, I'll take the one left. Yeah.
And the answer is the big reveal. Da-da-da-da.
Nice, Yasser.
A lucky shot. That's all I got to say to that one. Tell us about the results for round 2. Who's winning?
It was a very decisive round. We had 4 wins. So at the moment, we have in clear lead Praggnanandhaa with 4 points. Then sharing second, Alireza Firouzja, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and Vladimir Fedoseev.
Tell us about the pairings that we're about to see. The last rapid game of day 1.
Aravindh coming from that painful loss.
Oh, that hurt.
Will be playing Levon Aronian.
Yeah.
Deac will be playing Prague. Prague has a chance to push again for a win.
Exactly.
MVL playing Topalov. Duda against Fedoseev. And Gavrilescu against Firouzja.
And speaking of those decisive rounds, we've got a graphic to tell us more about.
So these are decisiveness by year in the rapid section of Grand Chess Tour.
Okay. 2024 looks like we're on that.
It's better than 2023.
You're right.
But it looks like 2017 was the most decisive year.
Yes.
Above 60% is a very high number.
That is
It's
very, very high.
surprising.
Even though we all know that Rapid and Blitz do tend to produce more decisive games.
Especially with the Blitz. Thank you to Ben Underwood for getting all of those stats. And, well, there we see it. We have a slightly more decisive thus far. Well, it's all about this round 3. And let's see that pairings again. Because those pairings, it looks like there's a lot of people with opportunity, including MVL, who's just coming off a loss. Veselin looks like he's the target. You know, these things happen very early.
He's not having a good day.
Today has not been a good day for him, and I think in particular we kind of glossed over what happened in that game between him and Duda in round 2. But he pushed in a position where just playing normally would have very safely guided him to a draw.
Yeah. We'll toss it to Maurice. The view from Warsaw. Maurice.
Indeed, you talk about the excitement of the round. It's the last round of the day. There has been some momentum so far as well. You see Praggnanandhaa should have won, should have lost, then should have won. You start to feel a little bit like luck is on your side, and he's definitely rolling atop the leaderboard. Firouzja, another one after that round 1 escape against Fedoseev, who, by the way, I heard that he said that he wasn't feeling so badly because apparently Firouzja played so many practical moves, like 40 practical moves to stay in the game, that you can't feel so bad that your opponent played so well and you only managed a draw. Of course, he won his next game, so he's feeling pretty good about his play as well. One person not feeling great about his play, of course, is former world number 1, Veselin Topalov. Losing the way he did, he's got to leave a bitter taste in his mouth. You want to warm up and be in some kind of rhythm. So maybe get some easy games, maybe put a couple of draws under your belt. But being smacked in the face with 2 losses does not at all breed confidence. And we know confidence is so important to a chess player's performance. And so let's keep an eye on Veselin, see if he can somehow right the ship early, because these sharks here, nobody feels sorry for you. When they smell blood in the water, they come a-hunting. Let's see this exciting last round, how it unfolds.
Absolutely, the competitive spirit that comes out. I need a win. Sorry, buddy. It's going to be at your expense. I'm looking at this. I'm seeing Deac versus Pragg. Even though Pragg has the black pieces, you know, why not push? You know, you just got 2 victories.
Absolutely, and something I want to say, Deac, but I think it more applies to the classical. But from Deac with the white pieces in the classical games, there are 2 very distinct approaches he chooses. He sometimes just decides, okay, today is a day I will play safe.
Right.
And then he opts for some theoretical lines which provide black with 0 winning chances.
Right.
And sometimes he just goes for, I don't know, a trump or something and just says, let's play a game.
Right.
But in Rapid, I think the second version is much more likely to come out because people don't really like to play non-games in Rapid.
Absolutely. And then for Duda and Fedoseev, they're just coming off of wins. Mm-hmm. They've got, 3 points apiece. They're tied for second. They kind of feel like they should be pushing.
It's a very important game.
Yeah.
Whoever wins this could be fighting for the first place in the coming days.
Absolutely. Well, the pressure on Duda. He's playing in front of his home crowd.
But he seems to enjoy it. I think it affects people differently. I think for some people it's more of an impediment than an inspiration. But I think for Jan-Krzysztof it very much is in the positive column. I think he likes playing in front of his home crowd. It gives him additional
He likes the support.
Yeah. It definitely does have that feel as well, that he enjoys it.
But so far, who would you say was the luckiest player so far? Because we had a lot of lucky moments.
I think that's Alireza. For now, I think that's Alireza. He's on 3 out of 4 and could have very easily been on 0 out of 4.
Pragg, though, in his game with MVL, he didn't actually have a very good game when the bishop went to d6. We've got Duda in front of us, and let's stay with this one for the moment. We have d4, d5, c4.
And the disrobing.
The disrobing.
The disrobing in progress, yeah.
Well, Vladimir, as white, he got the number
Catalans.
1, 2 Catalans, e7, e6 is kind of funny. After knight f3, knight f6, g3, he might be facing his favorite opening.
3 would be quite interesting.
Yeah.
Well, moment of
and it seems
truth.
quite possible currently, because g3 is very much a weapon for most people these days who play 1d4.
If you get the same position 3 times in the same tournament, can you just make a clean draw? 3-time repetition.
3 corners is a penalty kick or something. Yeah. But no, knight f3, a6. And this is actually something I have an opinion on, which has been reinforced. I kind of picked up it's a very fashionable thing to play these a6, h6 likes. Magnus, I think, was one of the very important pioneers of this. But I think you're much better off, and maybe I should switch to the board and try to explain this while they're thinking. C takes d5 invalidates most of the points I was about to make, so it's no longer relevant. But let me just go here for a sec. And
I'm ready for a masterclass, Peter.
Yeah. Talking about this line, the point, of course, is we are now much more serious about taking on c4 because we are much readier to protect it with b5. And the big difference is, if you start with knight f3, the same position exists with knight on c3. There is this move bishop g5, which more or less forces you to play bishop. I mean, forces is strong, but you are kind of supposed to play bishop e7, and then takes, and knight bd2. And it looks like we will play c5 eventually and equalize, but as a matter of fact, it's not at all easy to actually get to play c5 in these types of positions, and you end up having to defend quite passive, quite difficult to equalize positions. In particular, if you're not immediately very precise, you could find yourself by move 15 in a position with no counterplay and a very pleasant edge for white. Instead, Jan-Krzysztof played cd5, e5, knight c3, bishop e7, knight f4, bishop knight f6. Bishop e7, kind of interesting choice.
Yeah, that was weird.
Because honestly, having played a6, I think you actually should play h6 here. I'm not even kidding. I've done this a couple of times against strong players as well.
Knight f6.
It's very playable.
D6.
Because yeah, we want to develop these pieces to better squares.
Agreed.
But this is also
knight h5.
Something. Yeah.
What's going on, Peter? Knight h5.
I do not know.
Bishop
I'm
E5?
assuming bishop e5 should come quite quickly. These days, they sometimes just leave it on f4 and say, like, if you want to take, you can take, because this will give me a forever square on e5 for the knight. This is not unplayable, but I think your default reaction has to be bishop e5. We're being told this is very, very rare. Not a novelty, but a very rare option there from Fedoseev.
Well, I like the way it was told to us. 3 times in the history of chess. The entire history of chess. We've only seen this position 3 times.
That's very telling stuff. I'm not quite sure what the intention here is, because, I mean, something like knight c6, but the thing is, you don't actually want to take on e5, because then your d5 pawn is hanging, and also your knight is about to get trapped.
e5 on the board.
Yeah, and Fedoseev just goes c6 here. And now there's a choice.
C6.
Yeah, well, he wants to play knight d7, I'm assuming, and that needs to be prepared.
H3?
H3, I guess knight d7 anyway.
And I don't know what I'm doing. Sorry, Peter.
Are you afraid of knight e5?
I have no idea what I mean, I just know you played knight h5 for no reason anymore. You know, like I put my bishop back.
Yeah.
Sorry, Peter.
I mean, it's very difficult to figure out how this relates to kind of classical Carlsbads, right? Because both sides are making very strange decisions and burning a lot of time on things which don't appear to be, strictly speaking, necessary, you know? Like, this bishop made 4 moves already for no particular reason, and this knight is for some reason on h5, having not taken anything. So, yeah, I don't know. But I assume this is what's intended, and now you just castle kingside, and you say you want to go for a mating attack, go for it, we'll have fun.
Right.
I assume this is good for white, but I mean, it's difficult to really derail your position by move 10. Not impossible, but difficult.
Needs a little help. Needs a little help. We're going to keep this one on the boil. I'm going to go to
defending champion, Firouzja.
Let's do it. Alireza. We were having a hard time deciding who was the most lucky player this far in the tournament, but Alireza seems to have garnered the most votes. What do we have? We have a Caro-Kann, and after queen e2, bishop f5, we've got, I used to call this like the Bronstein variation of the Caro-Kann. I'm much more familiar with white playing the move d2, d4 than I am with d3, and c5. That's quite an
well, the
over the board
knight does want to
inspiration.
go to good squares. I actually quite like this as a concept for you. And just go e5 here.
So
just really go for an attempt to completely control things in the center. Bishop e6, queen f3, I guess.
Yep.
But then you have to worry about things like maybe queen b6 somewhere. I don't know, rook g8 followed by queen b6. It becomes very concrete. I don't know.
I know this.
Where does the white bishop develop? Yeah, are we going to fianchetto or?
I was about to say, I know it looks a little bit ugly, but should I be playing G3 or
H5?
G4?
I think G3 like
G3 is a little softer.
Yeah, I think this is what you're supposed to be doing here.
And trying to maintain
a very fresh, very kind of non-standard position, which I think we will enjoy watching.
Yes.
I have no idea what I think about it, though.
Bishop e3 on the board, by the way. If you're going to play e5, let's see it right here and right now.
Well, the other options would be a move like queen d5 or a move like queen a5, I guess. But
Queen A5? Queen
White probably
G5.
wants to play G3, Bishop G2, and Castle short anyway, so...
Yep. Makes a lot of sense. All right, Bishop E3. And Nasi, what's caught your eye?
Well, let's check some other games. Should we go with MVL?
All right. MVL versus Veselin Topalov. When Veselin started with 2 losses, you suddenly feel yourself under pressure to win.
Yeah.
It's like your competitors are making points. Suddenly you feel like you've got to beat this former world champion. It's like now you're getting nervous. This is a Ruy Lopez when we're not playing for D4. We're more or less, I don't even know what I could call this. It's not Chigorin, it's Bishop F8, it's, what is it?
Well, it's, I think at some point there was an opening book published on the 63 variation which just called it the Carlsen variation, because I think he is a major driving force of fashion and just the movement of theory with both colors. Actually, he plays this with both white and black. And it's very noticeable in particular in the approach Veselin took here. This is a very, very central position. I, sometime in a previous decade, recorded a video series on this, trying to find good ways for black to play. And Castle's Knight C3, Rook B8 is not something I mentioned at all. This idea of playing Rook B8 in all of these types of positions and then just go for Rook E8, Bishop F8, Bishop B6 type plans. I think the main idea of the move Rook B8 is you want to not have to worry about the pin if this sequence happens.
Right.
It just makes your life a lot easier in these types of positions when you've already sidestepped the pin on the knight on C6.
Makes sense.
And MVL is playing very quickly in response, which leads me to believe that this is something that is now kind of fashionable and did not catch him at all by surprise. But yeah, his plan here is quite interesting because he is saying, I will keep everything as is. I'm not pushing for D4. I am currently not pronouncing that I'm pushing like knight H2, and F4 would be a plan in some positions, but we're not committing to it. The big question, of course, is what's the reply to Bishop B6?
Right.
Because something people try to do sometimes in these types of positions is to play knight D5. Right. And this is another reason why Rook B8 is very useful, because after knight D5, Bishop D5, E takes D5, knight E7, you would like to play C4, but now you don't have to take C4 as a reply, because you see this bishop is hanging. So this is just completely unplayable. You can, if you want, take with the bishop. E5, I think, is just a blunder of a full pawn because of the variation I showed. But obviously you are, you are not at all happy about any of this.
Right.
Like this is just very comfortable for black. F5, knight G6, and black has a very comfortable position. So I'm assuming the idea maybe is to take, and if rook takes, now we go knight D5. But honestly, I'm not in love with this. I'm not in love with this. I don't really...
What have I won?
Yeah, I don't really see this as achieving very much. These types of positions tend to be quite okay for black. And I briefly saw flashing on my screen, even Fe6, which is something, it's a bit of a blind spot for me, because I personally really dislike playing this structure with black. But the way the white pieces are, maybe this is where it's just very comfortable, because
D5, D4.
D5, D4 happens really fast. And our setup with black is, I think, perfectly equipped to do with most things, to deal with most things that white can do in response.
We do have captures on E6. We do have a response, rook takes E6, and knight D5.
And knight D5. And knight D7 is fine. Knight D7 is maybe the cleanest solution here. You can do it slower, but you do want to deal with this knight on C5 and D5 as early as possible, because white might want to play something like C4, B4 to like lift the queen side towards the center, and those positions sometimes become a bit awkward.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Knight E7
kicking it out. We have a clear leader after 2 rounds. We have Prague. Prague has won both games, standing at 4 points, because as we know in the Rapid, you get 2 points for a victory. He is up against Deac, and he's playing
King's Indian.
King's Indian, a double-edged sword these days. I notice that my engines tend to just make the King's Indian look unplayable, and it's very unpleasant to...
I've had... look, I'm not going to claim any credit, but I was adjacent to King's Indian being introduced as an option to the young man. And yeah, it's very difficult to analyze, and it requires a very special type of, I think, psyche, I want to say. Because these days in particular, when you have a plethora of options where you will be staring at zeros all day long, by design, to start analyzing positions where the engine will constantly tell you you're busted.
You're down a pawn, or maybe worse.
You're really, really in trouble by move 10, having really not made any particularly questionable decisions apart from move 3. You know, it requires a very special kind of an approach because not very many people enjoy it.
Right.
The thing, of course, is that chess is not played by machines.
Exactly.
So the position probably objectively is not very good, but to punish it, you have to play very, very precisely. And also, I think what plays into people's hands, if you do want to pick up the King's Indian as black, it's become so rare, at top level in particular, that people don't really have a kind of a very well-established, well-oiled repertoire against it. Nobody really invests a lot of time into trying to understand how to dismantle the King's Indian, because you'll get one of them in 2 years or something. So
they're looking at Queen's Gambit declines.
Exactly, yeah.
Which the engines
there are so many problems.
You have to play.
It's not even that the King's Indian is rare. It's just that you have so many problems elsewhere that you are constantly banging your head against the wall in QGA and the semi-Slavs and the semi-Tarashes and all of these things, which is an attempt to make a forced draw with black by move 20. You know, this isn't. This very much isn't.
Queen's Gambit.
So it feels like a weird way to invest your time with white. To spend, I don't know, a month getting into the intricacies of the King's Indian, where you have all these other issues which appear to be much more pressing, which makes it a good practical choice, I think.
Especially in rapid, right?
So here we have it, but white's approach with bishop e2, bishop e3, and h3 isn't what was prescribed as
this is a kind of a mixture of a little bit of everything here by Deac, because I think bishop e3, h3 is very fashionable, and bishop e2, bishop g5 is something that has been played a lot, and all kinds of knight f3, h3 are very fashionable. And this is really kind of trying to play 3 systems at once. And still, as you can see, the engine says pretty much any move here gives white like half a pawn advantage. but the resulting positions, and what often happens here is, like something like queen c2, the engine really dislikes actually, and says now after knight d7 there is no good way to stop f5. And if f5 happens, black's position is very healthy.
I mean, question mark after queen c2 is a little bit harsh.
It's a bit harsh, but these are the margins. And instead of that, the suggestion would have been to play something like g4, only wait for knight c5. And I mean, wait for knight c5, and only then to play queen c2. Because now, let's say if you play knight fd7, we can invest into a useful move here, such as maybe h4 or knight f3, which will give us much better coverage if black decides to play f5 anyway.
Wow. Queen c2. And now...
But notably, knight d7 kind of needs to be played now, because if you play something else, white will have time to switch back to...
And if you don't mind me playing devil's advocate and ask you, well, what's the difference between the knight being committed to c5 in this case? I'm still going to play g4. Are you going to play f5?
Yeah, I think I'm playing f5, and I think the major difference is the other knight will go to c5, opening up the bishop on c8. So if you take twice, I will go knight dc5. And then it really does start looking kind of iffy for white.
Okay, and especially
knight before coming in and...
Yes.
So this setup is actually much more harmonious for black, and Pragg instead plays c6, which the engine disagrees with. It's a playable move, but now after knight f3, it's much harder, I think, to push for f5 breaks once you play c6, because your entire structure is a lot shakier. You are much less in control in the center. So this kind of signals a switch to a different plan, and I think knight d7 was probably objectively stronger.
Is g4 now still good for white, or...?
It's fine, but I don't think it's best, because...
Same thing.
Same thing, and also with the open file, with the open c file, I might go for like knight c5, bishop d7, rook c8 type counterplay, where having the pawn on g4 is much less kind of relevant than already finishing development, playing castles and playing this way.
Wow. Thank you for that, Peter. These are very, very tricky positions. I wanted to go to the game between Duda and Vladimir for a moment because these two players are tied for second place. And we left it after bishop e5, and I think the players are as confused as we are. Bishop h2, a lot of tempi being wasted by white. But on the other hand, g6 and knight h5, right? What are we doing over there? a5, that's an indication that black is a little bit concerned that white may go castles in g4 and, you know, get on with business. So
but maybe white should still do it, frankly, because as you will see in a moment when we get to the game position, what Vladimir got in the game is just like, it's a very classical type of a setup.
Bishop on f5.
This is why you played 6 9 g7.
Yeah.
And this is really not supposed to be anything at all for white.
Exactly. By the way, the knight on c4, not so easy to evict. b2, b3. There's knight a3. That's a fork. And yeah, no, somehow black.
This is very healthy for black, I think.
Yeah.
So we think the bishop should have stayed on e5 and not moved to h2?
I think that was okay, but maybe back here, just at this moment when the move a5 was played, playing g4 and castling long might have been...
That, and also there's a critical moment a bit later as well, I wanted to point out.
Please.
Where, in the position where white played castles and black played knight g7, I think rook a b1 here, you're not really pushing
No,
for
you're not
a3
playing for
faster
b4.
enough. I think we should be playing for e4. The engine goes rook a d1, and then, let's say you go knight b6, it just meets it with e4.
Yeah.
I'm not saying this is any kind of a massive advantage for white, but I think that would make more sense than sticking rigidly to your minority attack on the queen side, where, you know, by move 20, as, you know, supposedly once the light square bishops come off the board in these types of structures, black is never really in any kind of trouble, and it really does look extremely healthy. I'm also curious about the move a5, a4. I see the engine not making it, but it's not really a mistake either. Just to kind of secure the knight on c4 even further. And if you want to, you can't, as you pointed out, you can't really play b3 yet because of the fork. So
right.
And then I will be making the same moves anyway. Bishop d6, rook e8, take on d3. The knight comes out to f5. It's just very, very healthy for black.
Very comfortable.
Even
very
seems like
comfortable.
black has more space.
When we came on our show, we were saying our defending champion, Alireza Firouzja, $320,000 richer from his Grand Chess Tour experience in 2024. Can he repeat in 2025? Well, he is black in this one, knight to d2. Okay, that's a different approach than what I was expecting.
He's aiming at e4.
Aiming at e4, yeah.
And the way Firouzja reacted, it might not have been a bad choice at all. Bishop g6 is not engine's first choice. And now you can play knight e4 pretty much at any point. You can include h4, h5 as well. No, I mean, rook d, I don't dislike rook d1 at all. I think rook d1 is useful. So let's just look at the game position.
Okay.
Rook d1, queen d7.
Rook d1, queen to d7.
Prepping for long castle?
Yeah, absolutely.
Definitely.
Absolutely.
Big question, knight e4.
I think we're not protecting anything, we're just castling.
You're not protecting anything?
Neither of those things are relevant enough for us compared to getting the king out of the center.
Wow. Okay, I live for these moments. Shall we?
Queen d5.
You attack my knight, I defend it.
And now...
f5 maybe?
You have to show some imagination here, which I don't think I
f5 looks good.
possess this early in the game.
I'm hesitant. I do have bishop
f5,
to g5.
I'm also wondering about bishop takes e5, rook h8, and then just going for some knight d4 tactics or something.
Repeat that, Peter?
Bishop takes e5, you take with something. I want to play rook h8. And then push for, I don't know, knight d4 followed by e5, e4, and just...
How does white finish the kingside development?
Not easily. I mean, it's not.
This is
it's not the first move that comes to my mind. But I do want to play g3. And
f3 might be very good, actually.
Yeah. And I don't
Three
want...
knight d4, queen f2 or something.
Yes.
But then
yes.
b6.
Can I still try a 5 e4 here?
Yeah.
It's tempting.
Too many good options. Knight d4, queen f2, b6.
And now b6, yeah.
And
I'm kind of starting to enjoy it for black, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm feeling not very comfy. Unpleasant sensation, said Victor Korchnoi. Well, do I have
the
to...
engine says white is fine, maybe even slightly better, but practically speaking, we are coming up with more fun moves for black.
Well, let's have a quick... I do have a different approach. How about queen
So
check?
f5, you want to go queen c4.
I do. And the problem is this queen on d5 is actually a really powerful... And so trading off the queen suddenly becomes...
Yeah.
There is something
Makes
about your
sense.
bishop on
Makes
c5. I can attack twice with b6 and f4.
Yes.
Maybe
but,
after the queen trade.
Okay, do you want to do it
Let's
immediately?
try that.
This gives white the d6 square for the bishop, which kind of annoys me.
But after rook d1, you don't have that anymore. If I start
Yeah,
with rook
you
d1.
can trade. You can trade, give a check. That's very good. Yeah.
But I feel, you know what I'm feeling?
F4
Like,
bishop c1. Yeah.
I feel like I'm playing a Berlin as white, you know, where I've got my majority, you got your majority, I've got the two bishops. Intriguing game. We'll keep
Very,
an eye on
and I
this
think
one.
Alireza will be very happy about this because it's the price of a move is very high here.
Yeah.
One game we haven't looked at is
Please.
Aravindh against Levon Aronian.
All right, that's been.
Check that.
Let's check.
Yeah, it began
So,
its life as a French,
a French defense.
but is now a kind of
Tarish.
all-purpose structure.
You know, it's funny. I always got these positions, but from a Caro-Kann move.
Exactly, yeah.
It's just these were knight d7, Caro-Kann, I want to say. b4. Okay, that is a very ambitious play.
I was going to say aggressive, but yeah.
Aggressive. Very aggressive.
Yeah.
g7, g6.
G7, G6 is a very clear indication he wants to go e5 because it takes away the f5 square from me.
Absolutely. Bishop g3 takes on g3, captures, and we are caught up to date with
Is it
play.
time?
Let's have a look.
e5. I guess we go knight c2.
Okay.
And I want to look at like e4, knight d4, knight g4. Just like, once again, caveman style, knight g4, and try to play queen e5, queen h5. I understand it's probably not going to work, but if it does work, it's going to work quite spectacularly.
Well, yeah, it's a splat, is what it is.
Knight e3, knight df6. Actually, bishop e2 here is stronger than knight e3, I think, because the line I wanted to show is knight e3, knight df6.
Yep.
You take.
Yep.
Once again, bishop e2 probably stronger here, but the line was bishop e2, knight f2 here. This is what I was kind of pinning my hopes on.
E3 next move?
E3 check, king g1, queen takes g3, and we probably
Bishop
are doing very well.
Bishop f3.
Bishop f3, I have.
You have a perpet. You have
Maybe I
at
can
least
start. Yeah, queen
There's a
f2.
rook that can come in.
Yeah, exactly.
And there is also a rook that can come in.
Actually, even king h2, rook e5 might be winning on the spot. Yeah.
Rook e5,
rook e4, it doesn't matter. I like rook
e4?
e5. Yeah. Threat of rook h5, queen takes g2 mate. Feels very.
Caveman chess, knight g4.
And knight g4 is a
right
way
away.
to maybe do it a bit more flexibly because it's difficult for white to take away the 65 choices from black.
By the way, Levon's playing really fast. He still has 19 minutes on the clock, while Aravindh's down to 11 minutes.
Yeah.
But one thing this does do is it gives white the option of meeting e5 with knight h2.
Yes, that's what I just pointed out. I respect this knight on g4 with this particular structure because when you have your pawn on h2, you get to play h3. When it's doubled on the g file, which normally you're kind of like, except this is...
Except specifically in these types of scenarios, where this knight could be extremely difficult to get rid of.
Okay, Peter, take it away. What game?
Well, here I will just point out that since we are kind of telegraphing
Here.
e5 is coming.
Sure.
You can play something like knight c2, and if e5, you can just trade it. This way, because if you try to restore it there, I have more trades lined up. I have all of this preloaded, so to speak.
Right.
So yeah, it seems like white is completely fine. You do have to pay attention, because if you just decide to completely ignore all of this happening and you do something like this, you could find yourself, although bishop e2 works still, but you're one move away. You're one move away from total disaster.
Right, queen h5 mate.
So yeah, potentially a sharp position. I will say, and just before you think that all white here is doing is like preventing a mating attack, if you end up in an endgame like this, you're not going to enjoy it very much, because c5, bc5, rook c1, things like this, they happen very, very quickly. And these types of positions with the bishop on f1 controlling everything here, and the pawn on e6 in particular, going to be quite weak in a lot of endgames. This is not, I mean, it's probably still objectively closer to a draw, but you really don't enjoy it with black.
Exactly. Thank you, Peter. And for those of you who are joining us late, after 2 exciting rounds, especially dramatic round 4, our standings.
We have a sole leader after 2 rounds. Pragg has won both of his games. And then sharing second are 3 players, Alireza, Firouzja, Duda, and Fedoseev.
Of course, we're in the rapid portion where the games count for double points. That's why with his 2 victories, Pragg has 4 points. When we go to the Blitz, we'll go back to the traditional scoring. But there you have it. Nice tie for second, as you see Daniel Deac and Pragg on your screen. Let's go to that game.
Pragg now, I think, has reasons to be quite happy about things, because
the time?
The time, and also he got a very fighting position. Queen d2, knight f3 was played. But yeah, I really don't like this move, queen d2, that Deac played here. I think you should just castle. You don't really need to try to react to f5 in any way.
Daniel's repeating the time management he did against Firouzja, because he's down to 3 minutes against Pragg's 22.
You say time management. He didn't manage very well. That was terrible. Yeah. Queen d2, f5.
And another thing that the move queen d2 does is it actually makes f5, f4 into a massive problem.
Right.
You can no longer really castle here. You have to react to the f5, f4.
So you would really, really be happy if black captured on this pawn, because then any positions where you get to play knight to g5 to e6, you're super excited. But as Peter's about to point out,
f5, f4.
f5, f4. And it's sort of like now we're crying, because a moment ago we were opening things and things were going well. Suddenly here,
things are still open, but without that black square bishop,
it's not as fun.
And this is why castling instead of queen d2 was just so much cleaner, because you could just completely ignore f5. If we just show this for a second, castle here, f5, you go, let's say, rook fc1.
Right, castles f5, and in this particular case, the move f4 is actually rather toothless.
Yeah,
and
because you're not really prepared for any kind of a pawn avalanche on the king side, and the c-file is already open, so white's typical play on the queen side is going to be very, very
accelerated.
Fast.
Yes, exactly. So
this
f5,
like
f3.
Most typical King's Indian
dream.
Yeah.
But the current position, f5. Oops, sorry. Let me just refresh my board. Apologies. Queen d2. Let's see if I can't trick you a little bit. Can I capture? Now, you can't capture with the bishop. As we know, we're just going to play g4.
Let's try taking with the pawn.
Okay, so this move?
Still f4, maybe?
Yeah, here still queen takes g5, resign.
Yeah, both bishops hang in. Yeah.
No, that didn't work at all.
We have a fail. He's down to a minute, by the way.
We have a fail.
This is move 12.
That's incredible.
Yeah, I mean, I'm joining Maurice here in kids today, and like shake my head. SMH my head, as the kids say. Yeah.
Okay, can I? No, I am not threatening bishop b6.
Maybe
you can play bishop
g5.
g5. You can play bishop g5, but then you relinquish control over the c5 square. Black will play knight f6, and then black will play knight c5. Knight and your center is under a lot of pressure. And for black, everything seems to be quite harmoniously placed. And also they're 20 minutes ahead on the clock.
Sorry to interrupt, but big update in this game. I see Topalov might be winning. MVL just made a blunder.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. And for Veselin, again, those of you joining us late, Veselin started the worst possible way. 2 losses. Whoa, G4,
very nice.
F5.
And then knight
G4 actually isn't even that bad. It's this move King H1 that he just played that is horrible. He should have actually taken on F5, and his position would have been manageable. But I want to say that I think MVL has played this game very much against somebody who is on 0 out of 2. Because they did get to this position after d4, knight g6. And I think MVL in particular, somebody who has played the Najdorf his entire life, would have realized that kind of forcing the Najdorf type structure here is just not going to be great, because knight on f3 is not where it's supposed to be. And I mean, it's still fine, but he somehow managed to kind of make a lot of waiting moves in a row, and then in this position he suddenly found himself without any kind of a good answer to the incoming f7, f5. I'm pretty sure that if we take this one and then we look at this one, something has gone wrong. Like, Black has got absolutely everything. The bishop got transferred from f8 to b6. f5 is coming. g6 is actually by far the best move in this position. If you allow f5, you kind of are lost. But after f5, he should have just taken rook takes f5 and played rook d5, rook f6 and bishop e3. And yes, you will have to give up the queen for the 2 rooks on the f3 square. But these types of positions, as is well known, they have very, very serious drawing qualities. Actually, this is not the way. Hang on. I made a mistake somewhere along the way. Yeah, you take on b6 first. Yeah, it's important to take on b6 first.
So you're not pinned.
So you're not pinned, and also so you actually make sure to get the bishops off the board. Because now
bishop c7.
Because now b6 is incredibly vulnerable.
Right.
And this honestly just looks like a draw. It's not even difficult to understand that this is fine.
Right.
Whereas after king h1, and it's not like he blundered anything tactical. It's just that your position is busted after knight e7.
What are you doing about f2?
Yeah, like rook e6, knight g6. Like nothing goes anywhere.
Ooh.
You can't play bishop e3 because e4 is hanging in every single position.
We do have more moves.
Rook g1, rook g3?
He did it. He played rook g1, rook f6.
Yeah, but now after let's say king h8, knight g6, you just start collapsing because you can basically never
move.
Yeah, you can never solve the underlying problem of not having moves.
f2.
Yeah.
How do we deal with knight g6, knight?
Yeah, the one good thing is he has twice the time, but Veselin has still about 9 minutes here, which is plenty. No, this is busted, and also I'm pretty sure he knows he's busted, which makes his decision not to take on f5 here even more confusing, because it's not like he's choosing something that he's going to enjoy.
Maybe he was worried about e4 after he takes f5. Was that a move? Or not?
Come on.
It's not a move.
Doesn't work, yeah.
Queen's not hanging,
Yeah, it doesn't work.
Optically, you thought, I'm taking on f3,
good.
I'm taking the queen, there's a missing rook. This is where Peter gets to tell you, by the way, I'm a rook ahead.
Yeah, I have more rooks. Yeah.
I have more rooks.
Today I have a lot of very, promising opportunities.
That's the meme of our round.
To use this, yeah.
I have more rooks.
The position is so bad. Even queen c6, c4 is basically winning by force, because after queen takes c4, b takes c4, you can't actually hang on like
King
this.
G2? Oh, yeah,
knight g6. Whoops, sorry. Knight g6.
Threatening rook f3.
Rook f3, knight h4.
Oh, no.
It just collapses.
Disaster.
Oh, that is.
Just absolutely. And the thing is, as I mentioned, MVL played these types of structures from the other side his entire life. He knows.
He's a Najdorf player.
Which is why the decision not to take on f5 is so baffling to me.
All right, well, that's terrible. We're going to go to the game between Daniel Deac and Pragg, because Pragg is way ahead on time.
Yeah, Daniel has 20 seconds left against 18 minutes, and his position's not looking great either.
And now actually, because he chose to take on a6 and then play queen d3, and now without the light square bishop, another rule that we all know from a long time back, if black has to trade off the light square bishop, the attack on the king side is much weakened. And if white has to trade out his, it's much stronger. So you can actually go f4, g5, g4 here, and probably should. In particular against somebody on 20 seconds, but even without that additional factor, f4.
Well, we can't keep our bishop active. We keep it...
Yeah, bishop d2, g5, and go.
Yeah,
Passive.
c1.
No, I don't like this at all, g5. And this is where, because the light squared bishop is missing, we really do want to play g4.
Yeah.
White has no counterplay on the queen side.
Yeah, I think you play
No.
bishop d2. I don't think anybody
Exactly.
cares about the b2 pawn. I think you play bishop d2, g5, rook fc1, and you allow g4, and you hope that there will be some.
Well, here I'm putting on my running shoes. Is basically
No,
what's
we are
going on.
absolutely doing this with black, and we are
Yeah.
very happy about it.
Yeah, we get our.
Yeah, king f1, but rook f6, g6, and also like these types of runs with the king are much better when the region of the game where you're running to is safer, because now it's not going to be safe on b1 either, even if it gets there. So yeah, this is not very enjoyable, and it's not very enjoyable when you're playing on increment for the rest of the game.
And okay, Deac is going to be playing on his increment, but for Prague, how much time does he have?
17 minutes.
Oh, that's ridiculous. I mean, we saw Alireza use 8 when he had the situation, but I think Prague is going to be a lot more practical. By the way, I mean, I like playing for g5 and g4 as well. Can I get in h5 and do it in the nicest way?
You could do it slower, yeah.
Yeah?
You can absolutely do it slower.
Okay, looks very good
pleasant.
for our tournament
Should we check
leader.
with Duda's game? Because it looks like Fedoseev, I was just about to say he's overtaking, and
things
and
are
I see
happening
question mark.
there.
Okay, when we left it, we thought that a very comfortable position for Vladimir. Knight to d2, okay. And, well, I mean, Duda was determined to get in as minority
Yeah, but this is a pawn
attack.
sacrifice, as you can see. Because he's just abandoning the pawn on a4. He's done this to play some kind of a strange endgame where he's a pawn down. I don't quite understand.
Yeah, b7 is very safe.
Yeah.
I don't think he's getting that pawn back anytime soon.
Indeed. He also had
Yeah,
a bishop
it's
that could
not as bad as
potentially-
it might look, but it's still a pretty healthy pawn. Yeah.
And I saw that rook c8 got a question mark.
Yeah, because you actually need this square for the bishop. I think the point is knight b3, c5 is coming in, and you do want to be able to meet it with bishop c8. So you kind of burn a tempo for nothing. You don't really. It's the wrong square.
We kind of just put our rook in the board, on the board. Knight to b3, and whether we play rook a8 or bishop c8, then we make room. But rook e8 to c8.
Yeah, that probably wasn't
compensation suddenly.
Yeah.
We'll just give ourselves a pause and get a view from Warsaw. Over to you, Maurice.
Hi, guys, and this is something I'd like to point out. I usually enjoy, and I think a lot of us players who have been around for a few years, don't call us legends, we know what that really means, but those of us who've been around for a few years, we see certain things happen on a chessboard and you go, that's kind of cool. I'm not sure I've ever seen that before. It's something unusual, interesting, a little bit odd, but certainly some brain stimulation from the same old you see all the time. It's happened in this game with Topalov and MVL. There was one moment in the game I jumped back to. It was actually a few moments where the rook on f6 stood there and you said, that rook is on a weird square. Why is it there? And after a couple of moves after this had transpired, then the other rook went to f8. And now you got doubled rooks on the f-file. Usually like that f-pawn to be out of the way. Like just move it so it's properly doubled on the f-file. Isn't that something you see every day? A little bit of a curiosity, if you will. Of course, eventually Veselin managed to move his rook and play with the move f5. That was what he wanted to do and brilliantly played, and he's continued now with a fantastic position. Well, another position that I noticed this with, if I may jump to it, is the game with Aronian and Aravindh with the white pieces, and a non-standard possible treatment if we back up a couple of moves in this game as well. We had this moment after a takes b4, and here you see what looks kind of normal. Again, pretty standard looking. Oh, white has a little bit of space. Everything looks normal-ish except for the two knights that black has on the king side. Usually these knights don't really do this with the knights sort of stepping on each other. And Aronian had a non-standard sacrifice, which is knight takes on f2. Okay, that happens often enough, but to be followed up by the move knight to h5. Now, this kind of thing, again, you say,
wait, sack on f2 so you can play knight h5 so that you can hit the g pawn and nobody anywhere can defend this pawn? It's just going to drop? Is it good? Well, it turns out that it is okay for both sides after this sequence, as knight could land on f4, and suddenly white's not losing, fortunately, because of a move like knight e to c2, challenging the queen. And now we get this line, king h1 is possible, and now we can have this perpet. Okay, that's pretty standard. At least we get some normalcy. It's always nice to see lines where pieces go to strange squares, and yet it still turns out to be quite good. It just shows us the infinite richness of chess. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Maurice. And I have to admit myself, when I saw the move knight f2 in that particular variation, I thought black was following it up with knight e4 check.
Knight e4. I was thinking knight g4, but neither of them were.
No, knight e4 check. But he wanted to keep the diagonal open for
and very importantly, the knight coming in via 4, which would knight e4 check would not have given.
Yes.
Returning to our tournament leader there for a second.
b1.
H6 was chosen here. Pragg decided not to commit. I think once again he is playing against the clock a little bit. Yeah, making moves which maybe were not expected. Queen e2, knight f6, rook b1 is not really that great. And now you really are, I think, supposed to cash it in and play f4. Instead, he played queen e8. Which very specifically, I think, gives white some time because f4, I think the reason the engine doesn't like this is weirdly in these types of positions, bishop a7 maybe starts becoming a bit more playable, and there's also this idea of bishop c1, bishop a3. But a3, once again, is probably not the way to go here. Black played g5, white played b4. Yeah, I think it's time. I think you kind of need to finally go f4. Interestingly, on my screen, the engine replies to f4 now by playing bishop a7, bishop c5.
Well, because it's recognizing g5, g4 is going to be
and also it's one way to justify spending to tempi on a3 and b4. And also for black, like you're not even obliged to react to it. You can just play something like queen e7 and say this bishop doesn't really have squares. I can continue opening stuff up.
Gross.
Why not take?
That's gross.
Because you can take and still continue g4 in the attack.
It's just a good position for black. I thought it was just funny that white had this option and black wasn't even obliged to react to it in any way at all. And Pragg is still keeping his powder dry here. He hasn't played f4 yet. It's about time. I think giving white an option to bail out with it takes f5, I think, would be a pity.
Right.
I don't think we want to give white too much time to kind of change his mind.
And for our tournament,
he played g4.
And for our tournament leader, it couldn't be going any better. And
I have an update in Levon's game. I think Levon's in trouble after his last move.
By the way, I just noticed that David and Alireza have followed our analysis. Levon, you say, is in trouble after his last move. Well, let's see what happened. So they got to this intriguing position where, again, knight takes f2, king takes f2, knight
This is
e4.
extremely beautiful. I don't know if he finds it, but it's extremely beautiful, the current position I'm in.
The current position will catch up. c5, rook takes b4.
Yeah, and he found it.
Queen
this
a3
is
on the board.
extremely beautiful. Queen a3, the point being, obviously you cannot take on c5 because queen takes b4 wins a full rook.
Thank
How
you
do we
very much.
defend this rook? It can't move.
Well,
I think you probably expect to be able to play 95.
95?
But then after rook cd1, I think you lose a piece.
Rook d1, that's
rook
deadly
cd1, and you just
Now
cannot
you're
stop
threatening.
rook takes d5. It just is an unstoppable threat because it's a threat on two-pronged threat. Not only are we using the pin on the e6 pawn, the rook on b4 will also start hanging. So rook d8, rook d5 works anyway.
Yeah.
That's very nice.
And if you play rook d4, which I'm pretty sure Levon thought, okay, what's the problem? If you
I
play
can
rook
bail
d4?
out with rook d4 as a second choice.
Queen b2.
Oh no, not
And
again.
we're using the same motif again.
I have one more rook than you do. I have more rook.
And then I just, like, obviously you're not obliged to take on c5 here, but you will lose the pawn on b6.
And
you
if
can
I
play e5 or
E5,
e8 or something, but after c takes b6, you are in a lot of trouble because that passer is now very, very advanced.
Oh, yes, it is. Rook c7, bishop c4 on
Just after
Aravindh's
knight d5,
agenda.
is rook d1 that easy to find, though?
I think once you see queen a3,
Yeah,
I think you do find the follow-up.
There's also an option of playing. No, I think everything else is just obviously so
Is
much worse.
Bishop C4 not good because of?
I'm not sure why Bishop
things
C4.
are still hanging. Yeah.
Bishop
you can't
C4
play Queen
might.
C5 or B takes.
I think we go Rook takes
bail
C4 and
out.
BC, yeah, and we think we will make a draw, which we probably will actually.
Right.
And in fact, after Rook CD1, it probably is still actually a draw, because you can play Queen C5 and then take on F3 in the end. And that 4 against 2, I suspect, is much closer to a draw than it is to a white victory. Queen B6, Queen F6, King G7, H5, and just...
You were saying you have a bishop, but I have 2 pawns, and it's very
And they're
hard.
on the correct squares. It's very important that they're on the light squares, restricting the white bishop a great deal. I have a feeling
on
this
F6
is still,
and G7.
I have a feeling this is still holdable.
Queen A3. Clock time looks okay.
Levon has 8 minutes. By the way, big update in Prague game. I think he's no longer better.
What?
He's actually worse now.
Whoa. Okay, I'm going to refresh my board.
He's not played this correctly.
After the move B4, you've got the game of Levon.
Yeah, they're following our line with... Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, they're following our line. B4, we were focused, concentrated, if you will, on the move F4, driving this bishop to a passive square. No, G4, HG. Oh, you know, when I saw the move Queen E8, I was 100%, like, I would have lost a serious bet. Knight takes G4 and Queen H5 was Prague's intention. He shied away from that.
Yeah, and then a very kind of a interesting but tricky moment after Knight H2. Here.
Now.
Yeah. Black is still doing quite well, but Black needs to play A5, A4. To make it much harder, for White to open files on the queen side.
Right.
And he played Queen G6, and now Deac reacted absolutely correctly. G4, G5 closes down some files, and now HG, BA. And suddenly, White has a very classical type of play on the queen side, which he shouldn't have been anywhere near, honestly.
Right.
And on the king side for Black, it's not that simple anymore.
Yeah, things got gummied up. That move G4, G5. Like if we just put a normal-looking move on the board, and you say play G4, maybe on a good day, I can just
Knight
close.
H5, coming to F4.
Yeah, that's a very good move. Knight H5. Now I don't want to play G3 and invite Knight F4. I'll probably get myself just checkmated. So I'll end up doing something like this, and then I'll go with Bent Larsen on this one. With my knight on F1, I don't get mated. You know, just...
That's confident.
Yeah, well, sometimes bravado is needed, you know. But here, I'm not convinced that Black's attack is powerful.
I think this has not been the best.
And just to emphasize once more, I would not want to play. Pardon me. I would not want to play G3, thinking in my mind, "Oh, I'm doing great by stopping the knight coming to F4." No, I'm encouraging the knight to come to F4, and this is not what I would want to defend as White. So that was why I was playing Queen C4.
But Deac still down on the clock, 30 seconds for him, 6.5 for Prague. So anything can happen still in this
10-second increments for each move. And we've seen Deac going down to 5-3, making his move. And then he gets up from the board as if, like, I've got all the time in the world. He hovers around the table. He doesn't go far.
I think it's just nerves. You can't sit in one spot.
Exactly. B4 takes A5, and just as Peter was saying, now somehow White has gotten a conventional counterspiel on the queen side that Prague should never have allowed.
We can jump back to Levon's game because it looks like Aravindh's pawn made it all the way to B7.
And he continues finding very nice tactics all the way through.
So we left it Queen A3, E5 takes. We're assuming both players have seen this whole complicated sequence. Queen A3.
You like this last move, Rook c6.
Nice.
Yeah, and you kind of have to take the pawn
gotta
c6. Queen
take
takes b4. You play rook b8. But the problem is, I think we just simply play rook b1. We don't need to find anything fancy. We just go rook b1 here.
And we're saying, please do me a solid favor, take my pawn. Then the pawn is forever.
Yeah, there's maybe no immediate winning threat, but
and he's
the pawn
done
on
it?
b7 is not going to be...
Black's like walking on eggshells because every move blunders something else.
Exactly. You have to be so careful.
Yeah, you want to play knight d7, knight c5, but then after rook c1 it will cost you a piece. You want to play knight d8, knight b6, but that probably also loses to something else. It's just very, very difficult to play these types of positions.
Yeah, we're expecting, this is the current position. Rook e5, rook b7, that's fine. Then black will be very, very happy. You have to play rook b1. This is the big pawn. Again, queen takes f3 is actually being helpful. Queen d6 is on tap, but simply bishop g2. So.
Yeah, if we go queen d6, then as Peter said, maybe that endgame 4 versus 2 is not as winning.
But then you would like to have your pawn on e6 as well, right?
True.
That would be...
Yeah.
That is a huge problem, actually. I have a feeling it's now just lost, actually, because f7 will be so much weaker.
Exactly. But, you know, from Levon's point of view, this, so long as you don't take on f3, can I defend this by just saying king g7?
Okay.
Do your worst, Nazi.
Bishop g2.
Bishop g2. Boy, you can telegraph your punches, can't you? Okay, I'm just going to ask you what you're going to do. Are you going to play f4?
I wanted to. Are you planning e4?
I think I wanted to play e4, and then I realized, well, I don't have to move my queen.
Needs to stay on c6.
Yes. I don't need to move my queen because f4, I will play e4. Yes.
Yeah, that's a bit annoying.
So for the moment, it's tough.
White needs to find like slow improving moves.
Right.
But with 20 seconds on the, or 1 minute on the clock, a little bit tough. On the other hand, if I don't make any changes, what do you do with black? Do you just go queen e6 back and forth?
Yeah, more or less. I don't think I'm playing
so
for
let's try
h4.
Queen e7 for white.
Queen e7. Okay.
I want to
Yeah.
consider e5 pawn.
Exactly. It's funny because I would love to play e5, e6 here. In this
Go back.
Yeah, take my move back. Okay, because your king is...
it's a little bit awkward for you because you can't move the knight.
Right.
Or the rook, or the king.
Or the king.
Queen c2, let's go rook b6.
Rook b6. Oh, sorry, knight to e8. Okay, just a second, apologies. Knight to e8, intimating that the knight might be going...
Quite passive, but he wants knight d6, right?
Yes, that's the intention.
Maybe still queen e7.
Okay, makes sense. Okay, now queen d6, just to...
I was hoping you would go knight d6. then I had rook d1 prepared.
Okay, knight d6, to show me what you... Ooh, you are devilish. Knight, and if I take, then you want to go rook to d7.
Don't want the pawn anymore going for the checkmate.
Exactly. Yes.
He played bishop d3.
d3. Sorry, we're not very good at guessing what's going on, but in this particular case...
the bishop on e4.
Yeah, I guess he wants bishop b4, which... Whoa, he's not taking. I was so sure he will take. Allowing bishop d5 feels reckless. I mean, the position after knight e4, f4 looks horrible, but maybe it's not so easy to win, because how do you make progress?
Exactly.
But with the bishop on d5, I will eventually just mate you, I think. Like king g2, queen h4, rook h1 things become... Yeah, unless he wants to take on b7 and create some kind of an eternal pin on the b file. But white isn't even obliged to recapture immediately. I don't like this.
No,
I am never allowing bishop d5 in that position.
I'm with you 100% that knight takes may not be that pleasant, but it's not that...
Play h5, king g7, and ask how you win.
Exactly.
Well, there's queen e7 that's unpleasant.
Queen takes e4.
Oh, e4 again.
Yeah.
None of this
Queen
has happened.
C7? Oh, B1's hanging.
B1 is hanged.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also, yeah, exactly what's happening in the game. Like Queen B6, you don't even need to. All of my mating intimations are completely irrelevant because Queen B6 kind of wins on the spot, right?
It's Duda's birthday. It's not Peter's birthday. You don't have to give him pawns and rooks.
Bishop on D5 is a monster.
Correct.
That piece dominated the whole board.
That is really, really, really nice. I think Levon is ruining the moment that he allowed he could have taken that bishop on E4. Not that easy.
Now I don't see how Black holds this.
Yeah, we should probably switch to Prague's game because it's really hitting up. He's in trouble, but it's very, very sharp.
All right. And as we've been seeing in the first two rounds, Daniel has been playing with increments. And check this out. So excuse me, I hit the wrong key. When we left it, we saw the move King F7. Prague. I don't know.
He wants to checkmate on the H file.
I get it, but wow. King F7.
But you still believe in the knight on F1?
Well, he never got the knight to F1. That was the crazy part.
He sacrificed on C8.
Yes.
Now his king isn't.
Okay. I think both players are mauling one another's kings here.
What's
and
going on?
The king on G6 versus the king on D2. I'm favoring white, but maybe...
Yeah, Rook H1 is not a good move. The engine was suggesting G4, G3, because you can actually run King D2.
By the way, I've got to run. I'm looking at Queen F1, Queen D3 mate.
Yeah.
So I'm putting.
But I'm guessing we're running towards B2. Yeah, we go King D2, Queen F1, King C2.
I can take on E4, right?
Who's the clock?
7 seconds.
King D2. He makes it so casually.
I
just have to move my king.
Yeah, once it gets to B2, it just cannot be touched. Amazingly, it's completely winning for white now.
Queen goes to A1, no?
But it creates
King B3
not
and
a
there's
single
no more
threat
checks.
actually.
Right, King B3, and you're kind of just happy.
But like,
yes,
I will play Queen E7, and I will ask you.
The two minor pieces are stuck. The bishop on G7.
Interestingly, instead of Rook H1, a couple of moves back, Queen F3 followed by G4, or maybe the immediate G4, wasn't even that clear. Trying to play G3, also trying to play Bishop H6 in some positions and get to...
Rook H1 is such a natural move.
Yeah, everybody
But the
goes
problem
Rook H1.
is the bishop on E3 and the pawn on F2 are a great defensive combination. Even I like ideas of Rook H3 and
Just to get rid of it,
get rid of that beautiful construction. Rook H1, I'm with Peter. Once white plays King C2, head for the hills, King B3, it's game over. I mean, these pieces are terrible. They're...
You can see it now, it's 13 seconds against 50 seconds.
And
we don't need to switch, but elsewhere, Veselin is actually completely dominating in his game against MVL. He hasn't won by force, but he has a completely winning position.
You know, as the elderman in the building, if you will allow me, I will switch because MVL, I mean, you know, Veselin roars. We should at least
we can go
respect.
Knight F4. Or Knight G5. I'm a bit surprised by Knight G5.
But G5.
But yeah, the point is now I go Queen A2 and I collect.
Nice.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, that is very good. Yeah.
That was a pretty move.
Yeah,
you may have defended everything.
Yeah, this is where you just resign.
I resign.
Wow. Okay, congratulations.
Great comeback.
Very nicely done.
You know, that's the way you want to end the day. You don't, you know, 2 losses is rough, but ending the day with a win with the black pieces.
And he just outplayed MVL.
It wasn't close. I'm going to go back to, unless you'd like, I was going to go to Prague.
There's a lot of exciting games going on. Yes, let's go back to Prague. That's the most confusing position.
But also for our tournament standings, right?
White king looks weak, but it's completely safe on B2.
Yeah. And after Rook H2,
you can even play King B3 if you want. Wow. Yeah, you can
just to avoid Queen takes E3 again.
He's done it, yeah.
Yeah,
and Rook H1. But the thing is, weirdly, Rook B1 check isn't like if you play A6, you can run towards A5. I don't know if he will do it. I mean, if he actually does do that, yeah, okay.
King B2,
if he takes this draw, he will be very, very upset later.
I like making king b2, king b3, but I do like what you're saying. a6.
No, he's not taking the draw. He's going queen takes e5.
So wait, queen e3 is hang. Oh no, h2.
Queen takes h2. Yeah.
There's nothing with the pin on c3.
No.
But what's going on? Our meme of the round. I'm a rook ahead. I have one more rook more. Queen takes e5.
Completely winning for white. Yeah, you kind of have to take on e3.
He did. He took on e3.
But you just take on h2 and play king b3. There is not a single check. And white is a bunch of material up, and all of his passers are going to be queens eventually. So.
Whoa.
That was played on a second, by the way. That was, I think he has 11 seconds on his clock, as far as I can see. Yeah. And he was capturing something that he needed to be very clean. And,
yes, excuse me. I'm just kind of...
Yeah.
Rook g7.
Yeah, and Pragg knows, yeah. That is a look of a man who knows.
c7 check.
Queen c7, and then simply f takes e3, and then the a-pawn quins.
And g-pawn is too far.
So the last round of the day, a lot of turnarounds.
1 second on the play. We can get an instant replay at a television.
3, and still not starting to make the move, and then it falls, and he
just
Oh
my goodness.
Just about.
Because he fumbled the rook. Yeah. Wow. That was close.
Yeah, queen takes e3, but now you just go, I think,
a6?
a6, yeah. The important thing is not to play queen takes f6 there. Can we, do we have time? a6, knight d5, no, in this position. a6, knight d5, queen d6 check, knight f6, and it's very important to resist the temptation to take on f6 and make a fork, because the knight...
Sorry, like this?
a6 for white.
a6 for white, knight d5, check.
Queen
check,
d6,
knight
check.
f6, and you win with any kind of a normal move. Just don't play queen takes f6 and knight d5 check. Yeah. because the arbiter will get involved. Yeah.
Knight d5 check is not allowed. Illegal.
Illegal.
All right. a6, he's played it. Knight takes
you have to
d5.
take knight d5, but yeah, something will win here. I don't know what the cleanest way is, but something has to win.
Something like queen c6 check, knight f6.
How do we push the
a4,
a-pawn?
Yeah, the machine goes queen e6 and then king b4 and says not a single check. We are now threatening queen takes f6.
Okay, he's going with the king.
And he is playing your king b4. Wow. Okay. He's
now he wants.
Now he's got queen f6 and knight d5
yeah.
on his agenda. And guess what? I mean, even knight b5 and a7. It's
I
so
still want to take queen f6.
Yeah, this is, yeah, very good round for our Romanian wildcard, seemingly. Deac now completely winning against Pragg, and Gavrilescu pushing against Firouzja. Firouzja should hold, but still. A game in which Gavrilescu was kind of always in the driver's seat.
Queen c5, he's got a7, and Pragg now, he's the one who's going to be playing with a second or so on his clock.
Yeah. King a5, I guess.
King a5.
Or a4 and then a5.
He
I
also
like
made
a5
a move
immediately.
with 1 second, because he has
He
11
did?
right now.
Ooh, okay, and he is facing a monster pawn.
And apparently Alireza just made a massive, I don't know how massive, but a move that the engine didn't like, but maybe a...
Sorry, we'll just stay with this one just because
course,
they're down to just
King
second.
h5, I guess.
Knight b5?
Yeah, but knight b5 just controls everything, right? There's not a single check, and we go a7 next move.
Exactly.
And
exactly.
You can't create a single counter threat after.
Knight e4.
He's also going for some checkmates on the other side, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, I was trying to escort the pawn to a coronation.
I guess he didn't like knight e5, knight c4 counter threats, because we're kind of lying. There is one counter threat you could create there. Okay, he didn't like dealing with it.
Knight e5?
I think knight f6 wins here. Yeah, but knight f6 wins very simply.
Oh, on time.
Deac winning on time, that's
remarkable. Of all the things we thought were going to happen in this the third round as Prague, our tournament leader, who started with 2 victories, he loses on time. What the heck? Sorry.
Let's jump to Fedoseev. I think he's about to defeat
Fedoseev
Duda.
is about to beat Duda with black, which is quite important. Yeah.
Wow. Okay, he was a pawn up. That was that rook c8 moment, right? Oh boy, I'm going back so far. It's
yeah,
like,
we're down to...
Yeah, we just have to scroll. There's no way we can actually commentate on any of this.
Okay, so we are getting to a position at first blush.
Yeah, I think it's completely lost. I don't think first blush has anything to do with it. It's just
Meanwhile,
completely lost.
Levon just resigned. Arvind won his game.
Yes, that was the game. And it looks like Duda, yeah, this is just very, very nice.
Does it require still
potentially
some technique,
one
or?
draw or no draws? If Gavrilescu somehow wins this against Alireza, which currently looks unlikely, there might not be a single draw in this round.
So 2 victories in round 1, suddenly 4 victories in round.
And already 4 might be 5.
It might
in
be
round
5.
In round 3.
Because we do expect that Duda, with his 2-pawn advantage, will win. I'm going to go to Alireza.
Was the 2 pawns.
Oh, pardon me. Fedoseev with his 2 pawns. I'm going to jump to the game of David and Alireza because, this is the Berlin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Resulting in a very Berlin outcome as well. Yeah.
Yeah, right? Very unpleasant defense here.
Yeah, he can torture Alireza for a long time here.
For sure. I mean, we've got rook a6, rook a7 attacking the a6 pawn, and bishop f4 on the agenda. Okay, king d5.
So the king goes active while bishop will go passive on c8,
yeah,
right?
a sprint to the center. I like it.
On the other hand, as bad as bishop is on c8, it is doing a great job defending the 2 weak pawns.
You know, it's funny. I don't like it when my opponent's king gets to b3 or g2. You know, I probably cut you off at the pass and play rook h4 here, just to play rook to d4 and drive the king back.
You don't want the black king to activate too much.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
17 seconds for David and 33 for Alireza.
Okay, king d3, another
Is there
way.
F4?
Yeah,
Rook
exactly.
H5.
Rook h5 check. Another way just to prevent the king from crossing into White's camp. King d3. Practically speaking, Peter, at this position, your pawn up, bishops of opposite color, ending percentage-wise.
This
65?
particular one I don't rate very highly, but it's always a lot more annoying to defend than to attack.
It just feels bad though. Rook a7.
Yeah, constantly having to worry about rook a7. Bishop f4 might be.
F4, right?
Bishop c8. Bishop f4.
King d5 back. After bishop f4.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna see.
So
Okay, they're repeating a little bit.
Well,
no, he
improved.
corrected
The rook
yeah.
went to h7.
Because now f4, bishop f5 check is never a threat. So he's improved his position a touch.
Okay, are we going to see
Bishop
king
f4?
d4?
King d4, bishop c4 makes an immediate draw, I think, unfortunately for.
Oh, it's
well, we've got it on the board.
I think bishop c4 is just an immediate draw now because it creates a mating threat that cannot be stopped.
Rook g8.
Alireza played rook g6.
And by the way, just an update.
Fedoseev defeated Duda and is now in clear first.
Ooh. I think Alireza played rook g8 expecting an immediate draw.
No such thing.
No such thing. Rook to e7.
And
that's
in fact,
tempo.
Yeah, and
in fact, bishop c4 was the right move, right?
Yeah, bishop c4 is just zeros instantly. Yeah.
Whoa. Okay. Now bishop f4 and
rook e8, but the difference is rook e4 is no longer mate, so you can still avoid the rook trade by moving the rook away. Whereas in the other position, the rooks were just coming off. Yeah.
Yeah, there was no play.
But how does white improve here?
I don't know. It's just that you can't force the immediate draw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they are playing on very, very low time, which kind of precludes us from discussing things in great detail. But white could actually trade the rooks after rook g8, and f5 pawn was falling. And the question is this winning? I do not know.
Right.
Might not be winning anyway, but there was the option of taking on g8 and playing king e5, which was actually picking up the f-pawn as well.
He just played king d4. Does he invite rook e4 check?
Check and go back,
Yeah.
probably.
What is Alireza even thinking about?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, he's not really going to play this for a win with black, I don't think.
Absolutely not.
I
He
really
should,
don't think he
with
was
both hands, be grabbing the draw offer
Yeah.
if it was there. Rook g7.
You
Okay.
just play rook e6 now to not even allow rook g6.
Yeah. Makes sense to me. Rook
Okay.
e4.
I guess he plans to cover the check with rook e6.
Yep. Rook g6 check, rook e6. That makes sense.
Yeah, with the bishop on d7, it's very hard to find a way for white to improve. Because before we had the ideas with rook a7.
That's right.
Now,
If we play rook to g8, intending rook a8,
Maybe I
then you
can
could
block
play
it.
rook a4,
Yeah.
rook e8.
Rook
For
e8 back.
Alireza,
well,
by the way,
Alireza's just stopped the clock. I think he's calling for 3-move repetition. I don't think it's...
Well-
oh, it was. It is 3-move. He was counting.
he was certainly
Correct
was.
claim.
Wow, that's impressive.
With 20 seconds?
I always thought that it's a very good idea to make the claim, even if it's invalid. It
And
kind
David
of tells
doesn't
you
seem
where.
doesn't seem to be arguing too much with it either. I think he knows that he missed his chance.
What do we have remaining, by the way?
I think that's it.
I think that's
this
done,
is the
yeah.
only draw of the round.
Wow.
10 out
Four
of 15 decisive games today, by the way.
I mean, a moment ago we saw the stat line, you know, this beautiful graphic by Ben Underwood there of about 60%. We're at 66 if it's 10 out of 15. Wow. Impressive finish. Wasn't there more? I mean, didn't Alireza get an easy escape?
A little bit, yeah. I don't think, apart from that one position, I tried to analyze it a little bit in the very small window where
Winning
I could
the
click a little
F5
bit.
pawn.
I don't think it wins. I think it still holds for black. But in practical terms, I think Alireza would have been so shocked that the rook trade creates additional problems that who knows what would have happened from there.
Exactly.
But still, very creditable showing by Gavrilescu, beginning by beating Topalov in round 1 and now kind of pressing for the entire game against Firouzja. And yeah, a round of massive turnarounds. Round 3, Prague losing a position which looked like he was in full control.
And here is how our day went. Tell us how our day went.
Well, we have a change in the leader. Now it's Vladimir Fedoseev who's leading with 5 points. And sharing second are 2 players, Alireza, Firouzja, and Praggnanandhaa.
A very angry Vladimir. I should be 6
He should,
points.
yeah.
I was winning against Alireza in round 1. And
Alireza showed great defense in the rook endgame, and it was back and forth many times, but
absolutely.
still great result for Fedoseev, leaving today with 5 points.
What to say? A lot of decisive rounds,
Yes.
decisive games, Peter.
And a somewhat unexpected sole loss for MBL. MBL rounding out the cross table there on 1 out of 6. This is not where you're used to seeing him. He normally is a very solid presence in all of these shorter time controlled events.
Exactly. Duda in this last game doing something wrong.
that
blundering a
didn't-
pawn on the queen side there.
I'm not sure it was even a blunder, but yeah, his play in that game did not seem all okay.
We're going to pause our commentary and throw it to Warsaw with Maurice and a special guest.
Indeed, a special guest. I use the word legend, but we don't like that word legend too much because, we know what it means, wink, wink. But they did bring you in. You told me yesterday, you just hit 50 and they needed somebody over 50.
Yeah.
How you feel playing with these young guys?
No, it's fine. We were just joking with Levon, that the reason I'm invited that he could feel young. So, no, I don't think it's such a dramatic age, obviously, but since I'm almost inactive, feels a bit strange, you know, to be over the board. So it was felt very much in the first games, you know, and even in the third one when I was almost winning from 1 point on, then it took me, I mean, I was trying to just make safe moves, you know, and not to go to any kind of long calculations. And Maxime, he didn't develop the best way, but apparently he had a better defense. I mean, his position was still very bad, but the way he played was not, he could somehow take me to the last seconds, and then I think I would probably miss.
I doubt that. You know, you've always been a tremendous fighter all your career. What does it feel like now that you're on this side of the career and getting a chance, however, to play in such an elite event against players, you know, who looked up to you when you were stomping the world of chess?
No, but that's inevitable. I believe that. I remember when I was 20, you know, and then I was playing guys like Yusupov and Korchnoi and then Vaganyan, all these guys that were then, back then they were in top 10. And at some point, I started beating them, and it felt like, okay, but this guy, you know, is he so strong really? So, but of course, then I realized after some time that it's coming for me. I mean, same thing would happen to me. I remember Monte Carlo, the Melody Amber events. My first events, we were laughing at some blunders of even Karpov, Lubo, you know, and all these guys. At some point, they were like real top. I mean, Karpov, yeah.
Of course.
But it's just a matter of time.
Well, Father Time is 100%. They say will win every time. Nevertheless, you did get back some of that old magic today with that move. Knight takes on f5 and get to hunt down MVL. Any aspirations now? We're going into the next few rounds. You're starting to feel maybe sprightly and looking for some more scalps?
Oh, definitely, but it's not so much about the result. I mean, I don't care that much about the result, but simply, of course, when you miss very simple moves, it's annoying. And I now realize how Gary feels, you know, when he, you know, in his last events, when he was, at the moment he blunders something, he just almost immediately resigned in many games. So, but yeah, I think it was important to not to lose all the games on day one, and hope to do better. But as I said, I don't care that much about the result, just to play normal chess, you know.
Well, it's a pleasure for us to see you playing for sure, and playing like that old warrior that we've seen dominate over the years. Good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Guys,
thank you, Maurice, and thank you, Veselin. Also, I relate with Veselin. It's like, you know, he has had such a distinguished career, outstanding career. Look, we're talking world champion, that he has a standard for himself, a world-class standard. And when he doesn't meet his own expectations, there's this feeling of absolute disgust and frustration. Today we saw a little magic, and I love that knight takes f5.
He won a very beautiful game.
Yeah. Once again, for those of you joining us late, here are our standings. Nasi, the honors.
Well, on the top we have Vladimir Fedoseev with 5 points. He won 2 games, only drew 1 in the first round. Sharing second, 2 players, Alireza and Praggnanandhaa. And it's just shocking to see MVL in the last place, but he will recover.
But when you see those standings and you realize that there was 4 decisive games, the only draw was Alireza, and that game could have easily been 5 out of 5. Somebody's got to be at the cellar with losses. Very decisive last 2 rounds there.
Very exciting day, and you know, bodes well for the rest of the tournament. It's a lot of fun to watch when people come in this mood.
Right.
And also, I think something we know about these events is that when the field is slightly more mixed, you do get these types of more exciting events often. Not every single time, but often. So I think this is a credit to the organizers for providing us with this field. And yeah, enjoy today immensely.
Absolutely. Our schedule tomorrow.
Right, tomorrow players will be playing round 4, 5, and 6 of Rapid. Then we have one more day of Rapid, and then we move on to the Blitz.
Now, normally, the winner of the Rapids, who goes into the Blitz, tends to actually win the event. And for Vladimir, scoring 5 out of 6, how's his Blitz?
Good.
It's good.
Very solid.
Very solid.
Very solid.
Very is it? We'll look forward to that. We still have a lot of rounds, of course. 6 rounds of Rapids.
Was Prague winning at any point against Deac?
Winning is strong. I mean, the engine was giving him more than a 1 pawn advantage in positions with even materials. So much better. And also 20 against 1 on the clock, I think, which may have actually played against him a little bit, because maybe he began thinking of making, as we were discussing in the previous rounds as well, instead of just playing normally, you start thinking, what is the move that my opponent did not expect? And you start deviating from what he would have done otherwise. But we have more interviews from Warsaw, so we go back to Maurice.
But we are with the reigning champion of the Grand Chess Tour. This is the 2024 champ. At any rate, Alireza Firouzja. Alireza, we're expecting you to defend your title, and today was one of those kind of days. It wasn't easy at all, but somehow you managed to escape unscathed.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very bad day for me. It's just the level of play is really not good. So, I mean, it's first day I didn't play for 2-3 months, so I think it's a decent result, but if I continue playing like this, it will not be so great, I think.
How do you get yourself in the rhythm? Do you feel a day like today, maybe you say, okay, I played some games, my brain starts working?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I have to just be more sharp. I think maybe solve some tactics and some puzzles, I don't know, just to wake up a bit.
You feel like you're going to maybe be online later playing a lot of blitz, maybe some bullet just to get yourself going?
Maybe, yeah. Yes, we'll watch the game tonight, football game, and then maybe I play at the same time, I don't know.
The first game you had, it was against Fedoseev. That was like a miracle save. I mean, it looked dead in the water, and then all of a sudden you're down a rook and saving the game.
Yes. No, yeah, all 3 games today were insane. I mean, first game with Fedoseev, I just counted myself lost. I already thought I will lose. I was thinking about next game, but I got some counterplay and it was messy, and managed to make the draw there.
The second game you beat Deac. I mean, that one, he went down to almost no time. He was at 118. You had almost 20 minutes on the clock, and then all of a sudden, you were the one in trouble. Your rook ended up on some strange square on h4 and finally h3. Of course, he blundered f5 and gave you a chance, but that game was ridiculous almost.
Yeah, I mean, he has a crazy style. He goes down to 1 minute, then he stands up, walks around, and he's an amazing player. And I knew that even if he's down on clock, I have to be very careful. And he got almost winning position, but still 10 seconds is not a great situation to deal with.
And of course, the last game you were in trouble, but you managed to draw against Gavrilescu. Tomorrow you get Praggnanandhaa, very first round. He was a co-leader, he was a clear leader, in fact, but had a bad result just now. Your thoughts about going into that matchup and the experience you've had with him?
Yeah, we have played some candidates games. It was interesting games, and that's the last memory I have playing against him. So yeah, he's very solid player. So I think I have to be solid, and we'll see.
All right, well, enjoy the football game and probably the blitz you'll be playing as well. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Indeed, congratulations. He did escape that first round because he had already chalked that game up for a loss. We thought it was in the bag too.
I think it's a very understandable reaction considering what the position was. You don't save many of those against strong players.
He was a pawn down. His opponent had the 2 bishops, and he had these weak pawns as well.
Yeah,
it was all bad.
Yeah, there was not a lot of hope objectively, but that's the lesson. Yeah, you don't resign too early. Yeah, exactly. As opposed to some people we know.
It was like we were just adding up all of the advantages that Alireza had. It was an empty list. There was nothing on the shopping list there. Just looking at this game between Duda and Vladimir at the end, and I realized, wait a minute, my pick, if this game had turned around,
would have been leading the tournament.
Would have been up there. At this point, just a second,
he gave up that pawn quite early, right? When knights were still on the board.
Yes. As bad as it is, suddenly it's not that bad.
No, it's not that bad.
Yeah.
But it's still kind of difficult to play, and it's much easier to just continue pressing and asking small questions, and then suddenly you transpose into, it gets transferred into a rook ending, and you don't get the correct rook ending, and you're suddenly in a lot of trouble. And I think he probably also misplayed the resulting rook ending a little bit. But yeah, it's not a surprise that Black wins this, because the stronger side kind of enjoys life a lot more in these types of positions.
Oh, without question. For me, Peter, this idea that Black's last move, rook a7, I mean, for me, if Black can play bishop d7, bishop c6...
Asking our viewers to play blindfold is fraught with danger.
Oh, no, I thought we had the analysis board. I was just going to say that...
would be a huge improvement and chances to save the game.
Yeah, if he had played rook b6 and bishop... to meet.
D7?
Yeah, bishop to d7.
Well, I think Black's happy to trade the bishops and...
But then on the other hand, how are you ever going to...
This
is the ending.
If the white pawn is on g2 here, I think it's just a draw. When it's
Easy.
on g4, you have to kind of worry some kind of a jump happens here, some kind of rook c3 followed by rook a3, and we start...
On the third rank, yeah.
Yeah, but I agree with you. Not allowing bishop d7, bishop c6 was probably a good idea. Yeah.
Exactly. Wow. We'll jump to Warsaw. Maurice with another guest.
Thanks, and we are with Vladimir Fedoseev, who is leading the tournament. I hate to say surprise leader, because if you know something about this young man, you know that he's a gangster at these time controls, and he could beat anybody in the world, and has. But still, you're here on the Grand Chess Tour, you get a chance to play against top players, you get a wild card. It must feel good leading after day one.
Yeah, it feels extremely good to lead such a tournament after day one, but as you know, there is 4 other days to play, so it's only a small achievement on a little period of games. And yeah, that's it, nothing more.
Practical attitude, to be sure. First game, it was like some kind of miracle. Your opponent walked a tightrope and should have fallen off somehow, and then he's down a rook and still managed to save the game. How did you feel about that one?
Yeah, okay. I missed my chances in that game, but also I'm feeling like Alireza did one of the best defenses I ever saw in my life. So, yeah, it's disappointing if your opponent performing in something better than you, but still, it's half a point. It's not 0. It's much better than to lose a game. Like if you are not able to convert, it's far easier to take less closer to heart than if you are losing something completely drawish, for example.
For sure.
Like this, yeah.
For sure. Half a point is a half a point after all. Then you won a game where your opponent didn't play so great in the second round. And then you beat the birthday boy. Did you know that it was Duda's birthday today?
I knew that, but during the day I forgot, and I was concentrated only on chess. And I get this knowledge back just after our games was concluded. So, but yeah, I'm pretty much sure yesterday I checked that him and Rauf Mamedov as well is having birthday today. So they are sharing birthday. Yeah, 2 decent players at the same day. It's quite a lot for our game, yeah.
And how are you feeling about, it wasn't very nice on his birthday, how you treated him?
But what I could do, it's my job. I need to play my game. I don't want to lose as well, yeah. And he is a player of a kind. It's easier to have result with him than just make a draw. It's very hard to make a draw against Jan-Krzysztof. It's easier to win, in my opinion. Like you either win or lose against him. He's a Polish fighter, for a reason. Yeah.
He does have that nickname. All right, well, what's the mindset going into tomorrow? As you said, you only had 1 day's celebration. Tomorrow's games, your mindset?
Yeah, I will not celebrate this result at all because the tournament is only begun. And mindset for tomorrow, to still stay calm, don't play stupid moves, try to be solid as much as possible, and like this, yeah. Like I did today, yeah. I pretty much followed my pre-game preparations in all of games, and I believe my opening worked well today, so I'm kind of happy with my performance in the openings today. I think because of this, I get +2. Yeah, this is the main reason of my success, in my opinion, today.
Well, good luck. Great performance so far. Good luck in the rest of the days.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
The leader after round 1, Vladimir Fedoseev, with the very astute advice, don't play stupid moves. I mean, if only we could all do that.
Right.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Maurice. And who predicted Vladimir?
I don't think anybody.
No one.
I'm shamed. I realized that both our picks, we lost the last round.
Yeah.
You had picked Prague.
I felt quite okay for a bit there.
Yeah, let's take a look at our
Survive
predictions.
in each round.
Maurice went with the favorite, MVL, Anastasiya. Ooh.
So we are sharing second, right, with Peter?
Yeah. Yes. Duda is at 50%. Levon, unfortunately, he's
Lost
just
the third
off.
round.
Yeah,
But it's a long term. People are just warming up.
It's a long term. We're going to ask Maurice for a final word with Maurice and Anastasiya from Warsaw. How is the view from Warsaw?
Well, I can tell you, today's games were just so exciting, so many decisive results. We were surprised when there were draws happening. And, of course, drama in the playing hall with Deac being a little under the weather. And you thought, oh, man, he needs to be in a hospital instead of playing chess. And what does he do in the last round? He beats the leader of the tournament. You can't take anyone for granted. Anastasiya, it's just simply an exciting day.
Absolutely, and I was at the playing venue when actually Bogdan played against Prague, and he had just 20 seconds against 15 minutes, and then suddenly all this happened. I couldn't believe my eyes, and I think Prague also couldn't believe his eyes. You could see his reaction. And also, I spent a lot of time today at the playing venue, and it's all about this special atmosphere in Poland. People are applauding before the rounds, people are applauding after the rounds. They were waiting for Jan-Krzysztof Duda to come after this day, and even though he lost this game, they sang for him happy birthday. They wished him to be 100 years old, something like that. So it was really nice of them, and also a lot of fun, a lot of excitement in the playing venue. Indeed, Maurice, I really enjoyed it.
It's a warm, welcoming place, Warsaw, Poland. They just love their chess, and they love their Polish fighter, of course, who's a superstar. It promises to be an incredible event. If based on round 1 or day 1, we are in for a treat, guys.
Thank you, Maurice. When I was listening to the interview with Vladimir, he says, against Duda, it's easier to win than draw. Topalov is the same. It's easier to beat Topalov than to draw him.
In a way, yeah.
And King F2, round 1.
Yeah.
Lots of thoughts. You get the final word, Peter.
Yeah, what can I say? A very, very enjoyable day, a day of comebacks. Veselin started poorly, but then won this very nice game against MVL with the black pieces, which must have cheered him up no end. Right. A kind of a subplot of the day is Deac with his minute for the rest of the game by move 12, which appears to work for him even, which is the most surprising result about it. Incredibly exciting day, and if the remaining 4 are anything like this, we are in for a treat.
Lovely. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. The Grand Chess Tour 2025 underway. Day 1 provided us with all the excitement we could hope for. Hoping you join us for day 2.
Thank you for watching, and see you tomorrow.
Good night, everyone.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.